time, had some good moments. Ronnie Brown had some good moments, but like I don't know that those picks paid off the way that the teams wanted them to.
Yeah.
I mean, Bijan at 8 has been good individually, but again, it hasn't resulted in the winning that you would hope that it would. And I thought about the Falcons last night as well from a Rams perspective, just in the way that like franchise track record, general manager track record, coach trust, all that kind of stuff, that equity that franchises either have or don't have contributes completely to the way that they're covered.
Yeah.
Because I know that people have sort of been discussing the Ty Simpson draft pick and panning it in some ways. They still get the benefit of the doubt of, well, they're still a Super Bowl favorite and they're still this. When the Falcons drafted Michael Penix, like the draft-osphere imploded.
The Falcons didn't earn the right to make that bold of a pick.
And that's right.
Right.
And that's right. They hadn't.
Yeah.
They hadn't. And everyone's skepticism was proved 100% correct. As anti that pick as everyone was, no one was anti enough because it went worse than it actually was projected to go for whatever reason. For whatever Falcons fans have done to deserve that lot in life, it actually somehow went worse than we all thought that it might go when they made the selection. The Rams are just like, all right, it sucks because you didn't get a guy that's going to help you next year. You were a play or two away from going to the Super Bowl, and they probably would have won the Super Bowl. I mean, the Seahawks and the Rams NFC Championship game felt like the de facto Super Bowl, and then the Seahawks smacked the Patriots in the championship. If I'm Matthew Stafford, and I know they called him.
Gosh. Yeah.
I know they called him, and they made real sure to make sure.
I bet he was really happy with that call, too.
Exactly. They didn't
Not
say how
his job was getting taken.
They didn't say how he responded. Schefter made real sure to make clear that they called Matthew Stafford and let him know what Stafford said.
They said, we're not getting you anybody that's going to help you this year.
Yeah, we're going to get you.
That's why that's why we pay you.
Yeah, and also your best receivers in rehab. But everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, you can't stop biting people, but you're fine. It's okay. You're Matt Stafford, man.
Right.
The gunslinger. You're good. They called him. They didn't say how his reaction was. I'm furious if I'm him. Like, give me a playmaker or something.
Honestly,
give me a guy in the secondary.
Yeah.
We couldn't stop the pass last year. Give me somebody out there. But again, the reaction still was, Sean McVay, Rams, they'll be okay.
I can't help but notice that, Raheem Morris had come from Les Snead, with the Rams, and then they do it, and then Les Snead basically, this is the same gambit, basically, that the Falcons did. Similar.
Yeah, right, similar, for sure. So it's Raheem did it? Les Snead did it.
Well.
Les Snead told Raheem to do it.
Maybe they have the similar idea of how, quarterbacks can be successful or not. I don't know.
I don't know either. A lot of good players left on the board, obviously.
There are. I actually thought yesterday broke really well for the Falcons.
Only 32 guys got drafted. Obviously, there's still a lot of really good players left on the board.
A lot of good defensive tackles. That's the one I'm really
Let me put it better than that. A lot of players that we want the Falcons to draft and have talked about are still available.
Right.
Let's talk about which of them may be available at 48 coming up next. Thanks for being with us on our extended draft coverage here of the 2026 NFL Draft. Andy Bunker, Smoke and Joe Patrick, Oren Romaine running the board. We'll be with you till 10 o'clock tonight. Or later, who knows? We're having a great time. We're just going to hang out. We'll be right back. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Westwood One Sports Minute.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I can already see the statue of Caleb Downs being built outside of Jerry World 20 years from now. The Giants had not one, but two chances to draft one of the next great safeties in NFL history, and they passed on them both times so that the Cowboys could trade up and get them. Can't wait to see how this plays out. I'm Pat Boyle.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Michigan, Mississippi, New Jersey, New York, Nevada, Ontario, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or West Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
We now have delays piling up in Clayton County because of a crash on the southbound side of I-75 past Forest Parkway, blocking the left lane. An update for you in Lithonia, where we had an accident on the westbound side of I-20 near Evans Mill Road that has been cleared from your left lane. We have a crash getting cleaned up and slow down still on I-285 southbound inner loop. This is right around I-20. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Basketball playoffs are underway. Trade every game, series, and the championship on Kelsey. You're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader. This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
When it comes to your home, the wrong decision could impact your family for years. When it's time to replace your roof, that's a critical decision. So don't settle. It's Carl Dukes. Think Finley first. The roof guys have installed over 65,000 local roofs. And like we say on Dukes and Bell, don't hit the roof, fix the roof. Finley provides a lifetime warranty with labor and materials at no additional cost. Schedule your free roof analysis at roofroof.com today. That's roofroof.com.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
ATL, if you've heard that Cheetah closed, not even close. We're open, thriving, and bringing you next-level dining, beautiful women, and an unmatched vibe. Come see what everyone's talking about. The Cheetah, where Atlanta comes alive.
At long last, all the greatest hits together on one compact disc with timeless classics like
The Lottery Just Paid, I finally got it made.
And who can forget the mega hit Big Money?
Big money, ain't it funny? The cash is raining down.
The greatest hits for you to hear over and over again.
I hit the jackpot and I got rich just yesterday.
Minutes of pure listening pleasure.
Don't get your hits like this. Get a nice hit of cash instead with the new hit family of scratchers from the Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly. Always check and sign your ticket.
With the new Millionaire for Life game, you can win $1 million every year for the rest of your life. That's right, the rest of your life. Sounds like a good payment plan to me. Play the Millionaire for Life game from the Georgia Lottery.
Tune in to WSB Channel 2 for your official Georgia Lottery drawing and check out the Players Club at galottery.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
The Home Depot and Behr are there for pros and offer free same-day or next-day delivery on Behr and Kills products. Get the most trusted paint brand in America, Behr Paint, delivered straight to your job site and spend less time stressing and more time painting. Contact a Behr rep to schedule your paint delivery today. The Home Depot, how pros get more done. Limitations may apply. Not available in all markets. See the store for details. Voted most trusted interior paint, exterior paint, and tie, and exterior stain brand 2026 Brand Spark American Trust Study.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Back to more of our Day 2 draft coverage.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
TradeGen Wealth, your trusted fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Second round coverage of the NFL Draft will begin in about 35 minutes. Andy Bunker and Smokin' Joe Patrick hanging out with you from now until 10 o'clock. Falcons pick at 48 and 79, second round and third round. And so we will, of course, react to those draft picks when they are made and keep you updated on everything else that's going on in the draft as well. We're not going to do live to the podium for these rounds. We're just going to tell you the picks as soon as we know them. So we're not going to wait around.
We're a trusted source.
I don't even know if Goodell does round 2 and 3. If it's
I don't think
some sort of deputy commissioner or something. I don't know.
I guess he told Caden McDonald to stick around, who was the guy who didn't get drafted, who was in the green room, and said he was still going to hug him or whatever when he got drafted. So I guess Goodell will still probably be appearing tonight. But this is when they start to do a lot of the the fan announcements or the make-a-wish.
Player legend,
that kind of thing.
stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I ask a question on Caden McDonald's behalf?
Sure.
Is Roger Goodell sure that's what people want? Because I get it. That's his thing. He hugs everybody when they get drafted.
Yeah.
I think that he has, I think he's miscalculated how much everyone else likes it over the years. Because they used to be pretty quick little bro hugs, handshakes, whatever.
Yeah.
And now he really embraces these guys for maybe too long.
Yeah.
And if I'm Caden McDonald, I might be like, you know what? We're good. I didn't get drafted in the first round, and so I don't deserve the hug.
I was thinking about this.
I don't really want the hug.
I was thinking about this, and it's like, if you're Goodell and you do feel like this is becoming bad PR, how do you stop doing that? Because I do feel like the players are coming out
he
to
thinks it's
initiate
great PR. He loves it.
Well, clearly. But if the reverse were true, it feels to me like the players are still kind of going for the hug. Now, Goodell probably could maybe do something to suggest, put the hand up to go for this, thing or whatever. But I don't know. It feels like a hard trend to stop at this point. I feel like it kind of needs stopping. But
I haven't been turned down for a hug in a long time. That used to happen sometimes, when you're younger and single and you think maybe the friendship is something that it isn't. And you go, oh, side hug. That sucked. My bad. Now I'm married. So
I know my place.
I get no hugs. Anyway, round number 2 will get underway just over. They got the countdown on ESPN. 32 minutes and 56 seconds from right now.
I want to take a poll of the two people in the studio right now.
Okay.
How many trades do the Falcons make today?
0 trades.
The over-under is 0.5. So you think it's under?
Trade. I think they're actually just going to pick at 48 and 79. I don't think Kyle Pitts is getting traded. I don't think they're trading back.
It'll be hilarious when they just make 5 picks in this draft.
Yeah, I think that because Ian Cunningham kind of backtracked a little bit last week.
You're right.
Because he had been pretty adamant, and maybe he did it for our sake, in the first draft presser where he was like, we'll never have 5 again, and we like to get more picks and get active and all that. Last week he was like, well, I've actually made 5 picks multiple times, and if that's what the draft is, it's no big deal. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. Way to throw water on all the fun that we had been having about guaranteeing that Ian Cunningham was going to trade back. But yeah, I don't know. I'm going 0. What do you think, Oren?
I think they make 1. I think they move back to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
I think if they move back, well, I don't know. I guess I think it's more likely at 48 because that is where I feel like there's going to be like some player that's still hanging out there that some team wants to come up and try to get.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is like at 48, one of these guys that we've spent time talking about, whether it's Caden McDonald or Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas.
It could be if the Falcons do it, it could be painful because it could be a player that a lot of Falcons fans would love to add.
It could be a Georgia guy. Like Christian Miller is still there. He could potentially be there at 48.
Avion Terrell.
CJ Allen, the linebacker, could be there at 48. Avion Terrell, like that exactly. Like that's the kind of thing that they can't make draft picks based on this. And the previous regime didn't. Last year's best player available, they were surprised that he was there, was a Georgia player, so it was able to sort of check 2 boxes at once. You can't be making draft picks based on the fanhood of your fan base, although it has gotten more egregious over the last handful of years when every other team is building their defense with Georgia guys, and you weren't doing it. Like before, it was kind of just fans being a little bit irrational. Now it's kind of like, I don't know, like the Eagles won a Super Bowl and half their guys on defense were Georgia players, so it's not actually a bad strategy.
Yeah. In this case, Christian Miller, I don't think would be a reach if he's there. No. I mean, I think he would be basically a slam dunk for the Falcons. I think he's the exact kind of player they're looking for at defensive tackle if that's how they want to go with this pick. So I do think that, like, at least in that case, there's one Georgia player out there at least who I think would be a solid fit for the Falcons here with their first pick.
I think so too. I think he also, for me, is the biggest position of need, interior defensive lineman.
Yeah.
I know that they made the Rook trade last week and got Mason Smith, and it's just like a slightly bigger version of
a run-stopping
of a similar
Rook.
guy.
Yeah.
And whether it's Christian Miller, Caden McDonald, who else?
It's really for me. It's like it's that
Lee Hunter from Texas.
Yeah, Lee
Tech
Hunter.
Is
Yeah,
name.
exactly. It's that body type to me. Yeah. It's almost not like a position. It's like you need a 330 pounder who's going to require 2 guys to block him. And the meta again to kind of go back to what we were talking about with the running game. Like the meta in the NFL when you're playing these 2 high safeties is you want those 2 high safeties. You want to be devoting as many resources as possible to stopping these passing attacks. While still being able to contain run games. And to do that, you need, or it helps, to have one of those kind of immovable guys. And I think Christian Miller also, just like with not just his size profile, but he can knife into the backfield. I think he would do really well in this kind of attack-style defensive front that Nate Ollie and Jeff Ulbrich have implemented here in Atlanta. So think he would be a good fit. But yeah, I mean, there's tons of players out there that would be interesting for the Falcons, and they don't even necessarily need to go defensive tackle. Even though there's 2 or 3 good ones still out there, they could get snapped up really quickly. I mean, we saw offensive tackles just going right in a row, and typically there are runs on some of these positions.
That actually wouldn't surprise me at all if there's an early run in the second round on defensive tackles and also potentially the corners that are left.
Yeah.
Some of the really talented corners are still there. Jamad McCoy from Tennessee.
Yep.
Depends on whose board you're looking at, rankings, whatever. But like by and large, he's ranked as one of the 2 or 3 best corners in the draft and one of the best, 20, 25 players in the draft as well. He's still there. Avion Terrell, obviously AJ Terrell's brother, is still there. He was projected as a first rounder by a number of different people. Colton Hood, the other corner from Tennessee, is also there. And then
D'Angelo Pons is an interesting one. I mean, he's a big player, but will that big playing style translate to the NFL? I mean, Falcons fans have seen it not quite with a Clark Phillips who had a spectacular, really stellar college career with a lot of interceptions and stuff, but it's a lot tougher in the NFL. These guys are bigger, faster, stronger.
My question as far as that position goes is just like how big of a need is that for the Falcons? I think with AJ Terrell and with Mike Hughes, and I mean, I guess the big question is injury and how fast can folks that got banged up last year come back. I mean, you always need more depth, but I just think that there's starting spots open at other
off-ball
positions.
linebacker. If a Jacob Rodriguez is there, it's going to be hard to pass up that kind of player who can make that impact.
That's my dream pick.
To me,
I said that earlier today. I'll say it again now. Like Jacob Rodriguez, watching, because Texas Tech was so good last year. They were
Yeah.
on so often, made a nice little run, and so you got a chance to see him a little bit. That guy just jumped off the screen as one of the smartest football players.
Football player. Yeah,
he's just
absolute
a smart
football
player.
Yeah, he seems like the most like easy button. Draft him. He's going to make multiple Pro Bowls or all pros. We don't count Pro Bowls anymore, but he's going to be a long time good.
First alternate, not alternate, like actually
right,
Pro
you gotta
Bowl
be the first,
elected.
first team All Pro.
Yeah, he's not the guy that goes to the Pro Bowl because 17 guys didn't want to go.
Right,
He was actually selected to the Pro Bowl game.
Yeah.
Him or obviously CJ Allen. Like if either one of those guys are there at 48, it'd be hard for me to pass on him. Again, I have no idea what the Falcons brass value and what position they're thinking of first and all of that. But I do feel like, if I'm guessing, like with like a half an hour before the second round starts, I'm guessing there'll be a run on some of those D tackles and corners before the Falcons at 48.
Yeah, I think so. And to add to your point, though, about questioning how much the Falcons actually need to devote like these resources at this pick towards cornerback, there's a guy that nobody's really talking about. I feel like I'm talking about him more than anybody, and I'm probably talking about him too much given how the samples that we've seen. But I was really impressed with Kobe Bryant last year. I know he got picked on in some of those games, and statistically it didn't look good for him, but he was going up against Mike Evans, who got the better of him. Even though Kobe Bryant was in position, I just really liked the look of him athletically, his body type. He's kind of that Gumby, like long-armed, can kind of just stay in front of receivers and make it hard to catch footballs. I think he's going to be a guy who is challenging for a starting spot. I mean, remember, he was seen as basically like a third-round pick last year, and it's still kind of everybody's kind of unsure why he didn't go drafted ultimately, and the Falcons were able to snap him up as a UDFA.
He was an undrafted free agent who ended up on the field quite a bit at the end of the year. I don't. What was the story with him?
There are some physical things that there's.
He's not the biggest guy in the world.
Yeah. There were some he's really light. Need to add some muscle to his frame. You never know. I mean, there could have been some I don't know of anything, but there could have been a red flag character issue thing that could have cropped up. Don't know, but he's talented.
I'll say
he showed it last year.
This is no way to judge a player, but I don't care. I'm a human and I'm biased. We got a chance to sit with him and a lot of the other rookies at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta event that we always do around Christmas time. He was by far the most engaging rookie. Really fun to talk to.
In the locker room, super smiling all the time, really affable guy.
And again, that's not how you judge a player and all that,
right.
but I liked him.
Yeah, same.
I had a great time talking to him.
Same.
He was awesome. He was so awesome. He was so happy. Christmas was coming up, and he was stressing over what to get his girlfriend.
If Andy was vetting prospects in these interviews, he'd be like, "Oh, dude, I went to school there."
He's got a great smile.
Man, I would be the most trickable
awesome
general
hugger.
manager. I would throw the tape out the window and be like, when we talked to him for 15 minutes at the combine, he looked me in the eye.
He looked me in the eye.
He told me a great story about going camping with his dad, and I'm drafting him. It's he ran a 5.8. He ran a 5.8, and he's a wide receiver. I don't care. He's a heady guy.
Camping is character building.
He loves the Blue album from Weezer.
He loves Weezer.
Yeah.
Okay?
Who knew?
And Buddy Holly's not even his favorite song on the album. It's Gone Surfing. He likes the B-sides. Wow.
He could be our CB2.
Took an awesome, weird turn. All right. We're getting closer to the draft picks.
Got some picks coming up soon.
For people that care about actual football, the draft will start in 20 minutes. We're going to take a break.
We're wasting time.
We'll be right back. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
A new crash with new delays in Atlanta, I-85 southbound, south of Georgia 400. 2 left lanes are blocked. You're starting to really jam up. The Buford Spring Connector will be a good alternate for you. In Midtown, we have some delays now because of a stall on the connector southbound before North Avenue in the right center lane. And Clayton County, a crash getting cleaned up, so we still have delays on I-75 southbound, passing Forest Parkway, everything off on the right side. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually do not have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online, all with the best equipment, with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. So even though the kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price. Lock in reliable, fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get Disney Plus, Hulu Bundle, and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change and availability. Actual speeds may vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premise by coaxial cable.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 404-999-1299. That's 404-999-1299.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
It's a draft night in the ATL.
And our exclusive coverage continues. Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
TradeGen Wealth, your trusted fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's been a while. Song's called Surf Wax America, my bad. That would have been a test for the draft prospect.
Right. Yeah.
I called it Gone Surfing only to test him, to see if he really did like Weezer. Jody,
that was a test, and you passed.
One of our devoted listeners in the middays. I know she listens to all the shows at 92.9 The Game, but I'm pretty sure she likes us best. She said her favorite song on the Blue Album was In the Garage. Also a great song. Great album.
I love some 90s rock, man.
Yep.
It's
me too.
You know, the best way to do it, the best way to listen to it is find like that song, any like deep track by a band you like, and then go to that Spotify radio for the song,
That's
not
right.
the band, the song.
And then it's all a bunch of other songs that are like that.
Yes.
And
yeah.
sometimes they'll have the popular ones on there, but
Right.
a lot of times it'll be like secondary and third songs from
Yeah.
other bands. I don't know.
And those are the best ones because it's like, oh, I remember this song. It's like the ones that you would never hear played.
Yep.
You know,
Totally right.
Just take a break away from the draft show, guys. But not bad here. But
we're breaking down some hardcore football here, Oren.
Nikhil just got named Most Improved Player.
All right.
Nice.
Correct award handed out by the National Basketball Association. Let's take like a slight pause, right? Because the draft doesn't start for 15
We have 15 minutes, 41 seconds.
The Hawks are up 2-1. Nikhil hasn't played well yet. He played better last night, third quarter specifically. But I don't know, maybe this is a little shot in the arm for him to sort of get him
confidence builder.
Yeah, get him back on track for the series. But you add that free agent pickup in the offseason, Most Improved Player. The crown jewel of all of it still is getting that unprotected pick from the Pelicans.
I know. It's
depending on how that conveys, but like that's still the biggest fleecing of all of it.
Yeah.
And then being able to make the tough decision franchise-wise to move on from Trey and to be able to get unexpected performance.
Yeah, like a guy who
CJ.
is, he's like I wouldn't say he's not carrying the team, but he's like such an important part of what they do and how they win.
He carried them in game 2
Yeah.
and for large portions of game 1.
Yeah.
I think yesterday was more of a team effort, but obviously he was huge in the first half and hit the game-winning shot too. It was funny. Nikhil and CJ were once traded for each other years ago when CJ was traded from Portland to New Orleans. Nikhil never played for Portland. He was then immediately traded, I think, to Utah. CJ also was the Most Improved Player in the NBA 12 years ago or whatever that was, his third year in Portland. And now they're on the same team. And then the other thing to add to it as well is the Kuminga trade. I mean, to be able to make the call on Porzingis and find a distressed asset, as they call it, in Kuminga in Golden State. And I mean, him and CJ have been the two best players on the team in the series so far. So, cool. Congratulations to Nikhil Alexander-Walker for being named Most Improved Player. I still, it's funny, when CJ McCollum won that award, he was on our show weekly in Portland for the CJ McCollum show, which was very fun. And we asked him, he won it. It was like, congratulations on winning the Most Improved Player award. He was like, I didn't improve. I just got more minutes. It was like
he's very matter of fact like that.
He was like, I'm not trying. He's like, I'm not trying to be rude, but I could have done this last year.
Yeah.
I just didn't play very many minutes. I really didn't improve that much. I just play 32 minutes a game now, and last year I played 9. It's kind of Nikhil's role had never been like this before. Maybe he could have always done this. Who knows?
Similarly, I really like CJ's answer to the on-court reporter who was asking him about after winning that game 2. And I forget exactly what the question was, but it was something like, "How does it feel to put the dagger in the hearts of these fans or whatever?" He's like, "Actually, I'm just competing. Like we're just competing at a world-class level. It's not about knives or stabbing anybody. Like it's just about competing
and then
winning."
Somebody asked him about how does it feel to be the villain? He's like, "I'm not a villain."
Yeah, that's what it was. It was the villain. Yeah, it was like
I'm a nice guy with a wife and kids. I'm just trying to win games. Like I love his like genuine disinterest in the narrative.
Yes,
nonsense.
yeah,
He's going to
totally.
be an excellent media guy.
He would, yeah. If
when
he
it's
wants
all-
to do it, absolutely.
If he wants to, I think he did really want to, and he probably still does a little bit. But now he's
He had
made
his own show,
He's
yeah.
made
CJ
so
McCollum
much
show.
damn money.
Yeah, true.
He could do something way better than being like. No offense, all the guys that are on the prime. Pregame, postgame show. Those guys all had Hall of Fame careers, made a lot of money too. So it's not like, it's not like money is the deciding factor, but like he could do a lot of different stuff. Also, his career's nowhere near over.
Yeah.
He's
I know.
he's gonna get a pretty fun contract.
I feel like he's playing as best as he has.
I
and-
think that's right.
Yeah.
I think that's right. And it's a real credit to him, and hopefully they can keep it up, man.
Such a fun Hawks team. I feel like this Hawks team. I feel like they're better positioned. Actually, I went on Maria Martin's show Sports Extra on Sunday night. After the Hawks lost that game 1, I was like, I actually feel more confident in the Hawks in this series, seeing how they played and how they lost and how they kept that game competitive, and how the pressure, you could even sense in that game 1, the pressure starting to kind of come onto the Knicks a little bit, them kind of feeling the pressure of that game closing down towards the end of that game. And I was like, man, especially if the Hawks can take game 2, which they ultimately did, that becomes a pressure cooker in MSG. It's not working in your favor. All of a sudden it's working against you.
They've done all the things that you want to do to a team that's favored.
Yeah.
Right? Like they've made one of their best players obsolete. Like Mikal Bridges is having a full Ben Simmons meltdown in this series. Mike Brown earlier today, I guess after their shoot around, was quoted as saying, the starting lineup will be a game time decision. It's all up in the air. If they bench Mikal Bridges, like that's it for him. Like, are you really going to put Deuce McBride into the starting lineup in game 4 on the road? That's your plan? Then you have Deuce McBride and Jalen Brunson in the lineup. CJ McCollum would have to, I was about to say something totally inappropriate. It would be like he took Blue Chew. Like he would be way too excited to get out on the court if both of those guys were on the floor at the same time.
You're a company man.
I'm a company man. Blue Chew Gold. The new and improved Blue Chew. It dissolves under your tongue. Those commercials will start playing next week, I think. Anyway, back to some NFL draft conversation as we are 10
That
minutes
chewed
away.
up 5 minutes of before the draft starts there.
Yeah,
So we're just trying
blue
to
chewed it up.
There you go.
I don't know. I've been on the air a lot today.
Oh,
it's just
man.
going to get weirder, man. Like this is hour 4 for me. It's going to be hour 7 in the 9 o'clock hour. I don't know. we got some drinks
get
in the
wild once the
office.
sun
We
goes
crack
down.
those open when the sun goes down. Who knows? Anyway, 10 minutes before the second round gets underway. Again, the Falcons don't pick until pick 48, which is right in the middle of the second round. If they stay there. I mean, if they're to trade back, obviously, we'll keep you updated on that. But the plan is, when we'll go to break here in about 5 minutes, by the time we come back, the second round will be underway, and we're just going to tell you the picks as they come.
Yeah.
We'll probably find out about them on Twitter before they say them on TV. We're going to say them as soon as we see them, and they're verified by insiders and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be how we roll with the second and third round. I don't know. In years past, when we've done live coverage of drafts, you go to the podium.
Right.
We're not going to do that tonight. It's way
Yeah.
easier to do it like this. And
Yeah.
when the Falcons make their selection, we'll spend a ton more time talking about the player that they pick, of course. But that'll be the run of show. Once the draft
It's
starts.
way easier for us to say. I was watching the draft with my dad last night. We were joking. It's like, yeah, this could be a conference call. But it's credit to the NFL that it's not. And it's this huge production that's now going on the road
It
every
could
single.
be.
But I mean, it literally used to be like that's
It
how
did.
the initial NFL drafts were.
Yeah,
They were conference
all
calls.
of the rounds happened in a day, and it just it all happened very quickly, and there wasn't. And now they've turned
It's so
it
funny.
into a traveling circus.
Back in the day, they didn't even have the notion that it would be entertaining for people, like that people would even really care, and people probably knew a lot less about the players who were entering the NFL.
Can I be honest with you? And this is probably a dumb thing to say 10 minutes before we start live draft coverage.
Please say it now.
I don't know that it is now. Like, I get it.
Ooh, I love this take. I
They've
love
made
this
it
take.
into this grand spectacle,
Yeah.
and it's cool. They do a great job of turning nothing into huge things.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I'm sure Atlanta will get a draft someday, and I hope we do because it's good for the city and all that kind of stuff. But like, why would you go to an NFL draft?
Well, that's exactly what we're.
You know what I
This
mean?
is the exact conversation we were having.
Why
Like,
would you do that?
Whenever I look at these NFL
If
drafts,
I was getting picked, I would go.
since they've been doing them, right? Yeah,
Maybe.
Since they've been doing them, I can't help but just think about the bathroom situation whenever I see that crowd.
Yeah.
and you know it's bad because they're drinking lots of beers in there.
Like, what if you go? Like, okay, if you live in Pittsburgh and you roll down, okay, I get it. That's fine. You're already there. But you're like a Panthers fan, or not even a Panthers fan, like a fan of a team that was supposed to make a pick last night and then traded out of the first round.
Yeah.
And you didn't even make a pick.
We got value.
Yeah. You're cheering for value. Depth picks tomorrow. The Jimmy Johnson draft chart. You just hold that up. You have that printed out. I don't know. I mean, I get it. I understand the level of fanhood that exists in the NFL and in all sports now. I just feel like I don't know that I don't know that I would put my jersey on and go sit in Pittsburgh and cheer for my team.
One of my enduring NFL draft memories was when the year the Falcons ended up drafting Roddy White. The Green Bay Packers selected Aaron Rodgers, and we went to a bar that no longer exists. Sadly, it was a sports bar called TJ's in Roswell, and there was a Packers fan who was there. And he cleared the table, put his Packers tablecloth on the table, then assembled everything back onto the table. Had a clipboard. This is pre iPhones, pre all this. So he had the clipboard. He's noting, like, marking guys off as they're going. And then the second they draft Rodgers, he goes, "What the hell?" And he slams his
he was furious.
His clipboard. He's so mad.
Did you get a comment?
They had Brett Favre at the time.
Did you get a comment on who it was that he wanted?
I don't remember. I don't remember who he wanted, but what was funny is that we all got mad when the Falcons drafted Roddy White because we just didn't know who he was coming from UAB, and then turns out to be one of the best receivers in the organization.
It's so funny how often that's how it goes. Like, the pick that people get most mad about tend to be the picks that end up awesome, and the picks that everyone's super excited about tend to be fine or sometimes huge disappointments. Like, I'm trying to think back throughout the years of, like, covering Seahawks drafts, and the guy that people were most excited about and everyone wanted, and it was slam dunk, and if he's even there, the Seahawks had the 4th pick, and Aaron Curry was a linebacker out of Wake Forest, and it was like, if he can somehow slip past the first 3 and they can get him, they got him, and nobody remembers that outside of there because that's why. Uh-huh. And then conversely, like Russell Wilson was not a popular draft pick in the 3rd round. Everyone thought that was stupid because they had just signed Matt Flynn to all that money in free agency.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
That's right. The Matt Flynn thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like that, but again, ultimately ended up being, I remember people were really upset about the Keanu Neal draft pick with the Falcons. And ultimately he got injured and it didn't work out, but there was some pretty high highs with Keanu Neal.
Chris Lindstrom. I mean, I believe Knox Bardeen went viral for a video that he posted of Lindstrom getting drafted, the horn going off, and all the fans going, "Who the heck is this? A guard?" But now he's the best offensive lineman in the NFL.
Look, me and Mike Conti have done many NBA drafts covering the Hawks, and like the 2 least excited picks that I can ever remember the Hawks making were John Collins, because no one knew who he was at number 19, and that ended up being really great. And then Jalen Johnson. Like, Jalen Johnson at number 20, like, people were not enthusiastic about it. The draft party that we were at, I don't think people booed because it was pick 20, but and the 2 picks that people were most excited about, DeAndre Hunter and Cam Reddish, obviously didn't work out awesome. So all that to say, like, I mean, who knows? Obviously,
they weren't asking him about Weezer.
They weren't asking exactly. If you had asked Cam Reddish about Weezer, he would have said who, and then you could have quickly moved on to the next guy. Anyway, there's going to be some hits. There's going to be some misses. I always hate the thing that people do where it's like you go back and, they could have had this guy. Well, everyone in the league could have had him. He was a 3rd round draft pick. Don't blame your team for not getting him. Everyone could have had him. Everyone passed on him 2 or 3 times. The 2nd round of the NFL
Brock Purdy
draft,
was the last pick in the draft.
Yeah, everyone could have had him. Tom Brady, 199 other picks were made before he was made, or 198 other picks were made before he was made. Draft starts in 5 minutes. We'll be right back to cover it on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, this is Randy McMichael from the Midday Shows, and coming up on Monday, we'll give you the results of what the Hawks did versus the Knicks. Also, we'll recap the Braves' big series against the Phillies and get you caught up on what the Falcons did in the NFL Draft. That starts at 11 on Monday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Crash delays downtown, northbound side of the connector at Freedom Parkway where the right lane is blocked. Atlanta crash delays on the southbound side of I-85, south of Georgia 400. 2 left lanes are blocked. The Buford Spring connector is a good alternate. And in Midtown, stall delays on the connector southbound before North Avenue, a right center lane closed. Be safe. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Basketball playoffs are underway. Trade every game, series, and the championship on Kelsey. You're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
When you've been denied workers' compensation, it can feel like your fight is over, that you'll never see the benefits and the money you deserve.
If that's happened to you, don't give up.
Get the strong arm. Call attorney John Foy and Associates.
Step into Twin Peaks and you're in the lodge. Warm wood, roaring TVs, and the kind of energy your living room wishes it had. Wings, burgers, and ice-cold 29-degree beer, and a whole vibe that keeps you planted till the final buzzer. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But, Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. One of our clients, Caitlin, said, selling a home with Mark Spain Real Estate was easy. We didn't have to worry about our home selling or making expensive repairs. Their entire process was simple, and we sold the house for more than we thought we could. I've served homeowners just like you for 30 years, and I've helped over 72,000 satisfied clients sell their homes stress-free and for top dollar. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one. The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $525 if they take the title. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
There is nothing more meaningful that you can do for yourself, your family, or your friends than finally getting rid of that joint pain so you can enjoy the time you want to with them again, especially heading into vacation season. Here, let me help you. QC Kinetics takes care of the pain in the office and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these questions, you are the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every single day. Like, I have constant joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. You know, the pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. Or I'm missing work or saying no to activities that I really enjoy. Or I'm at the end of my rope taking medications every day just to get through. If you answered yes to more than one of those questions, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get the relief you need. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call today and get what you need from QC Kinetics. Trust me, it'll be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and the people you care about. It's QC Kinetics.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Coverage of the NFL Draft continues on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Reluctantly crouched at the starting line. Engines pumping and thumping in time. The green light flashes, the flags go up. Churning and burning, they yearn for the cup. They deftly maneuver and muscle for rank.
The second round of the 2026 NFL Draft has officially begun. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. Andy Bunker, Smoke, and Joe Patrick here with you until 10 o'clock tonight, and we will report to you every draft pick that's made as soon as we know who the draft pick is. We just saw, we're watching the coverage here on ESPN, and they have a camera set up at Zachariah Branch's house, obviously.
And we're watching on mute. It's muted.
Yeah, we're watching on mute, so we're just kind of seeing what's happening. And they were like celebrating, I think, right? And I don't know, maybe they got a call, whatever, but nothing official has happened there.
I think that they saw that the pizza guy actually had wings with him too.
Oh,
so it's like when you get cings and the pizza, then it's cause for celebration.
They did have a white couch though, so be careful. You don't want to stain that couch.
That is tough.
But yeah, the 49ers are on the clock. It looks, I mean, the 8-minute clock last night was great. Kept things moving.
I know. It felt like it was going faster. Was that the first time they'd done 8 minutes?
Yeah, it had been 10 before. Before that, it was 15.
It was noticeable.
Not that long
it was
ago.
noticeable.
Yeah, it was good. Kept it moving. Like, look, how do you really need 8 minutes anyway to make one of these decisions? So, kept it moving. And as the draft unfolds tonight, we will let you know every pick that's made. The Falcons, as it stands right now, pick at number 48 in the second round and at number 79 in the third round. Obviously, if they make a trade, we'll let you know about that as well. But the second round of the NFL draft is underway, and we have you covered from now until 10 o'clock. Now, as for some of the players to keep an eye on from a Falcons perspective at 48, I know, Joe, you wanted to mention some of the receivers.
Yeah, because we talked about some of the defensive tackles earlier in the show, and that's certainly going to be a potential option for the Falcons. We talked about some of the cornerbacks. I was going to say defensive backs, but they're not really targeting safeties. But, wide receiver, I think, is a position they very well could go to with either of these picks at 48 or 79. I think, first of all, just to talk about one of the reasons, obviously on top of just needing a receiver, needing a dynamic player at that position, the situation that you're in with Drake London where, things are kind of tenuous right now. Like, obviously you want to get a long-term deal done with him, but frankly, I just don't see why it's in Drake London's best interest to get a deal done necessarily when the market just keeps going up for receivers. So from a negotiating perspective, I think it makes sense for the Falcons to kind of stock themselves with another young dynamic player who can catch passes. And so for that reason, wide receiver is going to be, a position of interest, I think, for them. And there are some more interesting ones. Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana. Sure. Jeremy Bernard has been one who's been talked about a lot. Chris Bell, an interesting one. He hasn't really played this year for Louisville, but has some speed, some deep speed, which that's really what it feels like the Falcons could really use.
Chris Bell's a guy that if he had been healthy last year at Louisville, probably would have got drafted yesterday.
Yeah.
He's probably a first-round wide receiver. Because again, he's banged up and he's still recovering from it.
Still isn't unable to.
Was it an Achilles or was it a knee? I don't remember.
I think it was a knee.
Okay, so he's still recovering from that.
Yeah.
And then there's some receiver names that obviously. Jeremy Bernard is a guy that had a really nice year last year at Alabama, played with Penix at Washington a couple of years ago as well, and Kalen DeBoer said was the best football player they had on their team last year. Can do a lot of different stuff.
Yep.
And in terms of just like fitting a profile of what the Falcons don't have right now, they don't really have a guy like that. They've got the big body guy in Drake. I know that Jahan Dotson can do a number of different things from a speed perspective. Olamide Zaccheaus is a really nice fourth receiver and kind of a security blanket type
over
of
the
guy.
middle. Yeah, find
Jeremy
pockets.
Bernard can just do a lot of different things.
Yeah.
So he's certainly an option. And
Chris
then
Brazel, I was going to say, is another guy from
Big
Tennessee,
body, yeah.
like speedy, can get up the field, get vertical. Ted Hurst, also a local guy from
yeah,
Georgia
that's
State.
a fun name. We talked to Greg Cosell from NFL Network and then Emery Hunt from CBS Sports, the two of our go-to draft analysts. They both brought up Ted Hurst like unprompted. And maybe they knew they were in Atlanta talking. Yeah. Maybe that's what it was. But yeah, Ted Hurst, I've seen him as early as like in the low 40s.
Yeah.
I've seen him as late as like mid third round. But he's a guy that'll probably get drafted tonight. And it would be pretty cool if he was staying here. I mean,
it would.
Yeah.
He's a guy who, like, when you're at Georgia State, like, it's just hard to really kind of make a name for yourself. No matter what you do statistically, it's always going to be held against you. But really what Ted Hurst, I think why he's vaulted himself into this category is the performance that he had at the Senior Bowl, where he really went and stood out there. So, and I think, again, another guy who has the speed that the Falcons would be looking for with the receiver that they would want to pair alongside Drake London. So, and probably a guy, with what you have in Olamide Zaccheaus and Jahan Dotson, maybe a guy that you're not necessarily relying on to like come in and be the wide receiver 2 week 1. You know, he's a guy who can adjust to the level of the NFL and hopefully improve and go from there.
A couple of other things to keep an eye on tonight as the first round played out last night, maybe kind of setting some of these things in motion. The Giants taking Arvell Reese at 5 and just loading up on pass rushers maybe makes Kayvon Thibodeau available. I know there was a lot of rumors last year surrounding the draft that Kayvon Thibodeau could be traded. I don't have any reason to believe that would have died down. And then them drafting Arvell Reese too kind of adds to it. So there's a possibility there. George Pickens signing his franchise tag yesterday after not signing it for a very long time, and then their front office coming out and being like, yeah, we're not negotiating. I don't know. That sort of set off a little bit of a eyebrow raise. Like, why would he do that? Maybe there's a trade in place. So maybe, because, I mean, George Pickens doesn't sign that or sign off on a trade unless he's going somewhere to get the contract that he wants.
Right.
So maybe a team contacted the Cowboys, was like, hey, we want him. We're going to extend him, whatever. You just got to get him to sign that.
Got to get him under contract.
Get him to sign that franchise tag so we could do it. So just a couple other things to keep an eye on beyond players that will be drafted tonight.
Yeah. And the Falcons have their own, obviously, with Kyle Pitts.
They could.
Those rumors have been going around for weeks.
It would surprise me, I think.
It would definitely surprise me. I've brought it up. I've talked with you and Randy about it multiple times and some of our other shows, but I've never thought about it in the context of actually trading for picks in this draft. I've always thought it was going to be something that happens more along, deeper. The trade could occur, this weekend, and maybe you do get something late in this draft from it. But I've always thought of it as something that you're actually looking for picks for next year's draft, not necessarily this one.
Yeah, there's also a possibility that you could trade him in season. I mean, there's
absolutely. I think it behooves the Falcons, I think, to kind of flex that leverage in that way. Like, you want to get the most for him, and that might be from a team that desperately needs him in the season.
Yeah, I think it depends a bit on how the year goes as well, right? Like if somehow they find lightning in a bottle with Tua, or if Penix is healthy and playing really well,
right,
and Pitt's a big part of it, they just ride it out, win games, go to the playoffs, see what happens.
Yeah.
But
and if not, you can go the other way.
Exactly,
with not just Pitts. I mean, there's other players too.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's definitely true. There was also, I saw Joel Corey, one of the salary cap experts that we have on the station from time to time, suggesting that the pick that the Cardinals made of Jeremiah Love and the guaranteed money that he's going to get up front from that contract could be leveraged by Gibbs and Bijan Robinson in their contract negotiations as well. So there's just a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
And then the Jeremiah Love going third overall kind of threw a little bit of a wrench into the running back market because of how much money you get by being one of the top 3 picks.
Yeah.
So, the Falcons probably didn't love that. They
probably didn't love it. Yeah.
Great, that's
still think Bijan will get his contract. I think he'll get a contract, a long-term extension done before Drake London. I would actually kind of be surprised if a long-term extension does materialize for Drake London this offseason. I would be surprised if one does not materialize for Bijan Robinson.
Ew, wow.
Interesting first pick here in the second round.
Is underway. Speaking of wide receivers, one that we didn't even mention in conjunction with the Falcons, from Ole Miss, wide receiver Dejon Stribling goes number 33 overall, number 1 in the second round to the San Francisco 49ers. Big body wide receiver. Obviously, super physical guy. They like players like that.
Yeah, great 40 timer and a 4.36. But not what I would have expected. I mean, like as far as like consensus boards goes, I don't think he's necessarily the receiver that was at the top right now.
Just the board I'm looking at here, it's not my board. I didn't make one. But the board that I'm looking at here, the Dane Brugler beast from The Athletic, had Dejon Stribling behind Antonio Williams from Clemson, Malachi Fields from Notre Dame, Chris Bell from Louisville, who we just talked about, Jeremy Bernard from Alabama, who we just talked about, and Denzel Boston from Washington. He was the sixth guy on that board, and the number, gosh, I don't even know, pretty low number overall as well. So, but hey, you know what? Like we talked about earlier with the Rams and sort of franchise equity and just sort of giving the benefit of the doubt, I gave the 49ers the benefit of the doubt. I trust him. I trust Kyle Shanahan to know what he wants in a wide receiver and to go out and get him.
Yeah, exactly. So, but hey, I like that pick for the Falcons. You know, as these picks come through, I don't really care unless it's like someone I think the Falcons would be interested in, where it's like you don't want to see those guys go off the board. But I don't think Stribling was one that I certainly didn't have my eyes on him in front of some of these other names that you just.
No, we had spent zero time talking about Dejon Stribling, both tonight and in the lead up to the draft between me and Randy. He's just not a wide receiver that
we had like 3 months to talk about
anytime talking about. Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that's been projected at right around 48 the whole time, and we just spent time talking about him. Now, this does kind of kick off the second round that we projected, where wouldn't surprise me or Joe to see a bit of a run on wide receivers go here, a bit of a run on some of the defensive tackles, who, again, according to the Dane Brugler board, the number one defensive tackle on the board is still there, and that's Caden McDonald out of Ohio State. And then cornerbacks as well. There's going to be some cornerbacks taken early in this second round, but kicked it off with a wide receiver from Ole Miss, and I'll be honest, a little bit of a surprise.
That is, it is very surprising, but hey, you know, that's why we like the NFL draft. That's why we're glad this is not a conference call. But there was one other topic, probably too late. We'll get into it in the next segment, because I want to talk to you about offensive tackle for the Falcons. That's another position where it's like, where do you actually pull the lever for that position, which I think we know is coming at some point during this draft for the Falcons, but when exactly do you do that?
I think, unfortunately, the drop-off between first-round tackle talent and where the rest of the group is pretty significant. You saw 7 offensive tackles go last night, and I don't see any offensive tackles projected higher than the third round.
Yeah.
And maybe they would do that in the third round tonight.
An
offensive lineman just went off the board, though.
Yep. A guard.
The second pick of the second round, the Arizona Cardinals take Chase Bizantis out of Texas A&M. We do. We'll tell you a little bit about Chase here.
Chase Bizantis, guard, Texas A&M.
But Chase Bizantis, very interesting guy, someone that I have scheme fit projections for the Ravens.
A strong physical interior lineman with a powerful base and ability to generate push in the run game. He plays with good leverage and heavy hands to control defenders at the point of attack, continuing to refine pass protection techniques, but projects a dependable high upside interior starter.
Yeah, and again, from a Falcons perspective, which is the way that we're going to look at a lot of this stuff here between me and Joe, not a position that they were going to draft.
Yeah.
They're set at guard on the offensive line.
Yep.
Dejon Stribling, the guy that went first overall in the second round, probably wasn't the player that they were going to take either. So from a position of need standpoint, all the defensive tackles are still there.
Yeah.
And the wide receivers we talked about are still there.
That's right.
Couple picks
Things
closer.
looking good.
Yeah, a couple picks closer to the Falcons at 48. We'll take a quick break. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. They'll probably make their pick while we're in commercial. So when we come back, we'll let you know who they took. Don't go anywhere. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match tomorrow. Atlanta United travels to Toronto FC.
Game time 1 p.m.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
The playoffs. We built this for us. We worked hard for us. We never focused on them because we only focused on the ATL. This is Atlanta.
The three-point shot is back.
This is the playoffs.
Stop and pop. Bang! He hits it at the buzzer.
Round 1, Hawks versus Knicks. Go to hawks.com/tickets.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Relax and let Kroger Delivery handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then carefully pack your order in our refrigerated trucks. And our cool trucks keep your food fresh right to your door. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Delivery. Get free delivery during online deal days, plus $30 off your first online order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Hello, Atlanta. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account and participate in financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A., member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Back to more of our Day 2 draft coverage.
Our exclusive draft coverage is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today. Trajan Wealth, your trusted fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Welcome back to our second round draft coverage here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Andy Bunker and Smokin' Joe Patrick here with you until 10 o'clock tonight. As we were in break, a couple of different draft picks were made. The Texans and the Raiders actually made a pick swap. The Raiders traded back, and the Texans traded up to 36. We'll tell you who they took at 36 in just a minute. But the Buffalo Bills, while we were in break, took T.J. Parker out of Clemson. Let's hear a little bit about T.J.
T.J. Parker, edge rusher, Clemson.
Nowhere to go that time for June, brought down by T.J. Parker, who has been much more active today.
A protective edge rusher with strong first step and natural feel for getting to the quarterback. Parker uses length and power effectively to set the edge and disrupt plays. Continues to develop pass rush counters, but already shows traits of a high-impact defender.
Yeah, so that's T.J. Parker out of Clemson, a guy that we talked to Wes Durham yesterday on the midday show about, because we asked him about Peter Woods from Clemson, also who ended up going late first round. And Wes brought up T.J. Parker too. And he's like, both these guys kind of going into the year last year were thought of as first round draft picks. Who knows how high? Like, could have maybe played their way top 15, whatever. Clemson wasn't good. They both sort of suffered from that.
Yeah.
Wes said, T.J. Parker played the 2025 season as if he thought no one would see the tape. Like, the 2024 tape was so good that he maybe felt like that was good enough. And then, I don't know, which I thought was a really, really good line. Nonetheless, he goes 35th overall to a really good football team. So maybe it all worked out in the end for T.J. Parker.
Listen, in all seriousness, I do think that some of these guys can fall victim to that. Like when you're just like when the expectations for your team have fallen so much, and like you go from being one of the premier programs to being like at the bottom of the barrel.
Well, you see guys,
you do just kind of lose your sense of.
Yeah, the motivation, the edge.
Yeah, that you're still putting plays on tape.
You've seen guys redshirt, de facto quit when the season doesn't go well early in the year. Big time players, I'm going to go focus on the draft late in the year kind of stuff. He didn't do that, obviously, and still had a nice, productive year. The guy goes 35th overall. So, still obviously had a really nice season. That's pick 35 for the Bills. Pick number 36, again, we said was a trade between the Raiders and the Texans. The Texans moving up to pick number 36 to take a guy that we've talked a bit about. They've taken Caden McDonald out of Ohio State.
Now, can I say? Oh, can I say I love this outfit? Just like a bowling shirt, basically, with a white undershirt. Like no fancy jacket. I don't know if he was dressed up last night because I know he was in the green room last night as well as a potential first round pick. But I like it. Just the understated, everyday workman.
That's the outfit of a defensive tackle.
That's
right there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I feel like different position groups, like quarterbacks, have to kind of be to the nines. You know, you're going to be the CEO. Right. Wide receivers are going to be flashy. There might be some sunglasses on inside. There's going to be some jewelry.
Of course. Yeah.
Actually, most guys have jewelry on, but like the wide receivers are going to be a little bit flashier. I loved what Desmond Bain did. Ruben Bain. What Ruben Bain did as part of the walk up to the stage is there's a hat for you on the table with a mirror in front of it, and a lot of guys will stop and put the hat on and like pose and posture. Bain just snatched that thing and kept walking, put it on, shrugged his shoulders like he was going to go fight somebody. It was like, that's exactly what I want from a defensive lineman.
Absolutely.
I don't need any cute antics from my trench guys. And Caden McDonald looks like he's wearing a Dickies suit, which is awesome.
This is why Andy needs to be a scout. You know, this is the kind of scouting techniques that, you know, free tips for those around the NFL about, you know, the kind of personality you want in your players.
Me and Randy have offered our services across the board to all kinds of different franchises. Randy's going to be able to tell you the X's and O's stuff. He knows the ins and outs of the game. He played in the NFL for a very long time. Very smart player. I'm going to give you the intangible stuff. I'm going to be able to tell you.
That's the hardest stuff to find out about,
does he love football?
There's no tape of the intangibles.
You can't.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm going to look into his soul, and I'm going to tell you whether or not the man loves football the way that he needs to. Should we play the Caden McDonald vignette? Let's do it.
Caden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Caden McDonald came out of the pile far
Mitchell came in pointing their direction.
A Suwannee native who played high school football at North Gwinnett. He was a consensus first-team All-American in 2025. McDonald is still developing consistency as a pass rusher, but projects a stout presence inside.
Probably another reason why we like Caden McDonald. He's a local kid.
Yeah.
So good for the Texans. I know we were sort of laughing a little bit about adding a player because he was the number one defensive tackle on a lot of people's boards. I know he ends up going early second round, but he was the most talented player at that position in a lot of people's opinions. And now he goes to the Houston Texans, where they already have just an outrageous amount of talent on that defensive line. Will Anderson obviously got the big contract. Danielle Hunter is still there. Sheldon Rankins. Like, they have so many good players on that line.
Earlier in the show, we were talking about the meta in the NFL, and the Texans are building it so that they can basically stop the run with like 5 players, basically. Like, their defensive line and 1 linebacker basically can, I think from their hopes is that they can take care of things. But that's exactly what we saw from the Seattle Seahawks. Like, that's basically why they were so dominant. Is they just had not even 4, like 8 guys there who are just bullies and badasses and incredibly strong. And they just make life hell. But
they could stop the run and get to your quarterback and make him uncomfortable.
Just push offensive linemen back
with 4 guys.
Yeah,
they didn't have to bring any extra pressure. They had the 2 guys in the middle that were it was gonna be impossible to run against. They had athletes with size on the edge that could get to the quarterback and set the edge in the run game. And then they had 7 guys on the back end that were defending the pass, and it worked pretty good for them. It worked out pretty good for them all the way to the Super Bowl.
I'm a little sad to see Caden McDonald not, land with the Falcons, obviously, because the Falcons need this position, and I'm an Ohio State fan, like we talked about earlier, so watch a lot of him. He's very good. I will say one thing about the Ohio State players, because there is one Ohio State player that's going to start to factor in to the draft now, which is Davison Igbinosun. I can never get the name right.
No, I think you got it right.
I would caution to steer far away.
Really?
Yeah. Just to me, having seen
Davison Igbinosun,
not a premier athlete, grabs, uses his hands way too much. I know that's something. The penalties came down this year, but still, I thought he was shaky at best, typically.
And as a guy who has to say their names on the radio, I would be super happy if they steered away.
Something I was going to mention too, when we get into the second, third rounds, when they start to have the celebrities or the former players or whatever have to pick these names. I feel like the former players happen to get just like the most brutal names they have to try to pronounce in these things, and sometimes
there's some toughies though.
Disaster.
The Falcons have had some toughies.
Ruka-Roro.
When they got Ruka-Roro, I was like, there's so many different ways this could go. Now, ultimately, it ended up being pretty phonetic. Like, Rook is really easy to say, and a row is just row your boat. Like, it's not actually that hard to say.
Yeah.
But the first time you read it, it's like
O's, H's, and R's constantly throughout the name.
Could it be Rookie?
Right.
Rucky? I don't know. No, it's Rook. Okay. And then the Falcons had another defensive lineman from Notre Dame a couple of years back as well, whose name was just absolutely treacherous for me. Like, I had no chance in saying his name.
Yeah.
And then I came to find out that I was saying David Onyemata's name wrong for 3 years also. It's David Onyemata.
Sorry. Onyemata. And Marcus, is it it's Mariota or Mariota? I know that he was very particular about how to pronounce that.
Mariota.
Okay.
Just think about like Marcus Mariota. Marcus Mariota. Not Mariota. But I do like when people get it wrong.
All right. Colton Hood goes off.
Adi Ogundeji. That's right.
Adi Ogundeji. It
ended up, now it's easy to say. Now that he's gone, we can say it really easily. Colton Hood gets drafted 37th overall by the New York Giants. He's a cornerback from Tennessee. He, again, this is all subjective and different people have different boards and all that. But a lot of folks had Jermod McCoy, their other cornerback, rated higher than him. And obviously Tennessee, both incredibly talented corners. But Colton Hood goes to the New York Giants at 37 overall. Do we want to hear a little bit about Colton Hood? Let's do that.
Colton Hood, corner, Tennessee.
Pocket collapse. Pass is picked off. Colton Hood will high step it into the end zone.
A physical cornerback with good size and competitiveness in coverage. Hood flashes ability in both man and zone with solid instincts. He played high school football at Eagles Landing Christian Academy in McDonough.
another local guy.
What the?
Obviously,
like Georgia high school football, man, is insane.
No, it's true. You go look at the roster of any NFL team. There's 3 or 4 guys. Yeah. They're just 3 or 4 guys from the Atlanta Metro, and not everybody's Atlanta Metro. There's great players all over the whole state, but it's just like, oh yeah, okay. Oh, he's from.
That's interesting. Elka too. That's like a
Got
single A small school there, but a really good program.
Awesome. Good for him. He's headed to be a part of the New York Giants. And like we mentioned earlier, chance that the Giants could make a trade. Kayvon Thibodeau could be the odd man out on that defensive line as they've continued to stock up on defensive linemen. They also made 2 picks in the top 10 last night because they were able to flip Dexter Lawrence for the 10th overall pick. Look, obviously you have to hit on the picks and everything has to come together, but that just kind of feels like early good decision-making in the Harbaugh era, whereas maybe the Giants hadn't been making the greatest decisions over the last decade or so, which is why they hadn't been winning a lot of football games. But I don't know, that just felt like taking advantage of a really desperate team and allowing your team to fill another hole that it has.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good sign from them. Got another player off the board here for the Raiders, who they had the pick earlier. They traded away. That was for Caden McDonald. Traden Stukes goes, cornerback from Arizona.
Okay, so again, a guy that, there's other safeties, other defensive backs that are rated maybe a little bit in front of him.
Yeah,
one of the many positions of need for the Las Vegas Raiders. Traden Stukes, a player out of Arizona who is obviously a really talented guy. Do we have a little bit on him as well, Oren? Let's hear about Traden Stukes.
Traden Stukes, safety, Arizona.
Intercepted instead. Traden Stukes.
He's a versatile defensive back with experience at multiple secondary spots. He's a physical tackler who plays aggressively downhill. Stukes is continuing to refine coverage instincts, but offers upside as a hybrid safety.
So that's Traden Stukes. He's going to be a Las Vegas Raider. He'll be a part of their secondary. Sounds like the Browns have made their selection as well. Sounds like they're going to go with one of the wide receivers that we've talked about. And again, as we are now 7 picks into the second round, we talked in the first hour of the shows, we were kind of projecting what we think might happen early in the second round. Runs on receivers. If Denzel Boston is the pick for the Cleveland Browns, that's 2 wide receivers with Dejon Stribling going 33rd overall, the first pick of the second round. A couple edge guys, obviously Caden McDonald from Ohio State going to the Houston Texans, and then Colton Hood and Traden Stukes, both secondary guys. Denzel Boston going to the Cleveland Browns from the Washington Huskies. Was in a wide receiver room with Jeremy Bernard, Rome Odunze, Jalen McMillan, and Jalen Polk a couple of years ago. So a lot of NFL talent. I mean, they went to the national championship game, so they took advantage of it.
If you're watching us on our YouTube channel, Andy's repping the Washington Huskies there.
First Husky off the board. There'll probably only be 1 or 2 other ones in the rest of the draft. I know we've got a running back that may get drafted today. Well, he'll get drafted today probably, but it'll probably be 3rd round. I will say, as a big fan of Denzel Boston, I wish that he wouldn't have gotten drafted by the Cleveland Browns, but those quarterbacks definitely need people to throw to. Yeah. So he's kind of like, I saw him called Drake London Light. That's a pretty fair comparison from a body type standpoint and the way that he plays and all that.
It's an interesting draft so far where I think it's expectedly chaotic, random. Like just a lot of these players are just, they're not like stacking up neatly on boards. You know,
there hasn't been a run on a single position
yet. There hasn't been positional runs, and I just feel like some of these players who have come off are not necessarily the highest rated on some of these consensus boards. So teams just I think that's because what's defined this class is just a broad opinion on a lot of these different players, because it's not like a superstar loaded class.
Definitely. And then also, obviously it being so thin at quarterback changes things because usually by now there's 4 or 5 quarterbacks that are off the board,
right,
which push so many more talented players down the board. With only 2 quarterbacks being off, it just boosts so many of these other guys up. And now it's so much position of need for teams. I mean, with 7 picks into the second round, you've had 2 wide receivers, an offensive guard, an edge rusher, a defensive tackle, a cornerback, and a safety. The only duplicate position is wide receiver. And as we sort of talk from a Falcons perspective, that's one of the 2 or 3 spots we kind of are hoping that they address here with pick 48. We're just about 10 picks away from the Falcons. Let's take a quick break here. I know that the Browns pick is in. We know that it's Denzel Boston. So we'll take a break here. On the other side, if the Chiefs have made their pick, we'll update you. If not, we'll keep talking about who we think the Falcons may take at pick number 48. You're listening to second round coverage of the NFL Draft with Andy Bunker and Smoking Joe Patrick right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoff. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hello, Atlanta. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account and participate in financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just 1 visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
We start the draft. We drop them, baby. Let's go.
It's day 2 of the NFL Draft, and we've got it covered live in real time.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit WindowNation.com for your free consultation today.
Trey Janwell, your trusted fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coverage of the second round of the 2026 NFL Draft continues. Andy Bunker and Smokin' Joe Patrick here with you through 10 o'clock tonight. Should be able to get you through most of the third round. Second round fully underway. We are 10 picks into the second round of the NFL Draft. While we were away, get you caught up on the last 5 picks that were made or so. The Raiders took Traden Stukes, safety out of Arizona, with pick number 38. At pick 39, the Browns took Denzel Boston, the wide receiver out of Washington. At pick 40, out of Oklahoma, the Kansas City Chiefs get R. Mason Thomas, the edge rusher, who I think is really, I know he was rated as one of the 9th or 10th edge rusher. When healthy, that guy is one of the best 4 or 5 edge rushers in the class. I mean, he was banged up a bit this year with Oklahoma. He only played half against Auburn and had 2.5 sacks. They had 10 sacks as a team that day. My favorite R. Mason Thomas fact is that R is just R. It doesn't stand for anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It doesn't stand for Reilly or Robert or anything. It's just R. Mason Thomas. That's his name.
I love that.
I love it
That's
too.
Badass.
It sounds like a novelist.
yeah, exactly.
It sounds like he would
That's
like
something, or like some like Civil War era general or something.
Exactly.
Yeah,
something like very esteemed and prestigious.
Yeah.
And look, I don't know. Good teams do good team stuff, but I just feel like the Chiefs are nailing it. They got that great corner from LSU. They got Peter Woods late in the first round, the defensive tackle from Clemson, and then they jump and get R. Mason Thomas at 40. They know what they need.
They're solidifying on defense.
Get Patrick Mahomes healthy and bolster that defense.
And they're going to leverage Andy Reid and like the way they can just create offense, basically, whether that's with Mahomes, if he's able to play by the start of the season, or Justin Fields, whoever it might be, and improve that defense. So, and that's what's going to keep them competitive. Like that's what keeps you competitive week to week for a long time. You know, when you build a stable of these young, talented defensive players.
Yep, they're smart. They know what they're doing. Cassius Howell, drafted 41st out of Texas A&M. He's going to be a Cincinnati Bengal. And then this is a bit of a heartbreaker as we sort of creep closer and closer
right
to
in
pick
the heart.
48
Right in the heart.
For the Falcons. Still a few picks away from the Falcons. The New Orleans Saints at pick 42 take Christian Miller out of Georgia. Defensive tackle out of Georgia, a player that we've obviously spent a lot of time talking about leading into the draft. I never thought he would even be at 42.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't think he would fall all the way to 48, but here he is at 42 getting taken by the Saints. Most folks we talked to had him as a top 20 talent, and I made positional value and all that. Maybe he doesn't get to the quarterback the way that you would want. Defensive lineman too. I don't know. I saw him do that at Georgia too. So kind of a bummer for Georgia fans that are also Falcons fans that now have to see Christian Miller playing for the New Orleans Saints.
And Andy, I think we're in agreement here. I mean, the way that some of these players are coming off the board, I think if I could pick who the Falcons take, I think I would want Jacob Rodriguez more than anybody out there.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I would want him.
That's been my.
I think he's the surefire.
That's my dream pick
for
them at 48. And I mean, I've said that a couple times leading in. We talked about it.
He is a starter. He is a day one starter.
He would be starting for your defense day one. And again, I know it always feels like a little bit like a backhanded compliment when the first thing you talk about with the player is how smart they are, or like the football instincts and stuff like that. He does the athletic stuff too.
Yeah.
Like he ran fast at the combine.
There was skepticism that he was athletic, and then he proved it at the combine.
Yeah, he ran fast, he jumped high, did all the stuff. He also just had all the stats at Texas Tech last year, and I mean, just watch him play.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't help but notice number 10 when you're watching. So again, I mean, we're 5 picks away. Who knows? Probably the Ravens will take him at 45.
Yeah,
because
probably.
the Ravens
Ravens pick.
always take every player that I love, and they just end up doing the smart thing every single time. But that's where we're at right now. The last 5 picks again. Kristen Miller at 42 going to the Saints out of Georgia. Cassius Howell at 41 out of Texas A&M, edge rusher, goes to the Bengals. R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma, also an edge rusher, goes to the Chiefs at 40. Denzel Boston, wide receiver out of Washington, goes to the Browns at 39. And Traden Stukes from Arizona, the safety, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders at pick 38. The Dolphins are currently on the clock.
Only 5 picks away right now? Well, let's see. The 43rd pick is in. We don't know who it is yet for the Dolphins. But we're creeping up on the Falcons here, and still tons of interesting players out there. I mean, I know we just mentioned Jacob Rodriguez as maybe a guy that we prefer, but still a bunch of those receivers out there.
There's a ton of talent at corner. That's
Corner,
still on the
Avion
board.
Terrell hasn't been taken.
Avion Terrell hasn't been taken. Dramad McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, who, again, like the draft rankings that I'm using, the athletic draft rankings that I'm using, has him ranked as the 14th overall player.
So there are
not the 14th overall corner.
Yeah.
The 14th overall player who's still around 43 picks into the draft. I know he's got some injury stuff going on.
That's right. Yeah, he missed last year with, I believe it was an ACL tear or something. But then I guess, and I don't know the exact details of it, but I guess there was more issues, I guess, with the cartilage in the knee that's unrelated to the ACL tear that could potentially have him out for the majority or even the entire year next year. I think the Falcons are one of the teams that could bear to withstand that kind of like if you're not going to be able to have him for a year, but you get that player a year. I mean, it's gonna be tough to swallow for any team.
That would be such a like Falcons 2026 offseason thing. It's like even the guy you take in the 2026 draft is for 2027.
Yeah. Having said that, though, I really don't see it happening just because I think they would take Avion Terrell, but I just don't think corner. I don't know. I don't think corners. They're that desperate.
I don't think corners high enough up on the priority list for them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I could see it in the 3rd round. Certainly, could see them doing that tomorrow. But I just think they need interior defensive line help. They need wide receiver help.
I mean, to the point of Jacob Rodriguez, there's so many other positions that would give you immediate impact where you still have basically this more or less the same group of corners that you had for the most last year.
Here's my prediction just as far as how this is all going to play out. It's 7:49 right now. We've got to go to break in about 5 minutes, and there's 5 picks or so before the Falcons go. So we're probably going to take this break as scheduled.
Early?
No. We'll take the break as scheduled in about 5 minutes. Like if we were right up against the pick, we would just stick with it until the Falcons made the pick.
You won't miss it.
You're not going to miss the Falcons pick. So we'll take the normal break at 55 and be back by 8:01, and the Falcons won't have picked yet, and so we'll be able to keep you updated live with exactly what the Falcons do. Now, I would assume in that first segment at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, we'll know who the Falcons have taken, and we'll be able to spend a ton more time talking about that player and how he fits and all that kind of stuff. But from what I'm reading and hearing, and Oren is telling me, the Miami Dolphins have just broken our hearts.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
Jacob Rodriguez. Our bad. I think we spoke that one into existence.
Yeah.
Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker from Texas Tech, is going to be a Miami Dolphin. I think that's a home run pick by them. Again, a team that very much needs everything at this point.
Yeah.
Get as many smart, talented football players as you possibly can. Should we hear about Jacob Rodriguez?
Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Texas Tech.
And the pass is picked off by Rodriguez. And then he hurdles a Cougar and is still going.
A highly productive linebacker with strong instincts and tackling ability. Rodriguez flows well to the ball with good pursuit angles and effort. He swept all the major National Defense Player of the Year awards, including the Lombardi Award.
So there you have it. I mean, he's got a full trophy case. Obviously stuffed the stat sheet last year. And also, as much as I joke about this would be my job if I was in front offices. The character evaluation guys also love him. Like he just was like, he killed all the interviews and all that. So congratulations, Jacob Rodriguez, Miami Dolphins.
The cope here is that off-ball linebacker is potentially one of those, it's not a highly valued position in the NFL. It's potentially an area where you can find a decent player later in the draft. I'm not saying that any player they're going to find later at that position will be as good as Jacob Rodriguez. He was clearly the cream of the crop here, but maybe there's still hope for the Falcons there. And they did bring in some linebackers as well.
C.J. Allen's still on the board.
He is, yeah.
By the way, from another Georgia Bulldog.
That was another interesting
who
one.
I think is just, similarly to Jacob Rodriguez, going to come in and start day one. Super smart player, very athletic. I know there was some concern about his speed stuff as well. He was able to dispel any of those with his workout, with his pro day. So he's still there as well. I don't want to talk too much about it because who knows? We'll probably screw it up like we did with Jacob Rodriguez and make somebody else take him. Oren was telling me that there was a trade, right? The Lions are on the clock.
Lions
currently.
traded up and the pick is in.
They traded up and the pick is in. So
they sent picks 50. Lions did 50 and 128, and the Jets sent back pick 44.
Okay, so the Jets moved back 6 spots and picked up a 4th rounder for the Lions to get up to pick number 44. Be interested to see who they take.
So this is interesting to me from a Falcons context because we've talked for so long about the Falcons potentially wanting to trade down. We've now seen a couple of minor trade downs, teams giving up. I think it was the Texans moved up 2 spots. This is a 6-spot pickup, and you get a mid-round pick. I think that's exactly the kind of trade that Ian Cunningham would be looking to pull off. Now, is there a player that's going to still be on the board that some team is going to feel like they need to move up to take is the question.
I think that there probably will be because the Lions have taken Derek Moore, who's an edge rusher out of Michigan, who's obviously a really talented player, but has a number of edge rushers that are ranked ahead of him still on the board. A guy that I saw projected going early second round, as early as number 33 overall, was Zion Young out of Missouri. Zion Young is a super freak athletically on the edge out of Missouri. You've also got Gabe Jacas from Illinois, who's still there. Kieran Crawford from Auburn, who's still there. Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State, who's there at that position as well. So Derek Moore, who knows? A reach. Can't call it a reach because all these guys are super talented, but maybe wasn't projected to go quite that high. But again, Lions have done pretty well with edge rushers over the last handful of years.
Yeah, they have.
This front office, this group of Lions talent evaluators has done pretty good at that spot. So congrats to Derek Moore from Michigan. Doesn't have to go far. The last edge rusher from Michigan, again, Aiden Hutchinson worked out pretty good for the Lions as well when he's healthy. The Ravens are on the clock with pick 45. Obviously, the Falcons have pick 48. So we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll probably be able to tell you who the Ravens are going to take or who they have taken. And we'll be very close to the Falcons making their second-round selection. Don't go anywhere. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match tomorrow. Atlanta United travels to Toronto FC.
Game time 1 p.m.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
You had the green light, but the other driver ran the red.
Most people think the insurance company will take care of it, but they stall, deny, or lowball, leaving you with pain and paperwork.
Get the strong arm. Call attorney John Foy and Associates today.
The Home Depot and Behr have what you need when you need it, delivered straight to your job site at an everyday low price. Get free same-day or next-day delivery on quality Kills Primer and Behr Paint, the most trusted paint brand in America. Plus, pros earn discounts with Pro Extra Paint rewards. Contact a Behr rep to schedule your paint delivery today. The Home Depot, how pros get more done. Limitations may apply. Not available in all markets. See the store for details. Voted most trusted interior paint, exterior paint, and a tie, and exterior stain brand 2026 BrandSpark American Trust Study.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
Coverage of the NFL Draft continues on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Eight o'clock hour here on a Friday night. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Live coverage of the second round of the 2026 NFL Draft. Andy Bunker and Smoking Joe Patrick here with you all the way until 10 o'clock tonight. We're just a couple picks away from the Falcons at number 48 as we're sort of watching the live coverage on TV. I know the picks are coming in faster than that on social media, and Oren's doing a really good job of feeding us the picks as he sees them on Twitter. But another guy that we kind of just got done talking about is going to Baltimore. And it's funny, man. And me and Randy do this every single year on the show. It's like the one or two guys that you really like tends to be late in the first round. It wasn't this year because the Ravens weren't quite as good. The Ravens always get that guy, and it's like, oh, yep, that makes perfect sense for them. Tonight it's Zion Young, the edge rusher out of Missouri. He's just, I mean, he's such a perfect fit for them. He's a tough player, super athletic, gets to the quarterback. He'll probably have 8 sacks a year for the next 5 years with the Ravens, and because that's just the way that it tends to go. I am also a little biased towards Zion Young.
I was going to say, on top of the 6'6" frame, 262 pounds, 33-inch arms, 81 3/4-inch wingspan. He complimented you.
Good talker.
Yeah, there it is. There's Zion Young telling me I'm good at talking at SEC Media Days.
He's a good talker.
All that stuff's fine and good, but he's got an ear for talent.
You're a good talker.
That's when you start rising up at the Andy Bunker draft board.
That was
Again,
a super
this is
fun
the
interview,
Andy
though.
Bunker scouting process
Like,
here.
again, as much as I realize nobody cares about this stuff but me, I don't know. I do feel like you learn a little bit about talking to these guys at SEC Media Days, and he was a really engaging person to talk to. And then also, when we asked him football questions, he gave genuine answers. It wasn't just, I want to be the best and blah, 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 nonsense, canned answer that I've practiced 100 times. Like, he gave really interesting, insightful thoughts into what his year might be and how good Missouri might be and why he went there, because he had transferred, I think, from Michigan State to go there. So, Adam did the pieces of the puzzle for the Ravens. Trey Hendrickson, Roquan Smith, Zion Young just drafted at 45, so good for him.
And so the Falcons are 3 picks away now.
Yep.
And Avion Terrell, AJ Terrell's brother, is still on the board.
Yep.
CJ Allen, Georgia off-ball linebacker, still on the board.
Yep.
And a bunch of other players. Jeremy Bernard from Alabama.
D'Angelo Pons, the corner from Indiana.
Chris Bell from Louisville.
Yep.
There are tons of ways.
Lee Hunter, the
this could
defensive
go.
tackle from Texas Tech, who I know a lot of folks have talked about as well.
We have another trade, gentlemen.
We have a trade.
Does it involve the Atlanta Falcons?
Kind of. The Steelers have jumped and taken pick 47 now.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
Steelers are now sitting on the clock at pick 47.
Okay, so the Steelers just traded up to that spot as well. Again, that does give a little indication because the Lions traded up to pick 44, so the Jets were able to trade back there. The Steelers traded up to 47. Who did they trade with? Who moved back from 47 in order to get
the Colts?
The Colts moved back. So there is some interest in whoever it is that's on the board right now. I don't know if there's could be a little bit of a run on edge rushers because, like we said, Derek Moore from Michigan goes to the Lions. Zion Young from Missouri goes to the Ravens. Josiah Trotter from Missouri, a couple Missouri guys taken back-to-back. Linebacker, he's selected number 46 overall to go to the Tampa Bay Bucks. And
I wonder how many times that's happened. Back-to-back players from the same school there?
Yeah, I don't know. Can't happen very often. We saw in the first round 2 running backs from the same school with Notre Dame having both of the running backs taken, which can't happen very often. I know that Felix Jones and Darren McFadden were taken in the first round same year. Obviously, Ronnie Brown and Cadillac Williams were taken both in the top 5. That'll never happen again. Like that, I feel like, of all the unbreakable little things that happen in sports, no college will ever have 2 running backs taken in the top 5 in the same draft ever again. Because almost no running backs get taken in the top 5 in any draft ever at this point.
I can't help but laugh. I just got a text from a friend who went to Auburn, and he can't help but notice, quote, Auburn's O-line is getting torched in all these highlight reels they're showing of drafted players. But not a great year for Auburn there.
Yeah.
Not a great year.
They gave up 10 sacks in one game against Oklahoma. Like, again, I don't know if I said this on the air or off the air, but just off the – because I think R. Mason Thomas only played the second half of that game also because I think he was suspended for the first half from a targeting call. And he still had 2.5 sacks just in the second half.
Fresh.
And they had 10 in the whole game, which is completely outrageous. He's right. There's a lot of Auburn. There's a lot of Auburn highlights on the
guys juicing their stats
on
against
the
Auburn,
pass
I guess, this
rushers.
year.
Sounds like
it'll be interesting to see what happens here after this pick comes in from the Steelers, because you would think that if the Falcons, if a certain player doesn't get taken here and another team wants that player, a trade could materialize like instantly. In fact, a deal could like basically be worked out.
Yeah.
And if that player is available, then it triggers.
It also could be that the Pittsburgh Steelers got wind that the Falcons were interested in the player that they're about to take.
Could very well be.
And it sounds like the Pittsburgh Steelers are taking Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. Jeremy Bernard is a player that we spent a lot of time talking about from a Falcons perspective, obviously position of need wide receiver. I don't know how much this has to do with it, but he played with Michael Penix at Washington. Like, they have a rapport from the year that they had. Now, Michael Penix might not even be the quarterback for the Falcons next year, so maybe that doesn't factor at all.
So Avion Terrell is going to be on the board for the Falcons.
He is.
CJ Allen's going to be on the board for the Falcons.
Yep. And what would be the most frustrating situation now? They trade back and don't take either of them. They take someone else and don't take either of them. I mean, ultimately, they just need to get the best player that comes in and helps them out. What did Oren say? The option 3 that I didn't even think of.
Just don't reach for anybody.
Don't
man.
get cute.
Also,
don't get cute.
Also,
South Dakota State player or something.
Yeah, right. Bryce Lance.
No,
the wide receiver from
that's round
North
3.
Dakota State. Yeah.
Trey Lance's 25-year-old brother from North Dakota State. Yeah, no, that's round 3. That's what they're waiting for there. It's amazing how many different people we talked to and different mock drafts I looked at that had him going to the Falcons. It was almost like a consensus that the Falcons love him so much they're going to take him in the 3rd round. I have no idea. Obviously, we'll be here to find out. But Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver out of Alabama, is headed to Pittsburgh. We have a vignette. Let's learn about Jeremy.
Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver, Alabama.
Gets it complete to Bernard. Jeremy Bernard. And the Tide.
A smooth, reliable receiver with good route running ability. He had strong hands and body control, making him effective in contested situations. Bernard is more possession-oriented than explosive, but offers dependable production.
That's right. The Steelers had the Eagles jump him to take Mekhi Lemon in the 1st round, so they maybe did the same thing to the Falcons there. And again, we'll find out as it all plays out over the next week or so if the Falcons were targeting Jeremy Bernard, and that's why the Steelers needed to get in front of them. Or maybe it was just an opportunity for a team to trade back and get a few more assets and bolster their draft board like that.
Yep. Pick is in for the Falcons, so no trade here.
No trade.
So Falcons are going to be selecting a player.
Not that this matters, but that's good for me on my betting on the under.
Is it?
For the Falcons.
That's right. That's what the over-under on
trades. You gave us the
trades.
over-under on trades today, and I said, I just don't think the Falcons are going to make a trade. I think the Falcons are going to pick at 48 and 79, and I think Ian Cunningham kind of walked back all of the enthusiasm that we had for him maybe trading the pick last week in saying that he has been a part of drafts where they had 5 picks and they had done it multiple times. And so I feel like that's probably what they're going to do in this year's draft as well. But as we kind of all sit here in anticipation, the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons at number 48. No trade. They didn't move back. Obviously, as we stand here at 48, they have not moved Kyle Pitts either. Feels pretty comfortable that they're not going to do that tonight.
And
also,
in an annual tradition, ESPN goes to commercial break while the Falcons are on the clock and the pick is in. So we will see.
But the good news is that we have social media, and Oren informs me that I don't know how many. Speaking of things that haven't happened very often in NFL history, I don't know.
This is an interesting one.
If this has ever happened before,
probably more rare than 2 players from the same school getting drafted back to back.
Yeah, how about 2 players from the same mom getting drafted by the same team? Avion Terrell is going to be an Atlanta Falcon.
Wow.
He's going to join his brother, AJ Terrell, who obviously has had a really, really nice Falcon career thus far through 5 years or so since he was taken out of Clemson. Obviously, Avion out of Clemson as well. Let's hear about the other Terrell brother.
Avion Terrell, corner, Clemson.
Big negative play after sudden change. Help on the stop. Loss of 12. You don't see corners run over tight ends too often in pass protection. Watch Avion Terrell.
His brother is Falcon standout corner A.J. Terrell. Like his brother, he went to Westside High School before going to Clemson. Terrell has underrated size.
Yeah, that's really, really fun. Obviously, really, really cool from just from a story standpoint. It's going to make it, very easy to ask him a million different questions about that and what that's going to be like. I'm sure AJ is very excited to have his brother on the team also. And I don't want to say more importantly, because all of that stuff right there is really important and that is really cool. That's a position that we talked about the Falcons needing to address. Now, I know both you and I had agreed that it probably wasn't the top priority that they have, that maybe there was some other spots that you would have thought that they would have tried to take care of there at 48, but corner is a spot where they need more depth. And there's obviously more competition with Avion Terrell coming in that spot. You could also upgrade too. Like, I know you had some guys that are thought to be the starters for the Falcons next year, but if he comes in and plays better than them leading into the season, there's no reason you can't upgrade.
Yeah, no doubt. And he's a little different prototype of a corner than AJ is. AJ is more of your standard, like, put him on the best receiver, stick to him. Avion is more of a physical guy. I've seen him compared to like a Devon Witherspoon in that sense. Obviously, probably not as talented as Witherspoon is for Seattle, but just I think a really solid pick here because of just the value that you get here. I mean, this is going off of Dane Brugler, the NFL draft god. On his big board, he has Avion Terrell as the number 4 overall cornerback. So I think if you're Ian Cunningham, I think that's kind of the the story of this pick is getting the best player out there. Just so happens to be the brother of somebody that you have on the roster, which is only going to help him, I think, integrate into the team and the league.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to think that would be good for him to come in and because look, it's not just that his brother's on the team. His brother's on a pretty substantial second contract as a first-round draft pick and like the number one corner on the team and is one of the best corners in football. That's who his brother is, you know. It'd be one thing if his brother was just sort of like a part of the secondary and played special teams and things like that. But like A.J. Terrell is one of the best players that the Falcons have on defense.
I mean, I wonder if Avion Terrell has like been in the building problem. I mean, I would assume he probably has at some point, like since A.J. Terrell's been playing, you know, just like on like a friend and family day kind of thing. So I mean, he's probably familiar.
Been to lots of games.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And they're both local kids too, which is really cool. They're from the city and they both went off to Clemson to play in college.
I know Michael Turner was doing the
Michael Turner's doing he's the franchise legend that's doing the draft announcement. And look at that.
And he actually got a pronounceable name too.
That's so cool.
That's awesome. Oh, they're together there.
The video of the draft night, they're having they're having a party here in Atlanta. I don't know where it is, but they're having a draft party here in Atlanta. And A.J. Terrell and Avion Terrell are locked in a very serious brother embrace right there. That is so cool.
That's crazy.
Wow, kudos to them for both not crying. I don't know how that's possible.
I think Avion Terrell is
he?
Oh, is he?
Okay.
Cry? Is that
okay,
cry?
Good. Oh, he doesn't have an ugly face cry. Got it. Because if that was me. If that was me and my brother, I'd be ugly face crying on TV right now. And AJ didn't show his face to the camera. Maybe he just had his back turned to the camera for that exact reason.
Oh, yeah. I think, he just wiped his face with this T-shirt.
Okay.
AJ did.
Good.
So.
Good for them.
Man, this is cool.
What a really fun story. Yeah. For the Terrell family and for the Atlanta Falcons.
As media, we're like, this is a great story.
This is a great story.
But
I don't know how it's going to work out, but it's an amazing story.
But it's arguably a great pick too. I think. Right. Just like again from the value. I mean, this is I'm actually curious to know why he slipped. I mean, I would think it's probably because he doesn't maybe have the prototype size. We talked about him not being a true like stick on him corner, but. Just a really instinctive player.
They had the video of Avion 5 years ago, or however 5-6 years ago, when he was young, probably in middle school at the time, or I guess early high school, when AJ was selected by the Falcons, and he just looked like such a little kid.
At his
party, and look at that, they were at the house because. You know, AJ wasn't in the league yet.
Yeah.
Now they're having the party, like some private party at some cool place, and obviously that's very fun. A lot of friends and family there. Again, that's here in the city somewhere going on right now. And he had his Falcons hat ready. He's got it on. And obviously we all hope that it works out as well as possible on the field. But, just from a feel-good standpoint, it's about as good as it gets there. Mm-hmm. Also, we talked about what a bummer it would be if he was on the board and then they didn't take him. Like if they would have just taken some other corner and then Avion Terrell goes on to be an All-Pro or something like that would have been a huge whiff. So I don't think they took him just because he's A.J. Terrell's brother. He's incredibly talented, and that's why they took him. But fun story.
Also, this is like the 6th first-round pick for Westlake High School.
Is that right? Oh,
yeah. Because you got like Cam, Avion, and AJ.
Right.
A couple linemen, Chance Warmack. Like they have Pac-Man Jones.
Right.
They have a slew of first-round draft picks from one high school in Atlanta.
Also
that's crazy.
I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the kid that came in with the A's a couple weeks ago went to high school there too. He plays Major League Baseball. So you want your kid to go pro, send him to Westlake.
A feeder to the NFL.
That's pretty cool. I think that's where Gordon Robinson, our engineer, I think his kids go there.
Oh, really?
Or his daughter does. His son did go there. But yeah, that's really fun, and that's another fun part of it as well. I remember when AJ got drafted, it's always really cool when local kids end up on the local team, and we got a chance to interview AJ about it, and meant a lot to him. I'm sure he would have been great had he been drafted by the Chargers or the Bears or whatever team might have taken him otherwise. But, just an extra layer of fun when you get to play for your hometown team as well.
No doubt. I think that genuinely adds something. I mean, even Terry Fontenot, they said, there was Georgia Peach stickers that they put on their board for anybody who was from Georgia or went to school in Georgia. So I think that's something they value. I do just want to note, too, they showed on the broadcast the Falcons draft room there, and obviously they're all looking very excited. Ian Cunningham, Matt Ryan, Kevin Stefanski was on the phone there, but all glad-handing with each other, so they certainly seem happy there in Flowery Branch.
The first feel-good story of the Matt Ryan era.
Yeah.
because the
Not
rest
the first
of them,
story, but-
no, not the first story, but the first feel-good story of the Matt Ryan era. Hopefully it turns out to be a really, really good story as well. Lee Hunter, another name that we've talked a ton about, gets drafted right after the Falcons pick. Falcons take Avion Terrell from Clemson. Lee Hunter goes to the Carolina Panthers.
The kind of player that we talked about the Falcons might be looking for, but I just don't think you can turn down a prospect like Avion. Not even putting aside all the AJ Terrell stuff, just as a better prospect.
The other thing, we can get into this next. We had this conversation a little bit with Peter Woods. We had this conversation with TJ Parker. I think Avion Terrell falls into the same category. Clemson just wasn't what it was supposed to be last year.
Right.
And I think some of these high-level prospects kind of felt the impact of that.
Yep.
To the benefit of the Bills, who got TJ Parker 35th, and the Falcons, who got Avion Terrell 48th. We'll come back. Yeah. Keep breaking down the pick. Again, the Falcons have selected brother of AJ Terrell, Avion Terrell, corner from Clemson. We'll be right back. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hi, this is John Smoltz. You know, after more than 20 years on the pitcher's mound, I did some real damage to my shoulders, knees, and elbow. And now, years later, I'm still paying for it.
Truth is, joint pain doesn't care if you're a pro athlete or just someone who wants to play golf, work in the yard, or keep up with your kids. Pain gets in the way.
Not interested in surgery. The downtime, the long recovery, and no guarantee it even works. That's why I'm going in a different route with QC Kinetics here in Atlanta.
They use your body's own natural biologics to target the pain, calm the inflammation, and actually help your joints heal. No surgery, no harmful drugs, just real relief.
I'm trusting QC Kinetics with my aches and pains, and I can tell you their natural approach makes a big difference. If joint pain is slowing you down, give them a call. QC Kinetics. Relief without surgery.
Call QC Kinetics today to schedule your free consultation. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
The playoffs. We built this for us. We worked hard for us. We never focused on them because we only focused on the ATL. This is Atlanta.
The three-point shot is back.
This is the playoffs.
Stop and pop. Bang! He hits it at the buzzer.
Round 1, Hawks versus Knicks. Go to hawks.com/ticket.
Before your road trip, ask yourself, what do I bring? With the Kia Sportage X Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Visit kia.com or your local Kia dealer today to keep the adventure going. Get 0% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of a new 2026 Sportage. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance KF. Subject to credit approval by KF to well-qualified buyers for purchase of a new 2026 Sportage. $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed at 48 months. No down payment required. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 5/4/26. Limited inventory available. See Kia retailer for available stock. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class, according to Kia segmentation as of October 2025.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
You can save big on Kroger brand 80% lean ground beef. 16-ounce packages are on sale for only $5.99 each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
The atmosphere is nothing short of electric.
Back to Andy and Joe with more of our exclusive draft coverage.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Trey Janwell, your trusted fiduciary advisor.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Well, the Falcons have made their second-round selection, obviously their first pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. Pick number 48, Avion Terrell, cornerback from Clemson, obviously a local kid, brother of A.J. Terrell, younger brother of A.J. Terrell, who's had a really nice 6-year run with the Falcons thus far. He's in the midst of a second contract, a sizable second contract, so obviously he'll be a part of this team for the foreseeable future, and hopefully both of these guys will be. Hopefully, you have a tandem of brothers in your secondary for the next 5, 7, 8 years. I don't know however long AJ can play, but not a lot of examples of brothers on the set. I think there's 18 sets of brothers, both in the NBA right now. Not many of them on the same team.
Okay.
But there's not a ton of examples in the NFL history of brothers being on the same team.
Yeah.
And the Falcons have that now, which is very cool.
Do we know of any? I mean, I can't think of any off the top of my head. We'll have to research it in the break coming up.
Yeah, I know.
I could have done, I guess.
I know. I could have
break,
done that as well, but
I
didn't.
Posting.
Yeah, I was drinking. Drinking water and reading more about Avion Terrell.
One of the things I read about him was that he took about 20% of his snaps in the slot last year, which is interesting. It's interesting for a corner because, like, the top corners are obviously naturally going to play on the outside because that's where their opponents' best receivers are, and you want to put your best corner on other teams' best receivers. But Avion Terrell's game, how many times, by the way, am I going to do that little screw up? Avion Terrell, his traits are really run stopping, like physicality, instinct. He's almost I would say he's not the size of a linebacker at all, but he kind of has that mind, that football brain of like a linebacker who wants to hit you, wants to get after you.
Got that dog in him.
Got that dog in him.
Is what you could say.
Yeah.
One of the descriptions of Avion Terrell here on the Ringers draft breakdown. They always do. I love the different outlets. They do a good job. The Ringer tends to be a bit more like user-friendly and fun and lighthearted. Dane Brugler and The Athletic tend to be a bit more hard-hitting. You've got the Daniel Jeremiah from NFL.com. Like, everybody kind of has their own style. I really like the Ringer, though, because they'll give you a comparison, a player comparison. And the Avion Terrell player comparison says, shades of like if A.J. Terrell had a little brother. Oh, he does. I also had never thought about this just because A.J. Terrell has always been called A.J. Terrell ever since we've heard of him. Like, what does the A stand for in A.J.? Because his brother is Avion. Ondell.
Okay.
Ondell Terrell. Ondell and Avion. So that's what AJ stands for.
Ondell Terrell is a pretty sick name.
Ondell Terrell's a badass name. Yeah. Dude, names that rhyme for athletes.
Yeah.
So cool. Shaquille O'Neal. Like, it doesn't get much better anyway.
That's very true. I was looking into Avion Terrell's advanced stats on Pro Football Focus. Now, first of all, you always have to get the caveat that these are not necessarily accurate. I mean, it looks like it's accurate because they grade it with like points, instead of 100. So it's like 85.2 run defense grade.
Right. But it could be me grading it.
But he was 44th in run defense out of 897 cornerbacks in that regard. That is elite. Okay. He was actually pass rush grade. Obviously, cornerbacks are not going to be pass rushing much, but it is literally in Dane Brugler's notes that he excels in this area. He had 3 sacks last year. He said he punks tight ends in the in the pass rush game, and that is something that Jeff Ulbrich likes to use. We were noting that Billy Bowman got home a couple times on sacks last year, but those nickel blitzes, those nickel fire zones, and so I think Avion Terrell is an ideal player. He's ranked 3rd of all those 897 cornerbacks in that pass rush grade, which is, again, not necessarily, it's pass rushing for a cornerback, but still, he's getting home.
Well, here's a number that is like undeniable. This isn't someone's opinion. In his career, he forced 8 fumbles.
Yeah.
And to force 8 fumbles at the corner position, obviously, tends to be either somebody who can get in there and kind of strip or someone who's just hitting hard.
Yeah.
And hitting pass catchers in a way that they were not expecting. Certainly no stranger to putting his nose in there and hitting, like you talked about. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but plays like he thinks that he is, which awesome. You love that. I do wonder, and I saw our buddy Jarvis Davis, who obviously covers the Falcons as well, tweet this out just a few minutes ago. It's an interesting thought as we sort of think about Avion Terrell and where he fits in and why this would be a priority for the Falcons and the different positions where they may have had higher. I mean, Billy Bowman is hurt. Billy Bowman did have a very significant injury last year. It was his rookie year. He was having a nice year, but an Achilles as a rookie is hard to come back from. And if you have an opportunity to potentially upgrade or just replace, or maybe Billy Bowman is thought of as a guy who can come back and Avion could play on the outside, I don't know. Mm-hmm. But with a guy who you really liked in the time that he played, but he's been hurt, that kind of vaults the need at that position a bit higher.
Yeah. Yeah, and at the very least, it allows you to just, you don't have to rush Bowman back and like he is your primary option there. I did like this. I'm just kind of reading Avion Terrell's write-up in Dane Brugler's The Beast. It says he competes with a honey badger aura.
Good.
I love that sentence.
Yeah.
Avion Terrell started 31 straight games to finish his career and led Clemson in passes defended, both as a sophomore and junior. He's not an interception guy like his brother. Not necessarily interception, but honestly, cornerbacks.
The Terrells aren't super into interceptions.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the reasons I think, obviously they have their opportunity, or AJ's at least have some opportunities that he's missed, but I mean, these are both corners that kind of want to get up in your face, be physical with you, and frankly, turn their backs to the quarterback and defend up the field. You're just not going to get many interceptions that way.
I think another thing that's worked against AJ Terrell in terms of that in his Falcons career is they just throw at the other guys.
Right. Yeah. Totally.
All right, if AJ's on that guy, we'll just throw at no offense to whoever else has been out there.
He has one of the higher shares of losing targets going to other.
And part of that is because he's very good. Part of it is for the majority of his 6-year Falcon career, The guys on the other side have not been.
Right.
And so teams are like, well, great, we'll just pick on those guys and avoid the talented A.J. Terrell over on the other side. Okay, so that's the Falcons pick at number 48. A bunch of picks have happened since then as we continue our second-round coverage of the NFL
Wait,
draft.
the draft is still going?
Yeah, the draft is still going on, and the Falcons are going to pick in the third round as well. But right after the Falcons took Avion Terrell, the Panthers took Lee Hunter from Texas Tech, defensive tackle, guy that we talked a lot about. I saw him compared to Brandon Mebane, who was a huge part of the interior of that Seahawks Legion of Boom defense years and years ago, just like an immovable force. I loved that comparison. Really liked the idea of him on the Falcons as well, but he is not. He'll be in the division with the Carolina Panthers. D'Angelo Pons, another secondary player, another corner out of Indiana, is headed to go be a member of the New York Jets, as they've really added to their team over the course of the first round and a half of the NFL draft with all the draft picks. They've got Jake Goldie from Cincinnati, linebacker, is headed to Minnesota. And Brandon Cisse, the cornerback from South Carolina, is headed to the Green Bay Packers at pick number 52. On the clock and about to make their selection is the Indianapolis Colts.
Brandon Cisse, the one we were really scared the Falcons were going to take and avoid all these other really interesting good play.
I was scared.
Just some guy that we don't really know that much
because again, C.J. Allen remains on the board.
Wow, that's really surprising.
Surprising to me. A guy that Randy would talk about on the midday show as a first round talent at linebacker. And maybe a little bit of injury concern, given kind of the end of the year last year and some of that. But he remains on the board. Some obviously, again, we're only 50 picks into the draft or 52 picks into the draft. There's a lot of really, really good guys that are still out there at a lot of different positions. One thing that I do think is interesting to keep an eye on, as I look at the positional value and the player rankings at different positions, the best player at every position has been taken so far in the first 52 spots, except for at center. The best center in the draft remains on the board, according to this draft board, and that's Jake Slaughter from Florida.
Yep.
I do think that that's a spot. Now, again, in terms of the overall need that the Falcons have, I don't know that you need to spend pick 79 on that.
Yeah.
When you probably need receiver, you probably need defensive tackle, you probably need linebacker, maybe edge. Like, there's a lot of other spots that might be more important to you. But again, the best player available at that spot is still on the board according to this draft board. And the second best corner is still available, and that's Jermod McCoy from Tennessee. Again, he's injured. We understand what's going on there. But yeah, man. Oh, speaking of C.J. Allen, he's not on the board anymore.
Oh, is he not?
Yeah, he's gonna go play for the Indianapolis Colts.
Pat McAfee announced this one. I guess
yeah,
he was doing the Colts pick.
He did. C.J. Allen from Georgia, linebacker, super talented guy, man. He's gonna go be a member of the Indianapolis Colts, and good for him, good for them. I think they got a really, really good player in the middle of the second round.
I feel like the Colts know what they're doing with off-ball linebackers too. They always seem to have some generational off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, gosh, they traded the linebacker who had been there.
That's
the last
right. Now his name
years.
escapes me.
I know. I can't think of his name right now.
But yes,
I mean, he led the league in tackles
right.
for a couple of years, and he was in the middle of that Colts defense. They've added some interesting pieces this offseason. Obviously, Sauce Gardner with the trade that they made last year, Tavarius Ward, C.J. Allen they just drafted, Laiatu Latu was a player that we talked a lot about with the Falcons last year.
We thought he was
in the
going to go
first
here.
round. He's there as well. Was it Zaire Franklin? Zaire Franklin.
Yep.
I should know that because my friend Cleotis from high school was his agent.
You should know that then.
Yeah.
Damn.
Cleotis Floyd, by the way.
That is a great name.
My friend from high school, who's also a certified NFL agent, had his first-round draft pick last night.
Wow, nice. Congrats.
KJ Concepcion from Texas A&M
Yeah.
is Cleotis' client, and after a decade plus of being an agent in the NFL, he finally got his first-rounder, which is really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, really proud of him.
That's awesome.
Also, Cleotis Floyd is a badass
That is such a
name.
cool name. I can't get over that. Yeah.
You could be an NFL agent, or you could be a mechanic.
Yeah.
Or a boxer. By the way, Cleotis Floyd's dad named Viotis Floyd. They just rhymed. He didn't have a son.
That's aura.
I know. Cleotis didn't have a son. If he had a son, I mean, he would have had to have named him
right. Yeah. Got to come up with some other letters here.
Miotis or Anyway, he didn't. He only had a daughter. She's beautiful, though. Anyway, shout out to all that. That had nothing to do with anything. Oh, wow. The Eagles have selected Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt, the tight end. I think that's a great pick as well. The Eagles always pick such good tight ends.
Yeah.
That puts the Patriots on the board at pick number 55. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll let you know who they drafted right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match tomorrow. Atlanta United travels to Toronto FC.
Game time 1 p.m.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Income is the outcome that matters the most in retirement. Join us for Retire ATL, all powered by the Vincent Financial Group. Saturdays at 5 a.m. and Sundays at 11 p.m. And get more at retireatlradio.com.
Sierra has all the best active and outdoor brands you need. From athletic stuff, like a full court pickup game, swish, to athlete-ish stuff, like a half-mile stroll. Get those steps in. And for morning hikes up the mountain trail, good pace. To nighttime ghost stories from the camping chair. What a twist. Head to Sierra or Sierra.com for the brands you want at the prices that let you do it all. From athletic to athlete-ish, Sierra's got it.
Now open in Dawsonville and opening soon in Buford.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Relax and let Kroger Delivery handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then carefully pack your order in our refrigerated trucks. And our cool trucks keep your food fresh right to your door. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Delivery. Get free delivery during online deal days, plus $30 off your first online order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
The draft is far from over, and our exclusive coverage continues.
Our exclusive draft coverage is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today. Trey Jen Wealth, your trusted fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Second round coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Andy Bunker, Smoking Joe Patrick. Finally did the research there during the break. As Avion Terrell has been drafted by the Atlanta Falcons, that makes the Falcons a team that have two brothers on the same team. A.J. Terrell and Avion Terrell, obviously brothers. We were wondering how often that has happened in NFL history. It has happened before. Shaquille Griffin and Shaquem Griffin on the Seahawks a number of years ago. Remember, I think it's Shaquem that was born with only one hand. So to make it into the NFL like that anyway, and then also play with your brother, what a dream come true. Devin McCourty and Jason McCourty both played for the Patriots back in the day. Not that far back in the day, but a while ago. Ryan Khalil and Matt Khalil.
Yeah, for the Panthers.
Both offensive linemen for the Panthers back a number of years ago. And then there's a bunch of brothers that have both played in the NFL. Clay Matthews and Casey Matthews.
Right.
Jalen Watkins and Sammy Watkins. Michael Kendricks and Eric Kendricks, obviously. Peyton and Eli. John Harbaugh, Jim Harbaugh. I'm thinking here, Tiki Barber and Rondé Barber were never teammates. Kind of scrolling down now. Derek Carr, David Carr were never teammates, obviously. Champ Bailey and Boss Bailey were teammates with the Broncos for a couple of years, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And then, there's a few more, but so it has happened before.
I'm going to be honest.
NFL history, but not a ton.
I actually didn't even realize that Ryan Khalil and Matt Khalil were different people. I thought they were the same person.
Carson Palmer was backed up by Jordan Palmer, his brother, in Cincinnati for a number of years. So they were on the same team. Rex Ryan and Rob Ryan coached on the same coaching staffs a couple of times. Desmond Trufant and Marcus Trufant were never on the same team.
Interesting.
But obviously both played in the NFL. And that's kind of it. That's kind of the list. But so there's it's not
so
none,
funny, right?
Well, it's not very many.
I mean, that's way more than I expected.
Yeah,
and what's also surprising to me is I know those players that you just rattled off for a lot of them, and
a lot of times there's one guy that you know,
right,
and then there's he had a brother that made it to the league for a year or two.
Yeah,
that's ideally not going to be the case here.
Yeah,
because know AJ, and he's been very good and a Pro Bowler and second big contract and all that. Avion Terrell drafted tonight, number 48 overall, second rounder by the Falcons. Another great question as it relates to this with them and the Falcons. A listener hit me up on Twitter and was like, what are the nameplates going to look like? How are they going to do that to Terrell's? Well, AJ wears Terrell Jr. because he's AJ Terrell Jr. Avion is just Avion Terrell, so it'll probably be Terrell Jr. and Terrell, but the weird thing is that Terrell Jr. will be the older one.
Right, yeah.
That's a little confusing, right? Or maybe one of them can have.
Is that like one-upsmanship? Are you one-upping your little brother, by touting the junior on your I got the lineage name?
I feel like a little bit, right?
Yeah, I think so.
If you're the junior, I think there's an assumed favoritism,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
The worst is if the junior's not the firstborn.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if that ever really happens. There's a funny, I think it was in The Office, wasn't it? Like Andy Bernard's brother. They took the junior away from Andy and gave it to his brother. Like they took his name away when he was 4.
They took the stone from the ring and gave it to his brother too because he felt that was more appropriate for him.
Yeah. But then the other thing that one of them could do is have a son, name him after yourself, and then go with the senior. Like Kyle Pitts has senior on him.
Right.
Which
For a second, that's what I thought had happened with AJ. I couldn't remember if it was junior or senior.
I think is really cool. I think when guys become senior and they have a son with their same name and they put the senior on their back, I think that's awesome. That's sort of a trend over the last 10 years or something like that. You don't ever do that with the ladies. You don't often do like a feminine junior. You know?
I wonder why that is.
I don't know. Like we could have named, we didn't even consider it.
Right.
We have a daughter.
Of course you didn't.
We didn't name her Ashley.
But like in
Ashley
general,
Junior, that'd have been wild.
Aside from the junior,
but you can do that, right? There's not like a different feminine version of Junior, is there?
No. But aside from the suffix there, like you don't even see women really kind of being named after the mother, right? You know, like just in general, even if you're not adding a junior onto it.
No, you really don't. Sometimes, not very often. Because I can think of the example. You have daughters named after the dad, and you just put an "et" on it. Like George Foreman had a Georgette.
Yeah.
My wife's
or like a Georgia.
My wife's grandmother was Claudette, named after her uncle Claude. Yeah, true. It's a true story. Claudette. Yeah. Anyway, none of this is relevant at all. You guys are listening to us for draft coverage, and I apologize. A couple of picks have been made. CJ Allen from Georgia is going to go play linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. That's pick number 53.
Good value there.
Tight end out of Vanderbilt, Eli Stowers was drafted by the Eagles. Certain teams, when they draft tight ends, I'm just like, oh, well, that's going to work out. And they're definitely one of them. He's obviously very talented. Gabe Jacas from Illinois, edge rusher, is going to the New England Patriots. They traded up to get him, so must have been a player that they really wanted. And then Nate Borkircher, also a tight end from Texas A&M, is going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So
nobody's ever heard of that guy.
We are caught up. I certainly hadn't. Did you hear I said his name? I haven't been prepping tight ends. Oh, do we have a vignette?
We got something?
Oh, no. I looked for it in a second. I'm sorry. I threw everything off there. No, you mentioned earlier, you talked about the center position not being cracked yet.
Yeah.
The Bears went ahead and took the first center of the draft.
I guess they kind of needed to, given that Drew Dahlman retired unexpectedly.
Oh, they kind of need somebody to snap the football, yes.
Yeah.
Logan Jones out of Iowa.
Interesting.
So they did not go with Slaughter.
Yeah, so Jake Slaughter from Florida, the number one center on some people's draft boards. Sam Heck from Kansas State was the number 2 center on some draft boards. Logan Jones from Iowa, I see. They went all the way. Who did they take again? Oren, who was the center that they
Logan
took?
Jones.
They took
the number 3 center.
They took
from
Logan
Iowa.
Jones. Okay, got it. So anyway, if you're taking offensive linemen from Iowa,
Iowa's pretty solid.
Yeah, usually pretty solid stuff. And we probably, if we had thought about it a little longer, we weren't spending a lot of time thinking about the Bears' offensive line needs. But had we thought about it a little longer, we probably could have come up with them being the team that took the center. Because again, they're, the center that they signed from the Falcons last offseason, who actually had a really nice year last year. Like Drew Dahlman had a nice first year in Chicago, retired unexpectedly. So they needed to fill that spot. Obviously, they did that there in the second round. I do wonder, as we talk about unexpected retirements from offensive linemen, I do wonder where the Falcons now place that as a need. I know that they signed Juwan Taylor, who is better than what they had last year at right tackle. I don't know if he's better than Caleb McGarry, but better than what they had last year with Caleb McGarry being out. I do wonder, because I would imagine they'll take a tackle at some point, either tonight in the third round or tomorrow.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see when they feel like they need to pull that trigger. I just think it's going to be interesting because you have a new offensive line coach here that comes with Kevin Stefanski, Bill Callahan, who is like a Hall of Fame level, like offensive line guru.
Randy has said on multiple occasions he's the best offensive line coach in the history of the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, that's there. He's in, and that's
I believe he said that even before he came here, when he was last year with his son in Tennessee. He was saying at least their offensive line play will probably be all right.
There aren't many offensive line coaches you'd want to move on from Dwayne Lidford for, but Bill Callahan might be the only one, frankly. And so the reason I bring him up is because he has a kind of particular type of build that he likes his offensive linemen at, which is large. He wants like huge guys. He wants mountainous men.
Which he's probably bummed out that Caleb McGarry retired, because that's what Caleb is.
Yeah.
And he kind of didn't fit exactly some of what the last couple of regimes, especially the last regime, wanted to do, when he's just not the most mobile guy in the world. I mean, he is a really good run blocker and he can go forward, but certainly not the most fleet of foot tackle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just a mountain of a human.
But I just think it'll be interesting to see when the Falcons feel like they need to kind of go after those body types that we're talking about, that offensive tackle position. Because like you said, I mean, the offensive tackles kind of, they flew off the board in that first round, but we're now in that lull. But then we will get to a point where there are some really interesting developmental tackles that are out there. The one that I really like is Markel Bell, the offensive tackle from Miami. This guy is 6'9". Am I reading that right? 6'9", 346 pounds. That is a Bill Callahan tackle right there.
That fits the bill.
That's a Bill Callahan tackle right there.
Pun unintended.
87 and 1/8 inch wingspan. I mean, that is insane.
It's a huge.
I'm not even seeing on the offensive tackle list the next
That's
longest
Markel
arms
Bell
I see.
you're talking about?
Yeah.
Now that's a guy you could potentially get in the 4th round.
Yeah.
Like he's a guy who might be there in the 4th round.
But I'm wondering if they feel like they can actually wait till the 4th round, or some other team is also going to want to get their hands on a guy like that. And
I would be surprised if the Falcons don't wait to the 4th round to address the tackle position.
Yeah.
I would assume.
What do you think they'll go for? Do you have an indication, or do you have a feeling of what you think or what you want them to go for? With this
I certainly
third-round pick?
was wrong with my 2nd round prediction. I didn't think that they were going to go corner.
Well, none of us knew. I mean, yeah.
I thought it would probably be more defensive tackle. Now, the 2 defensive tackles who they probably really liked were gone.
Right.
By
Christian
the time
Miller went off.
They picked it for
and Jacob Rodriguez went off.
I don't know. I guess they weren't into C.J. Allen, and so they didn't take him at 48, which will work out great if Avion Terrell is a really good corner. I mean, obviously, Falcons fans who are Georgia fans keep a closer eye on the Georgia players that they don't take and what they go on to do. Nakobe Dean being as good as he's been, while the linebacker that they took instead of him not being super healthy and not being able to play very often has been a sticking point for Georgia fans who are Falcons fans over the last handful of years. But yeah, I mean, that won't matter that much if Avion Terrell turns out to be really good. I would guess that they would probably go either wide receiver.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking wide receiver.
Or I don't know.
Because
if there's a defensive tackle that they feel good about. Dominic Orange from Iowa State is the guy we've talked a little bit about. Big Citrus is his nickname. It's a badass nickname for a big ass dude named Dominique Orange. That's possible in the 3rd round, but I would honestly think the Falcons probably go wide receiver.
Yeah, and if I recall, there still are a good amount of interesting wide receivers available that we were talking about at 48.
Chris Bell is still there.
Chris Brazzell is one.
Malachi Fields is still there. Antonio Williams from Clemson is still there. Elijah Surratt from Indiana still there.
I like Elijah Surratt. He's probably not the type of receiver the Falcons need, but I think he's going to
Ted Hurst from Georgia
State.
State.
That's a name they could go for. Yep.
And Zachariah Branch, the speedster from Georgia, is still on the board as well.
The guy we thought was drafted 2 hours ago.
We got pump faked and thought he was getting taken 33
what
overall
were they
by
doing?
the 49ers.
I mean,
why did they show
that on us? I don't know.
Yeah, why was ESPN showing the Zachariah Branch draft party when they were just excited that the pizza man had showed up? All right, so there's 60 seconds before we have to go to break here. I think I can get you caught up on every draft pick that's happened tonight before we go to break. How does that sound? I'm going to say a bunch of names.
The gauntlet has been laid.
And schools and teams. All right, so the first pick of the 2nd round, number 33, was Dejon Stribling. He's going to the 49ers. They traded up to get to that spot as well, to get the wide receiver from Ole Miss. Chase Besantis, Texas A&M offensive guard, goes to the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, now the pressure's on. Bumper music's on.
Never mind.
Oh, no, this is like a 3.5 minute song. You got time, Andy. Go. Just giving you a little background music.
I did. All right. Okay.
This is like at the Oscars when they're trying to give all the thank yous.
I thought I was getting played off.
Oh, no. I just felt that you were saying that it would sound good with some music in the background.
Do you ever do that when you guys have guests on and you're supposed to go to break but it's going late? Do you ever play the bumper music when the guest's still on?
My first year working here, I was doing the show that you guys followed for middays, filling in, and I'm still new, and the guest was on, and I look at the time, and I'm like, oh, it's time to go to break.
Right.
And I hit the music, and it was loud as hell. and the other producer gives me a look like, what in the hell are you doing right now, dude? And I'm like, it's break time. It's break time. We go to break.
You know what's funny is Bo Johnson will do it every once in a while now. And I think it's just if he thinks the interview sucks.
He shot me a look like, and I was like, oh, I wasn't supposed to do that, was I? Oh, my bad.
I think Bo will do it when he's done listening to us interview somebody.
Or in 6 o'clock.
That was new.
I'm not reading all these names. Martin Klein, tight end from Michigan. There's a run on tight ends all of a sudden in the late second round. He's going to the Houston Texans. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety from Toledo, going to the Cleveland Browns. God help him. Logan Jones, center from Iowa. We've got a little offensive line run as well. But yeah, 3 tight ends taken in the last 5 picks here in the second round. The Tennessee Titans are on the board at pick 60, as we only have a few picks left in the second round. And we're only about 20 picks away from the Falcons' next selection as well. We'll take a break. Final hour of our draft coverage coming up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
You can save big on Kroger brand 80% lean ground beef. 16-ounce packages are on sale for only $5.99 each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
This is attorney John Foy. In Atlanta, all we do is win.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Some boots clock out after one shift, while others are getting ready for the shift after the shift. From work days to weekends, Academy Sports and Outdoors has boots, shirts, and pants from brands like Ariat, Carhartt, Wolverine, Cat, Justin, Skechers, and Levi's at undefeatable prices every day. And if you happen to find a lower price at a competitor, we'll beat it by 5%. So get the kind of gear that doesn't mind a little overtime at Academy. Fun can't lose.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply. Nothing but net. Nice shot. Man, I miss playing basketball. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
Lower testosterone?
Yeah, men just lose their edge after 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
Nugenix, the testosterone booster.
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula. It skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours and boosts your body's free and total testosterone in just 2 weeks. Since I started taking it, my energy is way up. I feel like I did back when we played for Coach Mack, and it's even spiced things up with my wife.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ARROW to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ARROW to 215215. That's ARROW to 215215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Coverage of the NFL Draft continues on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Final hour of our draft coverage here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Now, like we said, we'll go into the 10 o'clock hour if we need to get you the Falcons' 79th pick. That is their pick in the third round as it stands right now. They didn't make any trades in the second round. They made their pick at 48, and they took Avion Terrell out of Clemson, brother of A.J. Terrell, and obviously one of the fun stories in the first couple of rounds of the NFL draft. His coach in college was Dabo Swinney.
It was.
Obviously. And we're actually working on getting Dabo Swinney, the head coach of the Clemson Tigers football team, on the show here in the next couple of minutes.
We actually have one person working hard on this show today, and that would be our producer, Oren.
Yeah, Oren Romain's back there busting his butt, tracking down Hall of Fame national championship head coaches.
What were we even talking about? What did Oren? How did he rudely interrupt our conversation? What were we?
Well,
it may have been about. I think it was about pizza.
No, I was going to tell you about how the number 57 pick now gets ketchup for life.
That's right.
But we can get back to that because we're joined right now on our draft coverage show by the head coach of the Clemson Tigers, Dabo Swinney. Coach, how are you?
I'm great. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great. We're having a little celebration here in Atlanta as we got a couple of brothers together here in the secondary for the Atlanta Falcons. Can you tell us about Avion Terrell?
Man, y'all got if one Terrell is good, two is even better. Y'all got the best secondary in the NFL now with those two guys. I mean, because there's synergy between, not only are they great players, but they're brothers. And there's just an amazing synergy that will come with that. And obviously AJ's a great player, but man, AV is his own guy. They got the same last name, but they got different games. And, AV is he's not quite as long as AJ, but he plays long. But he's got more, position diversity. AV can play three positions. He's a freaking ball hawk. He's the all-time calls fumble guy in the history of Clemson in the secondary. I mean, just always around the ball, elite competitor, and I think some of that is just baby brother of a pro football player, and he's just kind of grown up in that. And to me, it's like, I can't believe that it's real that the two of them are going to get to play together. When I signed AJ, AV was in like the 7th grade, and I was like, hey man, the only reason we're recruiting him is to get to you one day. And he was a little pudgy 7th grader. And then sure enough, it worked out. And now to see them together with the Falcons, their parents have been all over the world, because this is what, year 6 or so for I think AJ. Yep. And so they've been traveling everywhere, because they had high school football while he was in the pros, then it was college football and AJ in the pros, and now to be able to not have to divide and conquer, but to be able to unite and do it all right there in Atlanta. I mean, you just can't even make it up. But it's a really cool story. It feels good and all that, but let me tell you, this is a baller. This is a high first round talent that they got in the second round, and so it's high value pick. He's an instant playmaker. He's ready to play. He's incredibly smart, understands the game. He's got great short area quickness. He can cover, like I said, play three positions. He's a tackler. He's physical, and still just developing. So, and then you throw in the fact that he and AJ are brothers. I think I always tell our guys, man, you win with a bunch of synergy. Everybody runs 11 guys out on the field, but when you got it really together, all of a sudden 2 + 2 it doesn't equal 4. It equals 10. And so I think that's a really cool dynamic that they'll bring to that defense, and just happy for the Falcons, and excited for the city of Atlanta to have another Terrell.
Yeah, Coach, we see the stats on Avion, and obviously they're fantastic, as anybody who gets drafted where he was has. But what can you tell us about the character? Is there a story or some way that you could describe who Avion Terrell is, both as a football player but also just as a teammate?
Yeah, he's a great teammate. I mean, that's one of the things I love about him the most is, not everybody loves to practice. I mean, a lot of times people they do what they got to do to get to the end result, but AV loves to practice. He loves ball. It don't matter if it's a summer workout or if you're getting ready for a championship game. That guy likes to compete, and that's just who he is. He hates to miss a practice. He loves to play, and so. That's who he is. I mean, he loves to study the game. He loves to study the opponent, and that to me is something that not everybody, that can take a while for somebody to really grasp onto that. But AV's one of those guys that's always studying the game, and again, he's been like a pro since he showed up at Clemson. And again, that's how he's been raised. That's what he's been around as far as how he trains, how he takes care of his body. All that stuff. But his competitive spirit, like this guy's a fighter, man. I mean, he will fight you and claw your eyeballs out to try to win the rep. And he hates to get beat. So, a lot of confidence, but he's not a cocky kid or anything like that. He carries himself with a great humble spirit. And I think that comes from his mom and dad, who are amazing people, but just a high level competitor that, again, as a player, he's got ball skills, he's got coverage ability, and he's a tackler. You don't see many corners that like to tackle like this guy. He can blitz. He made some big plays for us coming off the edge as well. But he's a turnover machine, and that's been who he's been his whole career. And I don't see any reason why that'll continue. He's a heavy-handed guy on the ball.
Clemson head football coach Dabo Swinney, nice enough to call into our draft coverage here on a Friday night. We appreciate that. I know you're busy and you got a lot going on, so to call in and talk to us here is pretty cool. I don't know if you've ever coached two brothers at the same time. I know that you coach both AJ and Avion at different times, but what do you think the dynamic is like in a locker room with two brothers as teammates now with the Falcons?
Yeah, well, I think it depends on who those brothers are, and what their DNA is, how they're wired. It can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing. I've coached several brothers over the years, but these two guys are wired the same. Again, first of all, amazing mom and dad, and AJ was man, what a special player he was, and they're very similar in that both of those guys, from the moment they showed up, they were ready to play, number one. Number two, just about their business. They just do the work, and they love to compete. These are highly, highly competitive guys. And now you put, again, the two of them together, like neither one of them, they want to win. And they understand what winning looks like. I mean, obviously AJ won a national championship here, and AV won the ACC here in his time. So they're both champions. They both understand, what it takes. And now you put that together, like these are guys that They're going to be detailed in their work. They're going to work really hard to be craftsmen at their position. They're going to lead by example. Neither one of them are rah-rah guys. They're just do the work guys. And they're superstars, but they got a blue collar spirit to them that you love.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for the time tonight on short notice on a Friday.
You got it.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and congrats to all the Falcons. They're gonna love the combination of these two guys. Going to be whoever that game announcer is. He's going to be calling that name a lot. It'll be a lot of fun. Years to come.
I know Wes Durham's fired up.
He can't wait.
He can't
wait. Yeah, Wes. I know Wes.
Wes.
You know Wes.
Well, Wes got the column in the ACC all these years. So Wes is familiar with him too.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Coach.
AJ and AV, man, they're going to be awesome. That's going to be a lot of fun. That'll be a great story to track. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Take care.
Clemson head football coach Dabo Swinney, nice enough to take some time out of his Friday night. Great work by Oren Romaine as well, producing the hell out of this show. Me and Joe are doing nothing.
We're talking about the cafeteria downstairs.
I was talking about feminine juniors in the last segment. And Oren's like, you know what? Let's see if we can get Dabo Swinney on the show.
How about we get on topic,
Two-time
guys?
national championship winning football coach who happened to coach both A.J. Terrell and Avion Terrell in college. And, glowing, obviously. And that's, those are, in my experience as a sports radio host, the easiest interviews to do in sports radio are the college football coach of the player that the pro team drafts.
Mm-hmm.
Sark can be a bit of a tough guy to talk to. Not after Bijan got drafted. That was the easiest interview of all time. Kalen DeBoer after Michael Penix got drafted. Very, very easy interview. And then obviously Dabo Swinney, they're just raving about the two Terrell brothers. And, if it comes to fruition in any way, shape, or form close to the way that he described it, then the Falcons are in great shape.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I loved what he had to say, just about the competitiveness. Also, something I took away from Dabo talking about these guys is, that Avion has an understanding of what it takes to prepare properly, at a professional NFL world-class level. And that's really what it takes. I'll tell you, Andy, just having, covering football, the thing that really stands out to me when I'm in this, Falcons locker room, but I'm sure it exists in any NFL locker room, is just how on top of things guys are. I think a lot of fans perceive NFL athletes to be just kind of guys who are just so talented. They just kind of course, they're practice, but they just, they go out there and they put their skills on. But there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes in order to get yourself ready tactically to be able to execute. And to have for Avion Terrell to have a brother, a model that he has seen do that kind of work, I think that's only going to help him be able to be an impact contributor, all the sooner.
Yeah, it's cool to hear Dabo talk about how he was a pro from the time he came in. Well, that's because when he came in, his brother literally was a pro. A.J. Terrell had played his time at Clemson, won a national championship, and been drafted in the first round by the Falcons. So, being around that and seeing what that takes, it makes sense that you would love to practice because you know how valuable practice is if you want to be good on Saturday, if you want to end up playing on Sunday, all of the work that goes in the off season and the studying and everything that goes into it. I think the thing, and just to sort of piggyback on your commentary of the things that people maybe don't know or understand about the players and about the locker room dynamic is the best players, and even maybe the guys that get the most out of a little bit less talent, but then also the guys that get a ton out of a lot of talent are so smart.
Right.
They're just it's such an unfortunate stereotype about football players that everyone's sort of like this.
I think it's athletes in general.
Yeah, athletes
honestly.
in general that they're sort of like this knuckle dragging, caveman thing, and obviously there's a ruthlessness that comes with being good at football. But the intelligence level that it takes to play that complicated of a game at that level is probably underappreciated. The number one most underappreciated thing, though, and Randy talks about it all the time, and it has to be true just because you can't know it unless you do it, is the ability to deal with the pain. The pain threshold that you have to be able to go out there, know you're going to get hurt and do it over and over and over again is, I don't have.
Yeah,
We don't have.
Yeah,
that.
it takes a mental fortitude
Yeah.
to like kind of be able to withstand that and just and keep going and push through it.
All right. So a bunch of draft picks got made.
How about Stone Cold just coming in?
We
there?
were talking to Dabo Sweeney. We were going to break into the middle of Dabo's glowing review of Avion Terrell to tell you that Martin Klein got drafted by Michigan. I wasn't going to do that.
We got another back-to-back draftees from the same school,
and
Ohio
what
State.
do you know? They're from Ohio State. Wouldn't you know?
One of them is one I didn't want the Falcons taken,
Hey,
so that was good.
Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker from Texas, goes to the Tennessee Titans. That guy is awesome. If you recall any of the early season games that Texas was playing last year when everyone was ragging on Arch, their defense was incredible, and in large part because of Anthony Hill Jr., so a great pick there late in the second round by the Titans. Max Clare, Ohio State tight end, another tight end, goes to the Rams. Davison Igbenosum, who Joe said no one should draft. The Bills took.
Didn't say that, just the Falcons.
Corner, yeah. And then Jake Slaughter, center from Florida, goes to the Chargers.
Slaughter goes off the board. Sergeant Slaughter.
One more pick in the second round. The Seahawks have the final pick of the second round. They took Jadarian Price, the running back from Notre Dame, in the final pick of the first round. We'll come back and wrap up the second round, and we'll get into the third round where the Falcons pick at number 79. Thanks for being with us. We'll be right back. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match tomorrow. Atlanta United travels to Toronto FC.
Game time 1 p.m.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-326-7765 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-326-7765. That's 800-326-7765. What do you have to lose? Call 800-326-7765. Again, 800-326-7765.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Do you have an unused vehicle sitting in your driveway? Imagine turning it into a new beginning. When you donate your car, truck, or van to Tommy Nobis Center, you're helping people with disabilities get the training and support they need to enter the workforce and build successful careers. Your vehicle donation fuels real change, giving people a chance to achieve independence and purpose. And it's easy. We'll handle everything from pickup to paperwork. Plus, it's tax deductible. Donate today at TommyNobisCenter.org. Make a difference, one vehicle at a time.
For all station contest rules, go to 929thegame.com/rules.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews, the tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at RS Andrews. rsandrews.com.
The playoffs. We built this for us. We worked hard for us. We never focused on them because we only focused on the ATL. This is Atlanta.
The three-point shot is back.
This is the playoffs.
Stop and pop. Bang! He hits it at the buzzer.
Round 1, Hawks versus Knicks. Go to hawks.com/tickets.
With Popeye's new $5 Faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Back to more of our Day 2 draft coverage.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
TradeGen Wealth, your trusted fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Round 3 of the NFL draft is now upon us. Round 2 wrapped up while we were in commercial break. The Seattle Seahawks took safety Bud Clark out of TCU.
This just happened? Carson Beck,
yes,
third-round
indeed.
pick.
Yes, indeed. The final pick of the second round was Bud Clark. The first pick of the third round, going to the Arizona Cardinals, is Carson Beck, quarterback out of Miami. So 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round. Obviously, the first overall pick, Fernando Mendoza. Everybody knew that was going to happen. The only thing surprising to me about the Fernando Mendoza pick was that in this draft economy that we live in 2026, no one took it upon themselves to try to nitpick him. He just was the first round pick, and everyone was like, yeah, all right, we get it. National championship, Heisman, seems like a pretty solid dude. We're not going to tear him apart like we do all the other quarterback prospects. I was a little surprised by that. Ty Simpson goes 13 to the Rams. That was surprising to a lot of people.
Shocking.
And then the entire second round goes with no quarterbacks, which not surprising. We kind of predicted that would happen, but quarterback needy team like the Arizona Cardinals decided to take the opportunity with pick 1 of the third round. Carson Beck is the third quarterback now off the board, and you've got Nussmeier from LSU, and you got Aller from Penn State, and some other guys. But yeah, congrats to Carson Beck, man. Lifelong dream of getting drafted into the NFL comes to fruition. With the Arizona Cardinals. And look, they need a starter, so he goes in to compete immediately. He might very well be the starter in Arizona.
I feel like Arizona is like a good place for Carson Beck to be. I don't know why that just seems like right in the world. Or Miami, but like there's like certain places where I feel like Carson Beck needs to be. I'm not talking about the team at all. I'm literally just talking about the geographical location.
Yeah, no, let's generalize about Phoenix. I'm happy to do this. Phoenix is one of those cities that I am more than happy to make fun of. As anybody that listens to the midday show, there's a long list of these cities. Phoenix is on it. Yeah, a quarterback with an arm sleeve definitely fits in Phoenix. Like the main things that happen in Phoenix are extreme heat, tattoo shows and meth. And I don't think Carson Beck does meth.
Yeah.
But I do know that he's got an arm sleeve of tattoos and likes to play in warm weather cities. So there you go. 2 out of 3 is not bad.
Yeah. 14 picks away, or now 13 picks because a pick has just come in. So 13 picks away from the Falcons' next pick. Draft picks are fun, by the way, Like, how big was it? Like, we finally got some Falcons news.
Yeah.
Like, they have a new player.
Some exciting Falcons
Yes,
news.
exciting. Right, yeah. Thank you for the clarification.
I mean, they added some guys. They added some guys throughout free agency, but yeah, there were no splash free agent signings because of financial issues and planning for the future. Like, there's no reason to go big on a guy that you don't really know how much you're going to need money next offseason for a quarterback or to draft a quarterback, or you got to sign Bijan, you got to sign Drake. Like, there's all kinds of things that the Falcons need to take care of. I understood their conservative approach to free agency. It's also a freedom that you're allowed in year one of the front office.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Terry Fontenot and Raheem Morris had not been fired, the Falcons free agency would have gone differently. They would have found ways to come up with money and try to make a splash because those guys' backs would have been against the wall and it would have been a win now. Obviously, the Falcons want to win now, but there's way less pressure on Ian Cunningham and Kevin Stefanski and Matt Ryan just because it's year one. That's just the nature of things. So I understand the way that they handled it. Avion Terrell becomes the first pick of this cycle for the Falcons in 2026, 48. Out of Clemson. Obviously, he's A.J. Terrell's brother. And if you missed it, Dabo Sweeney was on with us about 15 minutes ago raving about both of them. So
he went into AJ too. Yeah, he's like the whole family is fantastic,
and their parents, and all of it, which is great.
He literally pointed out the parents.
But
great job raising their kids.
If Dabo's anywhere near right, then Falcons fans are ecstatic.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I'm just fascinated as this draft continues, Andy.
Third round's gonna fly.
It'll fly, and the wide receivers have not come off the board like I thought they would. There were only 3 wide receivers taken in that second round.
Yeah.
And still some of these guys on the board. Chris Bell. Yeah, it's the same names we've been talking about, but if you're haven't been listening, you're just joining us. Chris Bell, Ted Hurst, Bryce Lance, Chris Brazel. I've seen these names all connected to the Falcons. Zachariah Branch is still out there.
Malachi Fields, Antonio Williams, like top 60 type talent guys overall in the entire draft that are still out there. Yeah, which is, it's interesting. Every year's draft is different as the league kind of ebbs and flows, like the value on, because these are none of these are number one receivers. The few number one receivers that there are went early in the first round yesterday. And even, from maybe take the last decade or so in the draft, from that standpoint, this year's crop of wide receivers is not what some of these other drafts have been. I mean, there's been guys that you knew you were going to come in. They were going to be wide receiver one from day one, and they were going to be elite. I think Carnell Tate's got a chance to be really, really good. I think Jordan Tyson from Arizona State, if healthy, can be really, really good. But after that, there's a bit of a drop-off. And yeah, you're right. I mean, we thought maybe there would be a run on wide receivers in the second round. There really wasn't. I mean, they're kind of there were a couple little mini runs, and I know Dejon Stribling went first in the second round. And we thought maybe that would spark that wide receiver run. It really didn't.
It was Stribling, Jeremy Bernard. I'm sorry, it wasn't Jeremy Bernard next. It was Denzel Boston next, and went 7th pick in the second round. Then the pick before the Falcons, Jeremy Bernard with the Steelers.
There were as many tight ends taken in the third round as there were wide receivers.
That's
which
kind of crazy. It does say something about how the NFL sees this wide receiver class. It's interesting in the context of the Falcons, who could use a receiver, but they're not going to. They're not going to reach for one. They're going to try to take the best player available, get the best value. Maybe that's not a wide receiver. But Ian Cunningham pointed out receiver being one of the deeper positions, though. So maybe a lot of these teams just think they can get guys later that they like.
Yeah, I mean that's always a part of it as well. Is okay, it's deep, but maybe that depth starts in the third round. Maybe it's a day 3 type of depth. And also you just got to take into account what the teams have. Like some of these teams don't need to be addressing that spot. Now the Raiders could have. The Raiders just took Kieran Crawford from Auburn, the edge rusher, at pick number 67. The Raiders need everything. So they're one of those teams that you can't really knock them for taking any spot, especially a position as valuable as edge rusher, which is where they just went. Tyler Onedim, probably is how you say it, I'm sure. Tyler Onedim from Texas A&M, defensive tackle, was taken by the Broncos the pick before that. And Carson Beck, like we said, was the first pick, 65th pick overall, the first pick of the third round. The Eagles are currently on the clock at pick number 68, which means only 11 picks before the Falcons make their selection at pick number 79. We're going to be right around 10 o'clock when that happens. So we'll be here. We'll be here. We'll be here with you.
We wouldn't leave you. We wouldn't leave you.
Not leave you high and dry. Now, Chris Thomas is coming in next. He's going to do a great job.
He will.
He's going to take it through the end of the third round. And I would assume open up the phone lines and react to the picks that the Falcons made tonight. So when me and Joe are done, the live coverage of the NFL draft does not finish.
I know
Chris Turtle Thomas comes in and carries the baton to the finish line.
Certainly the reaction to the Avion Terrell pick is going to be extremely positive, I have to think. I have to think. Maybe not?
Yeah, I think it'll probably be generally positive.
Yeah, maybe extremely was strong.
I don't think it'll be, I would say maybe like 50% positive, 30%, okay, I get it, but maybe I would have gone a different direction. And then like a breakdown of the final 20% between like, I'm not sure, and then rage. Because there will always be
There's
rage.
always, right.
Yeah,
There's always
people will think that they did it for the story, which hopefully that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Hopefully the fact that he's AJ Terrell's brother is just a fun coincidence and it had nothing to do with it. But yeah, I mean,
I think to the extent people wouldn't love the pick is because they thought that there were other positions that maybe should have been prioritized. And we talked about that earlier. That corner, I mean, it's a position where you feel like you can get better because you struggled in that area a little bit, but you pretty much return a lot of the guys that you had from last year. I mean, you lose D. Alford, but you just felt like you were okay there and you weren't like desperate. But I think, again, to kind of go back to what we said when Terrell was drafted, I think it's just a case of just best player available on the board.
Yeah, I think that's exactly
valuable
right.
position.
They'll say this because this is what they say, but I think they also believe this. I think they're probably surprised that he was there at 48. He's a guy that very easily could have gone end of first round, early second round. To be there mid second round, I think they're really happy about that. I mean, if there's guys that folks are going to kind of latch onto that didn't like the pick and pay attention to, Lee Hunter is a defensive tackle from Texas Tech.
Big pick just happened.
Played the position that we thought maybe they needed most. And then C.J. Allen, the linebacker from Georgia, was taking a few picks after as well. And that's always going to be something that people pay attention to, with a lot of Falcons fans just being Georgia fans as well. What was the big pick that just happened?
The Markel Bell, the giant offensive tackle. Yeah, I knew some team was going to see that 6'9", 346 with this 87-inch wingspan.
Wait,
and
that's
say,
him?
I'm going to go for it. So yeah, that is him.
That was two people. That was just one guy? I thought that was like the Little Rascals.
And it's the Eagles. It's the Eagles who come up and draft him at the top of the third round, which is interesting.
He's a left tackle, or he could play both?
I think, he was a left tackle, but certainly if the Falcons were overtaking him, they would have just flipped him over to the right.
Well, okay. I mean, the Eagles prioritize giant tackles anyway. I mean, having Jason Peters over there for all those years, and then who's the big Samoan tackle that they've had the last couple of years? Yeah, that's right. Say it again, Mailata. Yeah,
he was a UDF, or he was a international development player or whatever. He was not even a football player. He was a rugby player.
And he took over without skipping a beat. He was just a Pro Bowler for years. That again, there's teams that when they pick certain positions, I just kind of assume it'll work. When the Ravens take linebackers, I assume that those guys are going to be good. When the Eagles take tight ends, I assume those guys are going to be good. And the same can kind of be said about their offensive lineman selections as well.
A couple of other names to kind of keep an eye on at the tackle position. Now, I don't think, because Markel Bell went off the board, I don't think that the Falcons are going to be really pushing for that. I think that if he was available in the third round, we said it may have been a reach. Now, the Eagles took him even earlier.
Well, we talked about how it's possible that he would be there in the fourth round.
Right.
Absolutely not.
Right.
For him to go fourth pick of the third round.
Yeah,
clearly people saw a lot in him.
Keep an eye on J.C. Davis and Isaiah World. Those are two more of the just big kind of balls of clay that someone like Bill Callahan might want to work with. But again, these are developmental tackles, and those two guys, I wouldn't expect them to be drafted before like the 5th or 6th round.
Yeah, those guys sound like for sure day 3 guys that you could bring in and work with. Wouldn't probably play next year. Could sit behind Juwan Taylor and Bill Callahan could work with and maybe have them ready in a couple of years. The guys that could be third-round picks if the Falcons were going to go offensive tackle, Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern is projected as kind of a mid-third-round pick. as well as Travis Burke from Memphis, another offensive tackle who kind of back end of the third round projection in a lot of these draft boards. But those are some of the tackles that are still available. I mentioned it just because I don't know. I think they like Nuzul. I don't know that he's the long-term answer there, but they probably have bigger needs to deal with. We talked a bit about the center position, but two of the best three centers are off the board. Logan Jones from Iowa, as well as Jake Slaughter from Florida. Sam Heck from Kansas State, still there, though. Probably could be there in the fourth round, too. A lot of wide receivers available when the Falcons pick comes around in 10 picks from right now. Sam Roush, tight end from Stanford, selected by the Bears. Tight end from Stanford, always a pretty good idea as well. All right, we'll grab a break, come back. Final segment for us here. Maybe, unless the Falcons don't pick, and then we'll do another one after that. But don't go anywhere. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
Hey, that was our exit. We're going to miss the first pitch.
Just got to make a stop at Kroger. I promised I'd bring nachos.
Nice. You have the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And they just added Kroger stores in Atlanta.
Wait, I can get money back just for buying groceries?
Yep. And right now, you can get an extra $10 bonus on your first Kroger trip with the app. That's up to $25 cash back on one grocery run.
Even this Kroger store right here?
Yes. Now pull over. Let's get some cash back on those nachos.
Upside is now available for Kroger stores in the Atlanta area. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus on your first purchase at Kroger. That's promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code ATL7.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
We weren't planning on selling our home, but our family's needs changed. Hi, I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with a guaranteed offer from Marks Bain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. Between taking care of the kids and working a full-time job, fixing up our house and keeping it clean for showings and open houses was overwhelming. I didn't know when I would find the time to do it all. Marks Bain Real Estate's guaranteed offer saved us time and gave us peace of mind. We went to their website, filled out a quick form, and received a call within seconds. The entire process was quick and easy. We sold our home for a lot more than we bought it for. With over 11,000 five-star reviews, I had peace of mind knowing I could trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell our home fast and for more than we were asking. Their guaranteed offer allowed us to focus on what mattered most, taking care of our family. I would 100% work with Mark Spain Real Estate again. If you're preparing to move, check out Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. Go to markspain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com and start packing.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
It's a draft night in the ATL.
And our exclusive coverage continues. Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Trey Jen Wealth, your trusted fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
As we creep closer and closer to the Falcons' third round selection, pick number 71, Washington Commanders, is about to be made. Falcons pick at 79, so just a few picks away. Romello Height out of Texas Tech, Georgia Tech, USC, and Auburn was just selected by the San Francisco 49ers at pick number 70, edge rusher. In that case, like, say you're there's Georgia Tech alum listening right now. Say you're a Georgia Tech fan. Do you claim Romello Height? Or does he have to have played last at your school in order to claim an NFL draft pick? Like, because Romello Height played at Auburn, USC, Georgia Tech, and Texas Tech.
I think he has to play last at your school. Like,
so Texas
Ohio
Tech's
State doesn't claim Joe Burrow.
Right, that's true, but he didn't really.
If you're a
play
smaller
there.
school, do you have more leeway, or if you're not, like,
You
as
definitely have
prestigious
more
of a program?
leeway if you're a smaller school. Like
Okay.
if you App State can probably claim Joey Aguilar, right? Like because he played there. I don't know. He's probably not going to play in the NFL, but that was the best.
I don't even know.
That was the best.
Unfamiliar with Mr. Aguilar.
Well, then he went to Tennessee and had a good year
Okay,
last
yeah,
year. But
yeah,
like
yeah.
that was the best example I could come up with going from small school
That's
to
right.
big school. But like, does Tech claim Jahmyr Gibbs? He went to Alabama and had good success, and then
Well,
obviously he's a baller in the NFL.
I believe Gibbs has a Tech tattoo, so
I would claim him.
I think that solidifies it.
Yeah.
I think that puts you in.
I mean, as a Washington fan, I'll claim Jeremy Bernard. He was on the team that went to the national championship game. He went to Alabama after that because the coach went to Alabama after that. Can't blame him for that. What's he supposed to do, man? Stick around
True.
and play for Jed Fish?
True.
I wouldn't have. I would have gone to Alabama with Kalen DeBoer. He was catching.
Andy's had it out for Coach Fish.
And not
for a while now.
anti-Fish, just not impressed yet. That's
Okay,
all. Just
okay.
impress me. In Kalen DeBoer's second year, he went to the national championship game. In Chris Peterson's second year at Washington, he went to the college ball playoff. In Jed Fish's second year, he almost beat Michigan or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, no one cares about that. Also, Romello Height is from the state of Georgia. He's from Dublin, Georgia, which is also where my dog is from. That's where Boone was born, on a farm in Dublin, Georgia. Antonio Williams, Clemson wide receiver, selected 71st overall by the Washington Commanders. So another wide receiver. off the board.
Weird. And so what's clear to me is that teams are, I mean, there's a couple players who have been highly rated, but that have injury issues, injury concerns, and I think those concerns are clearly scaring teams off.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Bell, one of them at the wide receiver position. We talked about McCoy, the cornerback from Tennessee, Jermon McCoy. So, and understandably, like it's understandable
definitely.
why a medical would really damage you in this kind of, it's a game theory situation with a draft. And there's just better options, basically.
Well, the funny, I won't say funny, but like the comparison I would make just in terms of like what I'm looking at on my screen here with this draft board is almost like when you're in your fantasy draft and everyone gets scared of the same injured player at the same time.
Exactly.
Or there's a guy who's available still in the fantasy draft who got injured for the season.
He's got that little like tick next to his name,
He's
like
got
medical
the little
cross,
red
whatever.
cross next to his name. He got hurt in the preseason and no one's taking him, but he's still there. Because Jermod McCoy, the cornerback from Tennessee, is the second rated cornerback on this draft board.
According to Dane Brugler.
It's according to Dane Brugler, just from a talent standpoint. He's the 14th overall player in the entire draft. And we're now sitting here at pick number 73, and he's still on the board. Again, we understand why he's still on the board because of injury, but just kind of crazy. Takario Davis was just drafted by the Bengals. He's a cornerback out of the University of Washington. I did think that the running back probably would get selected before him, but 2 UW Huskies off the board now. And there's a lot of really good Washington corners in the NFL right now.
Yeah, there are.
I won't call us DBU because there's other schools that are certainly better at producing defensive backs than Washington, but a lot of really good Washington corners in the league right now. Shout out to Takario Davis, who is going to be a Cincinnati Bengal.
7 picks from the Falcons.
7 picks from the Falcons as we continue to inch closer and closer. Are you familiar with the story of pick number 57? Logan Jones, the center from Iowa, who was taken 57th overall by the Chicago Bears. Do you know what Logan now gets?
No, I don't.
A lifetime supply of Heinz 57 ketchup.
Oh, that's right. You were loving this
Yes.
Heinz pick.
Heinz sponsored pick number 57. So he gets a red jacket with a little 57 patch on it and all the ketchup he can eat for the remainder of his life.
And he's probably going to get invited to Super Bowl like media week just to wear that letter jacket,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
So
Now he gets to
regardless of how his season goes, he's at least going to have some promotion.
And also, like, I would just say this is speculation and stereotyping, but I feel comfortable doing that. It's 9:45 on a Friday night. An offensive lineman from Iowa is probably pretty likely to like ketchup.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like if you, I don't know, like a wide receiver from California or something like that might be a little bit more of a health guy,
Right.
You know,
but potatoes,
whatever,
meatloaf topping.
Exactly. Logan Jones has put ketchup on meatloaf this week.
Yeah. Eggs probably.
And he paid for it.
Yeah.
Never again.
Right.
Never again.
Never again.
Never again. It did get us thinking the other day on the midday show what other picks should be sponsored, like what other numbers should be sponsored. A pick 151, Bacardi.
Oh,
Bacardi 151.
Yeah.
You could do that. Old English could sponsor pick 40.
Yeah.
Jack Daniels could have done pick 7. All of my thoughts were alcohol.
Man.
They were all alcohol sponsorships, which maybe the NFL doesn't want to do. But we're at pick number. Oh, that's a fun pick. Dang it, man.
Yeah, interesting player just went off the board. Oscar Delp.
Damn, Saints did it again.
Saints keep taking these players
That's
that are
the second Georgia player that the Saints have taken in this year's draft. They took Christian Miller in the second round, the defensive
Do you think
tackle.
that's their strategy? Do you think that's a strategy to take Georgia players?
Well, it worked
I mean, it was a
for
strategy
the
for
Eagles.
the Eagles. Yeah.
They won a Super Bowl doing it.
Yeah.
The Packers have been in the playoffs a couple of years with like 1/3 of their defense being Georgia defensive players. And now the Saints at pick number 73 have taken Oscar Delp, tight end, Georgia. He's going to go play for the New Orleans Saints. And, obviously the guy that I work with in the middays knows a lot about the tight end position, has had a lot of positive things to say about Oscar Delp over the years, was pretty blown away by some of the numbers and stuff that he was able to put up at the combine. And obviously having seen him play very closely as Randy has, Randy thinks Oscar Delp's going to be like an elite tight end in the NFL.
Wow.
Like a really, really, really talented player.
Yeah.
So Saints got a good one there.
Yeah. Pick 74 is in, by the way, too. The picks are kind of coming fast now for the Giants. They take a wide receiver, Malachi Fields, the Notre Dame wide receiver. So there's one off the board. And I'm going to be honest, I still have no idea which way the Falcons are going to go with this pick.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
They took Avion Terrell at pick number 48. If you're just joining us, cornerback out of Clemson, also from Westlake High School here in Atlanta. He is the brother of A.J. Terrell, which is awesome and is a really fun story that those guys are now teammates. And he's also a really talented player, too. Avion Terrell had a really nice career at Clemson. Dabo Swinney, head coach of the Clemson Tigers, was on with us about half an hour ago and raved about him, of course. Mentioned he's the all-time fumbles caused leader in Clemson football history.
Yeah.
No one in the history of Clemson football has caused more fumbles than Avion Terrell.
It's a huge part of the game now.
It is.
We've talked earlier in the show about like the meta tactics of football. The tactics are to punch at that football, and he's clearly very good at it. He called him heavy-handed on the football.
He did call him heavy-handed. Wouldn't you be mad if like you're running with the ball? Obviously, they're trying to punch and somebody just punched the ball and just gut checked you. It's like, dude,
it's gotten
have some better aim.
I've asked the question, I guess that is legal. Like you can punch somebody,
right? You can just punch him in the gut,
as long as it's between the whistles.
As long as you supposedly were punching at the football,
yeah, right.
You're allowed to punch someone.
Well, yeah, but I'm curious. Like, could you just punch somebody? You couldn't punch in the face, but could you just give him a nice jab to the ribs or a
seems
hook
like they
to the
would
ribs?
call unnecessary roughness.
Problem
if you tried, if you're like a pass rusher, but then sometimes what's the difference? A stiff arm is like a well-delivered stiff arm is just a punch to the face with an open palm.
Apparently Jim Brown broke someone's sternum with a stiff arm one time back in the day.
I believe
he had those light pads,
Yeah, and Jim Brown was made of muscles and fury.
He fought aliens in Mars Attacks. Of course he punched
I heard you guys talking about that today. What a great call that was when you brought up Jim Brown in Mars Attacks. I love that movie. That movie was so stupid and delightful.
Aliens
with
the little brain, big brain.
When I was a kid, we would always go to a movie on Christmas Day, and I wanted to go to Mars Attacks so bad.
On Christmas
My
Day.
family was like, "No, we're gonna go." We went and saw Michael, the movie about John Travolta being an angel. It's one of the stupidest movies I've ever seen in my life. We went and saw Michael, the John Travolta angel movie. I'm just stewing the whole time. I'm like 12. I wanted to go see Mars Attacks, man. That movie was great. I was so glad I got to see that eventually. Anyway.
Shoot. I was going to say something. Now I've forgotten because that
yeah, look, that's the point of the day we're at, man. We're just tap dancing until the Falcons pick. That's what it is. It sucks that it's timing up like this, too. The rounds could have gone a little faster, and we could be at the Falcons pick right now. Or we could be 20 picks away from it, and then you and me just be done in 4 minutes, and Chris would get to say what the third round pick is. No, it's the perfect spot to where we're just, we'll stick with it until the Falcons make a pick because we are just 4 picks away right now. The Dolphins are on the clock at pick 75. Then you've got the Steelers, you've got the Bucks, you've got the Colts, and then the Falcons there at 79. Get you caught up on all what?
Could be a wide receiver run here. Another wide receiver goes off the board to the Dolphins. Texas Tech wide receiver Caleb Douglas.
Okay, again, not a guy we've
I would have thought. Yeah.
Caleb Douglas just a little bit further down than Zachariah Branch. Ted Hurst, Brennan Thompson. Brennan Thompson's that burner from Mississippi State
who
went to the combine and just set everybody's stopwatches on fire.
Yeah.
And then Bryce Lance, the wide receiver from North Dakota State, who I've seen projected to the Falcons on a million different mock drafts. He's the brother of Trey Lance and had a really nice career at North Dakota State as well. Let me run down all of the picks that have happened in the second round as we kind of continue to talk you through and get you ready for the Falcons pick at 79. We will announce the pick and we'll give some quick snap thoughts on it. And then Chris Turtle Thomas is here to do a draft show as well. So he'll be able to give you his thoughts on what the Falcons do at 79. And I understand, I'm pretty sure Chris, will you open up the phone lines as well for folks? Yeah, so Chris will have you guys on the phones reacting to what the Falcons do or what the Falcons have done tonight in the draft. Carson Beck was the first pick of the third round. He was taken 65th overall. Arizona Cardinals. There was some speculation as to whether the Cardinals would trade back in to the first round to try to take Ty Simpson. That obviously went out the window when Ty Simpson was taken 13th overall by the Rams. So Carson Beck goes to the Cardinals there at 65. Tyler Onadim, the defensive tackle from Texas A&M, was taken 66th by the Broncos. Kieran Crawford, the edge rusher from Auburn, is a Raider at pick 67. Markel Bell, an offensive tackle who Joe was telling us about out of Miami, just a mountain of a human, 6'9", 330, drafted by the Eagles at pick 68. Pick 69 by the Bears, Stanford tight end.
Someone's got to sponsor that pick.
Blue Chew.
Yeah, there you go.
I think Blue Chew should sponsor that one, or Brazzers or something.
God.
Romello Height was taken at pick 70 by the 49ers out of Texas Tech. Antonio Williams, the wide receiver from Clemson, taken at pick 71 by the Washington Commanders. Takario Davis, cornerback out of Washington, is a Cincinnati Bengal at pick 72. Oscar Delp, tight end from Georgia, pick 73, is a
Saint.
New Orleans Saint. Can you say the other ones? My voice is stopping.
Andy, that's about as long as you could go. I'm tapping in. Malachi,
7 hours is too much.
Malachi Fields goes 74th overall wide receiver from Notre Dame to the Giants. Then the Dolphins follow up with another wide receiver, Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech. And then Orton, did you say there's another pick?
And the Steelers took Drew Aller.
At 76, Steelers have taken Drew Aller.
Steelers take Drew Aller. Okay.
Short drive.
A Pennsylvania native there. I'm not personally high on Drew Aller, but who knows? Maybe he'll be better in the pros.
But again, that feels like the right place to take him.
Yeah.
Like they took Kenny Pickett in the first round a couple of years ago because they were sort of desperate at that spot. Drew Aller and Kenny Pickett seem pretty similar to me.
Yeah.
Now, I guess the assumption still would be that that Aaron Rodgers could be their quarterback next year. I mean, we haven't found out one way or the other on that. But Drew Aller, man, coming into the year last year, had a lot of hype.
Oh, yeah.
Had he lived up to it, very likely would have been a first-round draft pick. So, there's a handful of quarterbacks like that in this draft. Carson Beck, one of them. Drew Aller.
Highly touted, prestigious prospects that have kind of had this notoriety because they have skills. It's not unfounded.
Garrett Nussmeier is another one of them where, had they not played last year in college, probably would have been drafted higher. And that's the way it goes sometimes. And it's not because they came back. They got hurt in some cases or didn't play great in some cases. Carson Beck played the whole year and went to the national championship game. I think people just saw some of the limitations that he has. Okay, we'll take a break. That's good. My voice is cooked. We need to go downstairs and have some beverages.
Get some liquid in us.
Yeah. Little throat lozenges in the form of beer. But we'll take a break. We'll come back and give you the Falcons pick at number 79. The Steelers are on the clock. Drew Aller's who they took. So the Packers are on the clock at pick number 77. We'll be back after this on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match tomorrow. Atlanta United travels to Toronto FC.
Game time 1 p.m.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Helping you navigate to and through retirement with Aaron Vincent, Matthew Decker, and the team at the Vincent Financial Group. Join us for Retire ATL, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and Sundays at 11 p.m. And get more at retireatlradio.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Falcons fans, rise up in Madrid. Falcons Fan Travel is taking you to Spain. We got you covered. Flights, hotel, Falcons legends, game tickets, VIP tailgate, and more. Deposits are 100% refundable. Secure your spot at atlantafalcons.com/travel.
Look on your roof. You see that black streak? That's not dirt, y'all. You know what it is? It's an airborne fungus that feeds on your shingles. That's right. I said fungus. Ew. I trust Wise Guys Pro Wash, so I had my roof treated to get rid of that nasty junk, and they use this soft wash, never high pressure, and it safely removes that organic buildup and protects the shingles. That's a big deal. You know why? Because you need a multi-year roof treatment warranty for your insurance. It's real simple. Log on, get a free estimate. $70 off when you mention me at the time of booking. I'm Sandra Golden.
Save on great gifts and perfect bites for mom at Whole Foods Market.
There are yellow sale signs throughout the store. In the body care department, save on scented candles and luxurious personal care items. Treat mom to all the best and save at Whole Foods Market.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off all new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-326-7765 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-326-7765. That's 800-326-7765. What do you have to lose? Call 800-326-7765. Again, 800-326-7765.
Coverage of the NFL Draft continues on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, a little overtime for me and Joe as we promised. If the pick hadn't been made yet, we got pretty close.
Finish the drill, Andy.
Got to finish the drill, dude. Run through the tape. Give 100%, 110.
110.
1% better every day. Whatever it is. Just keep, make sure you do that. As the Falcons are next up, they're on deck. The Colts are on the clock at pick 78. Falcons will are scheduled to make their selection at 79. It would be, I'll be honest, it would be infuriating if they traded back right now. And I'm sure Chris Thomas, who's getting ready to take over for us, would feel the exact same way. Chris is, as soon as the pick is made, will react a little bit, and then Chris is going to jump in and obviously give his reaction to the Avion Terrell pick in the second round, as well as whatever the Falcons do at 79. And I know the phone lines will be open, so we'll get a chance to hear from Falcons fans as well. But
Branch is sitting there.
Zachariah Branch is
He's
sitting there.
sitting right there.
That's true.
Come on now.
It'd be fun.
I know. It's
be a
kind
lot
of crazy that he's
Come
still
on
available.
now.
Yeah, I mean, there was some talk about him potentially sneaking into the back end of the first. And maybe that was just talk from me and Randy because we really like him and Randy went to Georgia. But there was some talk, at least between us, about that happening. The Falcons are now on the clock. So
he is the number one rated
TikTok.
receiver left on the board.
Yep.
I just checked that before I came in.
Who is Branch?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of receivers.
Bell is still on there.
We're
Hurst.
surprised at how many guys are still there. Yeah, Chris Bell, Chris Brazzell.
Yeah.
A lot of receivers still
Chris
there. Like guys
Brazzell.
we were talking about potentially being the pick of 48.
I will say this, though. If the Falcons take a wide receiver here, Mason Smith better be good.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
He better be able to have some coming out party this year.
I wonder if there's any. Are there any decent free agents still available? Like free agent defensive linemen? I don't know.
Well, there will be as the summer goes on, I'm sure. Like some of these guys will become available. But, I mean, with Lee Hunter going right after the Falcons picked Avion Terrell at 48, going 49 to the Panthers, a defensive tackle, a guy who a lot of mocks had come into Atlanta. We're also going to get to see him twice a year, so that's going to – if he's excellent and fills that need for them and the Falcons didn't address it, then, yeah, that's something that people are going to be talking about and paying attention to for a while.
I really don't want to admit this. I actually love what every other team in the NFC South has done so far.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't lie.
It's hard
about
to argue with.
They've done really well.
It's hard
for
to argue with
themselves.
the Saints just taking all the Georgia guys.
Yeah.
Like Christian Miller and then Oscar Delp.
They're saying if Tyler Shuck has a chance in this league, we're going to give him every opportunity to be good.
Yeah. And I like that they're doing that too, because he actually had he had a pretty decent second half of the year last year. Like pretty worth it to try to stack some talent around him. Do you know who it is? We're gonna let's let Oren do it. Oren did all the work
With the
tonight.
79th pick here.
Yeah.
The Falcons have selected Georgia wide receiver Zachariah.
Hey,
Great
Look
pick.
at the Falcons just doing all the make people happy stuff tonight. That's great. Avian Terrell gets
Great
to come
pick.
play with his brother in the secondary. That's a feel-good story. Falcons need a wide receiver. Zachariah Branch is one of, if not, I don't know, maybe not the most, but one of the most dynamic speed wide receivers.
I was going to say
in the draft.
they don't not only need a receiver, they need an explosive wide receiver. They need a certain type of wide receiver that could
That's right.
really be dynamic and cause problems down the field, across the field with the speed. And Zachariah Branch is absolutely that guy.
Yeah.
Great track record.
He's also a guy that, I mean, this happens sometimes, either because the offense that you're in college or the offense that you go to in the NFL, some games just translate, whatever. He just feels like a guy to me that is going to be better in the NFL than he was in college. And I think that does have to do with the offense that he was in and the way that they used him. I understand why Georgia plays the offense that they play. It works for them. But he's such a good fit in the modern NFL, especially like when you talk about the need that the Falcons have at that spot. They've got the big body guy in Drake. They've got they've got some other types of wide receivers in that room, and they've got Kyle Pitts at least for a year, who's also big body and a yards after the catch guy. Now they've got that super speedster who you can just get the ball in his hands and let him make plays like he did when he was at Georgia, he did when he was at USC, and now we'll get a chance to see him do it in the Falcons uniform as well.
Yeah.
I will say this. Just think about this for a second, boys. No excuses now for whoever the quarterback is.
Yeah, that's helpful for the quarterback.
Weapons aplenty to go around now. Between the two B-Robs in the backfield, it doesn't look like they're trading Pitts now.
Right.
You got Drake, you got your true number 2, and then you got a couple of ancillary guys that you brought in this offseason. Tua, Penix, on the clock, whichever one it's going to be.
Yeah, and again, like I feel so convicted in this with where Penix is at injury wise, and just the types of receivers that they have, the types of playmakers that they have. An accurate passer like Tua is perfect for these guys. Like, he's going to put the ball where it needs to be to get yards after the catch with Zachariah Branch. He's going to put the ball where it needs to be for Drake to go up and get it. Same thing with Kyle Pitts. Like, Kyle Pitts thrives so much with an accurate passer. I don't know. I think it's very well set up for Tua to be able to work in this offense, and we don't know where Penix is even at health-wise.
Yeah.
So, that's a great point, Chris.
You know what's interesting to me
weaponed up
as well is that the juxtaposition, Andy and Joe, of these two moves, which instantly impact your football team day one, versus the sort of Band-Aid short-term deals that they made to bring in the guys to fill in for the Caden Ellises and the D. Alfords that they let go. It's kind of an interesting juxtaposition. It's like, we're going to draft two guys that could come in and start for us right away, but the guys that we're bringing in to fill in the gaps are these sort of low-risk, high-reward Azeez Ojulari, Samson Ebukam, who had historical years 5 years ago, but haven't popped since. It's interesting.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, you have to have guys, right? And they're proven NFL players, but obviously there's not high-level expectations for those guys at this point of their career. That feels like a front office that is pretty dead set on building through the draft. They'll do what they can this year with their 5 picks. They'll replace those one-year guys next year with the picks that they have next year, and I would imagine they'll go about trying to stack draft picks between now and next year's draft, whether it's the compensatory stuff that they've already been able to do. Maybe there's more trades coming at some point. Obviously, they have all of their picks next year as well, which they don't this year with their first-round pick and their fifth-round pick. That seems to me like Ian Cunningham saying, this is going to take a little bit, but it's going to be built through the draft, which is the right way to do it.
I also wonder if they might try to use Zachariah Branch as a returner, because if you just look at his traits, like, they're very they're exactly what you would want in a returner, just like the twitchiness, the suddenness, the ability to cut on a dime. I didn't know it. Also, his dad is a speed, strength, and agility trainer.
Really?
So and his profile says he's been training at a professional level, basically, like a world-class level since middle school.
Is his brother a twin brother, or just?
I don't think
they're just.
I'm
brothers?
not sure, actually. I'm not.
And
sure.
his brother's still at Georgia, right? Okay, so his brother plays safety and is still at Georgia.
Well, I'll tell you this, Andy and Joe, the return game literally couldn't be worse than it was last year. So it literally doesn't matter who's back there. It's going to be
Special
better.
teams across the board was so bad last year that anything they do to improve it will be a step in the right direction. I was just pointing at Zachariah Branch's draft party because we saw a shot of it for some reason. ESPN showed it.
That's right. Yeah.
As their coverage started back at 7:00, we were like, whoa, did the 49ers trade to 33 to take Zachariah Branch?
I would have believed it.
Sure. I would have believed it too.
Yeah.
I also would have been like, yeah, Kyle Shanahan knows what he's doing.
Right. Yeah.
That's the exact guy that he wants in his offense. And then 3 hours later, we get to cut back to the Zachariah Branch
long
draft
tease,
party.
ESPN.
It's a long tease. Look, they've even eaten all the pizza and wings that showed up. That's what they were excited about.
Any concern that he's listed at 5'8.5"?
Nah, he's small. We've seen it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's no
small. Yeah, I wasn't expecting. Yeah.
He's fast as hell.
He's
though.
going to be like, I think he's going to be, at least in the immediate term, somewhat of how he was using Georgia. Quick passes, get the ball in his hands, let him do something on the outside. And because he has that kind of explosiveness where he can make one guy miss and then be gone.
We had Greg Cosell, again, probably the least over the top draft analyst that we talked to. Like, he's not trying to make headlines. He's not trying to give you a hot take to get clicks or anything like that.
He doesn't need to.
He just kind of says what he thinks. He said that Zachariah Branch reminds him of Tyreek Hill. And I mean, if that's what the Falcons just got, then hell yeah.
I was going to actually compare him, not quite to Tyreek Hill, but another former Falcon that Falcons fans would be familiar with, Taylor Gabriel, who was like a really important piece of the Super Bowl team. Kind of a small receiver. He wasn't ballyhooed at all. I mean, I think he was like a practice squad kind of guy, but had this speed, and Kyle Shanahan was able to
What was his nickname? What did they call him? Taylor Gabriel?
Taylor Gabriel? I'm not sure.
Turbo.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's right. Thank goodness Oren's here.
So that's kind of exactly how I see Zachariah Branch. He's turbo.
He's got a turbo button.
He's got a juice that not everybody has.
Trying to see. I always like the Ringer does their comps. Oh, the Zachariah Branch comp is Pete Maverick Mitchell. Okay. That's a bit of a throwback. But that's interesting. They've got him listed at 5'9", 177, 5'8.5", whatever you want to call it.
Was that guy playing during the forward pass era?
I would have to think.
Maverick Mitchell?
Yeah. I want to look it up.
He sounds like a guy who would be wearing a leather helmet.
Oh, no, that's Maverick from Top Gun. I guess that's, for whatever reason, the comp that they made. I don't know. The Ringer's goofy.
Oh, because he's like, a
Need for
wild
speed?
guy. Yeah, you're right. Wants to go fast.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
That's probably where we leave it.
I think a lot of Falcons fans will be happy with what happened today.
So does that make Tua a goose? I mean, is that...
Yeah, I think so.
Is that what we're saying?
But if he's Tyreek Hill, Tua and Tyreek Hill had some good moments together. Obviously, had some really great moments together. Again, Tyreek's such a special, kind of unique, one-of-one type of player.
Yeah.
Zachariah Branch is not built like that physically, but from a speed perspective and a height perspective, I can get behind that. If it's a production perspective, I would like that as well. That's going to do it for me and Joe. Now, we'll just kind of slink off into the darkness, and Chris will take the baton and keep going. But thanks for being with us. That was really fun.
Yeah, this was a great time.
Work, Joe.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Great work, Oren.
Good job, Oren.
Shout out to Dabo Sweeney.
Oren
for
got
joining us as
Dabo
well.
Swinney on the show.
That's more work, better work than I've done in months.
I'll play that interview, by the way.
It's a good interview.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we asked him 2 questions and he talked for 10 minutes.
I was cutting up the individual cuts to play, and I was like, why is this answer 4.5 minutes long?
I was transcribing things. It was
He just went.
kept going.
He
Yeah.
talked for 5 minutes, and what I said was, "Can you tell us about Avion Terrell?" And he said, "Boy, can I."
You think he does that when he goes into homes of potential recruits? They're like, well, what is Clemson about? And he just sits there and he just goes for 8 minutes straight.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
I understand why people want to go play for him. Like, he's a really good talker, and he can get you hyped up and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, they've won a lot of games there as well. But anyway, the Falcons have made their 2nd-round pick and their 3rd-round pick. Chris Thomas is here with you to talk about it on the phones. And how long are you on?
I'm on till 2 a.m.
I'm going to be listening for a little bit. I want to hear what Falcons fans have to say about
brings back some memories.
So let's go. 404-726-0929. As soon as we get back from break, Falcons fans, let's weigh in. If you want to give me a grade, if you want to give me just your instant thoughts. I am thrilled. I do have one concern, and I'll explain that when we get back.
That was always my answer when I was first working here, and people would be like, "Oh, what's it like doing sports radio in Atlanta?" I'd be like, "Well, I can take phone calls at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Because Falcons fans are diehard and about it. Like, I could open up the phone lines at 3:15 and truck drivers would call in. So
yeah, I was on till 2 a.m. last night. We had phone calls up until the last segment.
All right.
So we're good.
Awesome. Chris Thomas is next. Thanks for being with us.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
At long last, all the greatest hits together on one compact disc with timeless classics like
The lottery just paid. I finally got it made.
And who can forget the mega hit Big Money?
Big money, ain't it funny? The cash is raining down.
The greatest hits for you to hear over and over again.
I hit the jackpot and I got rich. Just yes.
Minutes of pure listening pleasure.
Don't get your hits like this. Get a nice hit of cash instead with the new hit family of scratchers from the Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly. Always check and sign your ticket.
With the new Millionaire for Life game, you can win $1 million every year for the rest of your life. That's right, the rest of your life. Sounds like a good payment plan to me. Play the Millionaire for Life game from the Georgia Lottery.
Tune in to WSB Channel 2 for your official Georgia Lottery drawing and check out the Players Club at GALottery.com.
Step inside Twin Peaks and you're instantly in the lodge. Warm wood, stone accents, and a mountain retreat vibe that hits the second you walk in. Massive TVs line every wall, turning every seat into a front row view of the action. That I'm staying a while smell of wings and burgers fill the air. And 29-degree draft beer chills in frosted mugs like it's straight from the summit. The bar stays live, the energy stays high, and the Twin Peaks girls keep the whole place feeling fun and welcoming. For the ultimate sports lodge experience, it's always Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Bobby Jones Golf Course Atlanta. Spring is here and golf weather is back. No better place to get back out on the golf course than at Bobby Jones. You're getting a country club experience, but it's open to the public. It's been a long winter. Golf swing might be a little rusty. Bobby Jones has the driving range open every single day. The putting green is open. The putting course is open. And of course, you can always play the full course as well. Now that the sun's back out, we want to see you back out on the golf course as well. So head to Bobby Jones Golf Course Atlanta, and for more information, go to the website at bobbyjonesgc.com.
I started my first business at 12, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and that made me work harder. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 from day one.
Jaron Solomon here, and if you want to absolutely win Mother's Day, listen up. Now through May 10th, when you make a purchase at Solomon Brothers Jewelers, you can receive a free Big Green Egg grill with qualifying purchase. And this year, for all of you out there who have taken us up on this offer before, you also have the option of a brand new Traeger. You give mom something timeless, and you get the grill everybody wants. Visit Solomon Brothers Jewelers or book your appointment at SolomonBrothers.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Relax and let Kroger Delivery handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then carefully pack your order in our refrigerated trucks. And our cool trucks keep your food fresh right to your door. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Delivery. Get free delivery during online deal days, plus $30 off your first online order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all way day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Thank you all for being here and for all of you tuning in across the country to welcome our future NFL stars.
The newest players in the NFL have been selected. Now, it's time to take a look back around the league.
This is the Games Draft Wrap-Up.
We're getting you caught up with all the trades, all the picks, and a look ahead at what's to come.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
92.9 The Game's NFL Draft Wrap-Up show is on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, here's Chris Thomas.
Oh, ho, ho! What's up, Atlanta? Let's go! Falcons Nation! 404-726-0929. It's me. It's you. It's the phones. It's the post-game wrap-up show. And the Falcons have made us all gloriously happy. At least I hope. I know there'll be some of you that are going to call in and be like, but Turtle, they didn't take a defensive tackle. But Turtle, they didn't take an offensive lineman. What if Jawan Taylor stinks? Well, I'll say this. You can't do everything all at once. So with the 2 picks at 48, they take Avion Terrell. Let's go. 2 all-pro level corners that are brothers playing in the same secondary. I mean, what? The fact that, so last night, if you were listening, and we're going to take calls right away, by the way, 404-726-0929. Last night, if you were listening, when I came on, I rattled off to you the top 25 best available players going into tonight. And there were various positions that I was excited about. Wide receiver, linebacker, defensive tackle, offensive tackle. There was a ton of talent left on the board. Did you know Avion Terrell was ranked the number 2 player left on the board going into today? Not corner, overall. So the fact that he fell to the Falcons at 48 is nothing short of amazing. Amazing. And to double down on the awesome and to be able to have, again, Zachariah Branch, who was the number 1 wide receiver left on the board for many picks, just sitting there. And you're able to bring him back to the state of Georgia to what I hope be your number 2 wide receiver is awesome. I am thrilled with both of these picks. What a great job by Ian Cunningham, Matt Ryan, and Kevin Stefanski. Brava! Brava! Let's go, boys. Way to knock it out of the freaking park. You didn't need to trade down. You didn't need to give up a pick. You got 2 absolute studs. Avion Terrell coming home to play with his brother. Georgia boy. Awesome. Zachariah Branch, all the potential, all the talent in the world. Georgia coming back home. Let's go. I am thrilled. Now, I joked around with Andy Bunker and Joe Patrick in the last segment. I said, if they do take a wide receiver here, Mason Smith better be really good. Because if you're foregoing defensive tackle, I don't know, maybe the quote-unquote second wave of free agency, you can bring in another guy. That's my only concern is, maybe you'll get a guy in the 4th round and you can plug and play and put him in the rotation, and it'll be run plugging by committee in 2026. But other than that, I mean, again, bravo. Boys, great job. They're going to have a press conference in a little bit once the 3rd round is over. I'm going to try to grab that sound in the commercial breaks, and I'll bring that to you as soon as we can get it. We'll have a couple of guests stop by along the way. Mark Ramonde is going to join us from ESPN to break it all down. And then the rest of the time, it's me and it's you and it's the phones at 404-726-0929. Tonight is a night to celebrate. By the way, if anybody's wondering, our boy Ted Hurst from Georgia State is going to Tampa. Oof, interesting. I said it to Andy and Joe. Guys, it's Ruben Bain, the Saints, I love what they've done. I'm not going to lie. The NFC South got a lot tougher over these last couple of days. But the Falcons have done equally as well. So I think it's going to be a 4-horse race this year. I really do. Tampa's reloaded. New Orleans is going all in on Tyler Shuck. And Carolina proved last year that they're a team that's on the come. This division is not going to be the laughingstock of the NFL next year. It's just not. Tampa's had an outstanding draft. They get Ruben Bain, they get Jeremiah Trotter's son, and then they get Ted Hurst. That's great. But Falcons have been great too. Avion Terrell, Zachariah Branch, love it. Absolutely love it. You hope Zachariah Branch can, over the next couple of months, learn NFL speed, and by the time the games come around, you can work him into the offense to the point where hopefully he can take over. I mean, Jahan Dotson and OZ are both receivers that have NFL pedigree. I don't think he's going to step on the field, especially, a guy like OZ who's seen every route, ran every route, been there, done that. But he certainly has the raw offensive talent. We've seen that. I mean, I don't know if, we joked around last segment about comparing him to Tyreek Hill. I don't know about all that, but, he has some of that DNA in him. Meaning, get him the ball in space, have him make a move, put one foot in the ground, turn the opposite direction and go. He's that type of player. So 404-726-0929. I see the lines are full already. So I'm not going to waste much time. Again, my analysis, A+. Great job. Again, my concern is 0 with the actual picks. It's just, but this was going to be the concern no matter what. If they took a defensive tackle in the 2nd round, we'd be like, okay, well, do you have enough at wide receiver? So it's just for the lack of picks, I guess, essentially. Because now you're getting into the 4th round, the 5th round, and the talent level starts to drop off a little bit in terms of guys that can contribute on a, instant basis or down in, down out basis. These are guys that are going to be more developmental. And, another Georgia boy off the board, by the way. The Pittsburgh Steelers, the host city, selects Dalen Everett, corner from Georgia. Great player. That's a good pickup for them. All right, let's start with Josh. Josh is up first. What are you thinking, man?
Turtle, what's up, man? Hey, if you remember, man, I called you yesterday and I said a perfect day 2 would have been getting AJ's little brother, Zach Branch, and possibly a DT, but we didn't get a chance to trade back or whatever. So overall, I am thoroughly happy. As Avion kept falling, I was like, oh, we're gonna get him. Then when we got him, of course, I'm sitting here at work, I'm yelling all over the place or whatever. Yeah. And then when I kept seeing Zachariah fall, I'm like, oh, we're gonna get him too. And that's exactly what happened.
You know what I love about it, Josh? Ecstatic. You know what I love about it, Josh? They didn't make it complicated. They took the best guys that were there both times. They didn't, because we've seen, unfortunately, Josh, with I hate to say it, but it is what it is. Guys like Troy Anderson and Rook and Richie Grant, those guys were reaches, and this regime is showing you right off the bat they're not messing around. I love it.
And the only thing that because I keep hearing people still talk about D tackle and some other stuff, but you can address all the rest of your needs in the draft. As far as the draft, you can address that tomorrow. Because you don't really want to waste a premium draft position like rounds 1 through 3 on people that are not going to be immediate impact players. And so I feel like at least the Falcons feel as if the acquisitions that they've already made are at least enough of a stopgap to get us through this season and continue to build moving forward.
Well, Josh,
so like I said, overall, I'm extremely happy.
Here's the thing, and I appreciate the phone call. Thanks for leading off. 404-726-0929. If you told us last night at the end of the first round that today, like Miles, who's with me tonight for the full 4, and he was with me last night doing a good job taking your calls and producing the program, if we were sitting here last night and we said when we came in tonight to do this show that we were going to be talking about the Falcons drafting Avion Terrell and Zachariah Branch, I would have signed up for that. I'm blindfolded. I would have signed up for that.
And I would have thought we would have had to trade something.
Yeah, and something would have happened.
Yeah,
exactly. So I'm sitting here saying, if you told me that 24 hours ago when we were doing this show, okay. I mean, for sure. That is a grand slam in terms of acquisition, talent, and everything else. I couldn't be happier. Yeah, they got to figure out some other positions. Offensive tackle, if Taylor doesn't work. Linebacker still needs to be addressed. Defensive tackle, definitely. We'll see, maybe they take another tight end. We'll see. But in terms of what they've done so far, smash hit. Couldn't be happier. What do you think? Trey Waller's up next in Atlanta. Trey.
Hey, Turtle, what's up, man?
What up?
Doing all right?
Yeah, man. Well, I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. My thoughts on it, when C.J. Allen fell to us, dude, I'd never thought he was going to be there. So, for him to fall into our laps and then pass on him.
But did you think Avion was going to be there? I never thought. Again, last night, according to the ESPN's official list, Avion Terrell was the second best player available starting in the second round tonight, and he fell all the way to 48.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Look, I like Avion. I love the whole brother story. That's cool. I think he's a great player. I think it's going to be great to have his brother as a mentor for him. That's super awesome. It's a great story. But to pass on a guy that's going to be a 10-year Pro Bowler, green dot guy, middle linebacker, when we just lost Caden Ellis, it's hard to pass that up. Yeah, I'm biased. I'm a huge Georgia fan. But that's tough. I like Avion. I love the 3rd round pick. I wanted to see, as a Georgia fan, I wanted to see us get, C.J. Allen or Christian Williams, and he was gone already.
Miller, yeah.
So I get that.
He went already. But let me ask you this. Hang on, though. Do the Falcons with A.J. Terrell, Avion Terrell, Jesse Bates, and Xavier Watts, do they now not have a top, 3 secondary in the NFL?
Man, that's stout.
But and is that not, and I appreciate the phone call. I bet you Ian Cunningham and Matt Ryan were sitting there saying, let's put the finishing touch on this secondary and make it, something that was a weakness for a long time. Till now, it's not only a strength, but between those 4 players, we have a top secondary in the entire NFL. And when Billy Bowman comes back, you'll have him in the mix. You have Mike Hughes in the mix now. This secondary is going to be, again, if I had to make a bet now, they're going to be a top 3 secondary in the NFL. And that's just not me being reactionary. Again, think about the players. Jesse Bates is a top 3 safety in the NFL. Xavier Watts was, the best rookie safety in the NFL by a landslide. It wasn't even close. You have A.J. Terrell, Pro Bowler. You have his brother now, Avion Terrell, who projects to be, just an awesome corner and doesn't have the pressure now of guarding the other team's best player anymore. Because you know why? Big Bro's going to take care of that. It's amazing. It's amazing. But I understand, and I'm here to take your calls again. I'm here till 2 a.m. 404-726-0929. Got a couple of guests that are going to stop by along the way. But other than that, it's me and you on the phones. And if you feel like, because I understand, I was feeling a little bit of a way about C.J. Allen sitting there at first. But then I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? Now the Falcons can just, think about it this way too. Like, for all the holes on this team, now you can just take the secondary and just put it in the corner. You don't need, literally and figuratively, you don't need to think about it anymore. Like, you don't. You can just, okay, secondary, elite. Not just good, elite. Watts, Bates, Terrell, Hughes, Bowman. That's elite. That's not just good. That's great. And I think that was the strategy for the Atlanta Falcons. 404-726-0929. Brent is in McDonough. Brent.
Hey, Turtle. How you doing?
What's up, man?
I think Avion Terrell, I hope I'm saying his name correct, and Zachariah Brown, I think they were good picks. And the caller earlier when he was saying C.J. Allen, I believe the Falcons are going toward a scheme this time, and I see the scheme that they're headed toward, and I think C.J. was a little small to fit the scheme of the linebackers that we're looking for, and I believe we are on the right track so far. And one more thing before you go, I want to tell you, you was right about Quinn Snyder and them Hawks. You was right. I called earlier and I told you I don't want to get off the rabbit trail, but I said that he was going a little deep with his bench. I see why now, Turtle. You was right. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thanks for checking in. Big game tomorrow right here on 92.9 The Game. Obviously, we'll get you covered pillar to post on all of that. All right, if you're on hold, stay there. Appreciate everybody checking in so far. You will be first up when we get back. Also, Mark Ramonde, ESPN Falcons Insider, is going to join us as well to give his projections on what he thinks about the Falcons and what they should do for the rest of the draft. Great job on the phone so far. Again, if you're on hold, stay there. You're up first. I am with you until 2 a.m. It is a glorious celebratory night here in the A. I mean, at least I think so. We've had a couple of callers so far, though, that say maybe not as much of a home run as I think it is. Because to me, this is an A+. I think they did about as well as they could possibly do. And we'll take more of your calls and chat with Mark Ramonde next on 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match tomorrow. Atlanta United travels to Toronto FC.
Game time 1 p.m.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you're guaranteed 5 years of reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment. No annual contracts and no fees. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
It's that time of year. Whether you're getting ready to sell your home, have graduation parties, or you want to get ready for barbecue season, Window Hero is here for all your exterior cleaning needs. It's Carl Dukes, and they've been to my house. They did an amazing job cleaning up the exterior of my house. As a matter of fact, my neighbors were like, the house looks new. Yeah, I know, thanks to WindowHero.com. Now's the time to get your house or business ready for spring. Take advantage of 10% off your first booking when you mention me. Carl Dukes, put them up. Professional crews, insured, and they show up on time. We're talking about WindowHero.com. Locally owned and operated. It's WindowHero.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you of thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you have an unused vehicle sitting in your driveway? Imagine turning it into a new beginning. When you donate your car, truck, or van to Tommy Nobis Center, you're helping people with disabilities get the training and support they need to enter the workforce and build successful careers. Your vehicle donation fuels real change, giving people a chance to achieve independence and purpose. And it's easy. We'll handle everything from pickup to paperwork. Plus, it's tax deductible. Donate today at TommyNobisCenter.org. Make a difference, one vehicle at a time.
Hey, this is Randy McMichael, and if you're hurt in a car wreck, call my friends, the attorneys at Sweet James. Truck wreck? Call the attorneys at Sweet James. Motorcycle wreck? Call the attorneys at Sweet James. You can't control what happened, but you can always control what happens next. The attorneys at Sweet James settle more for injured accident victims in 1 year than most firms do in a lifetime. They connect you to medical care and fight for the most money possible. You may not be ready, but they are. You pay nothing until they win. If you're hurt in a wreck, call Sweet James Accident Attorneys at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, and sweetjames.com.
Attention homeowners, your house is leaking money right now. It's not your roof, it's your windows. Old, inefficient windows can cost you thousands and thousands every single year in wasted energy. Hey, it's Ray, founder of Window Comfort, where better windows mean better views and better pricing. And this spring, we're making it easier than ever to fix. Right now, we're doing for a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free, free installation, and no payments until 2028. No pressure, no games, just factory direct windows at real numbers. Built to perform and designed to last. So instead of losing money every single month, you'll upgrade once and you'll start saving forever. So go to windowcomfort.com and schedule your no-pressure estimate today.
Better prices, better views. Window Comfort, meant just for you. Window Comfort.
Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Putting a bow on the 2026 NFL Draft with Chris Thomas.
With our Draft Wrap-Up, brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Just tweeted it out at C Thomas Radio. Give me a follow. We can chat all things Atlanta sports. One sentence. Falcons Day 2 draft grade, A+, period. 404-726-0929. If you missed it, Avion Terrell, yes, that Avion Terrell, brother of AJ. Corner, second round, stud, plug and play. Top 3 secondary now with Watts, Bates, and AJ. Mike Hughes, Bowman in the NFL. Predicting it right now, especially once Bowman comes back healthy. Third round, Zachariah Branch, WR, Georgia. Wow. He falls to the Falcons, and they don't screw it up. Again, I love what this regime has done so far. A+. They're not messing around. Avion Terrell, again, the second highest rated player going into tonight. He falls to you, you take him. Zachariah Branch, the number one rated wide receiver left on the board. You take him. Love it. 404-726-0929. What's your reaction? 404-726-0929. You as giddy as me? There have been people that have called in already that say, listen, Turtle, C.J. Allen was sitting right there. You didn't take him? I get it. But I still think they knocked it out of the park. Ryan is in Marietta. Ryan.
Turtle.
What up?
Hey, man. I think you are pretty much spot on with your takes. I had called in the day of free agency when the Falcons had made a bunch of picks, and we talked about this, and turns out they've done exactly what we thought they were going to do. They signed some, high ceiling guys to 1-year prove it deals, knowing that, hey, if some of them pan out, great, we can re-sign them. If not, we know that next year we're going to have more picks and they're going to get better. And at the end of the day, we talked about positions of need. Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge Georgia fan, Georgia alum. I love all Georgia athletics. And of course I would love to have had C.J. Allen, but at the end of the day, with already having Jalen Walker and his versatility, Divine Diablo is going to be back and healthy. I just don't think it was quite as much of a need as defensive tackle, wide receiver, and corner. And from those, you had to choose. And I think they chose the best player available at need positions. And quite frankly, the best players available, period. It just so happened that they were of need positions. Zachariah Branch, I really am excited to see what he can do. I think he's going to be exactly what Tua and Penix need, short explosive routes and a guy that can go over the top two in the slot. I mean, I couldn't be much happier. If you would have told me this before the draft, I would have said, sign me up, just like you said, right at the end of the day. And yes, you're right. Again, on the NFC South, I think as a division, they've probably had the best draft so far. They've all gotten a lot better. The Saints with Delp and Miller, and then the Bucks and the Panthers too. I mean, they've all just made really good decisions. And I'll kind of close with this. I don't know if you noticed this, but with both of those picks, when Terrell was drafted, the Falcons didn't really waste much time. They knew who they wanted, and they went up and got him. And then with Zachariah Branch's pick, I mean, I don't know if there was any time off the clock from when the previous guy walked off stage and then it was Falcons pick is in. I mean, they couldn't have gotten that thing in fast enough. I think that they had him circled. They really wanted him, and they got the guy that they wanted. I mean, draft, that's exactly what you want. Trust your evaluations, trust your board, and really excited and looking forward to see what they do. And, with the remaining picks, again, they didn't have a first rounder. They only had 2. You got to make decisions. And I think they made some good ones.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. You can argue that they got 2 borderline first-round talents. I mean, honestly, you don't even have to argue. Those guys were in some mock drafts, both first-round grades. And to your point about not wasting any time, yeah, I even mentioned that in the first segment. I love that. Maybe my favorite part of all of this is they're not messing around. They're not, trying to be cute and take it. No offense again to Terry and his crew, and take a Troy Anderson out of Montana State. That's just not what they're doing. And I absolutely love it. To your point, they weren't messing around, and hopefully that continues for the rest of the draft. Nick is in Rome. Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, man. First off, I love 92.9, man, all day long. Morning shift.
Yes, sir.
Steak, Andy, Randy, Dukes and Bell. Turtle, I love you all, man. You're a big part of my day. I think you're all completely right, man. I love it. I mean, you didn't overthink it. This new regime going to come in, don't overthink it. Cunningham said he wants to build through the trenches. But you know what? He did, but it wasn't there. So what do? You feel a need, you take the best player available, you don't overthink it. It's a home run. What else do you want? Yeah, of course, C.J. Allen. But at the end of the day, you're trading $100 in 50s for 120s. You fulfill a need, and you're fixing a problem. And again, it's a win. So why be mad at it?
I'm not, and I don't think many people are. Appreciate it and appreciate the kind words, and thanks for being such a loyal listener to 92.9 The Game. I mean, on their board, I would think the obvious solution to that question, or the answer to that question, is they had Avion Terrell rated higher than CJ Allen. And you know what? So did the ESPN Big Board. Again, Avion Terrell, if you missed it, I'm saying it again because it's worth repeating, and I'll repeat it again tonight. Guys, Avion Terrell, going into tonight, had the number 2 overall rating of the top 25 players that were left in the draft going into round 2. Number 2. And he fell 13 projected spots to the Falcons at 48. So I would think that CJ Allen, who went right after the Falcons, that the Falcons had Avion Terrell potentially much higher on their board. Potentially much, much higher. And to our last couple of callers' points, they didn't mess around. They went out and they took the best player that was on their board. 404-726-0929. Sam is in Villa Rica. Sam.
Well, I like it. I'm happy with it. And the thing is that if you look at Terrell, there was little to nothing left for us at the cornerback position. D. Alford had the best season of his career last year. He's gone. Mike Hughes, he's done. So, and the thing, I think A.J. Terrell, I think he's one of the most underrated corners in the league. Reason being, as great as players I think A.J. Terrell is, all you have to do is throw to the other side. And they've been doing that for years. So people really can't see how good Terrell is. So we didn't have much in the cornerback room. And, I'm hoping that Billy Bowman comes back healthy. But now we if nothing else, we added depth, high ceiling depth. As you said, the number 2 ranked guy on the board. So I'm loving it. And also as far as Branch, I mean, we didn't have much there at wide receiver. So I think Branch, he's going to stretch the field vertically, and also people are missing this. He's going to stretch the field horizontally in the screen game. And I'm not the biggest Kyle Pitts fan in the world, but you got Branch stretching the field horizontally in screen game and vertically with his speed. Then you got Pitts still on the field. You know what I mean? Which really that's a keep for us. That's a win. Being that we didn't give him away for nothing. He's still there. Whole point being is that this is going to open up a lot of holes for Drake London. You know what I mean? We're basically expanding and stretching the field horizontally and vertically. These are all things that we had to have. So, and then on top of all that, we didn't have a first-round pick this year, but JPJ is coming back. We should have James Pierce Jr. back. That's part of our draft this year as well. So I like it.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. People were starting to say a little bit. I was hearing, rumblings. Do the Falcons really have a lot of weapons? Well, with the reset this offseason, now they do. Now there's no excuses. You got Bijan Robinson, Brian Robinson in the backfield. You got Drake as your number 1. Now you got Branch as your number 2. OZ is your number 3. Dotson is your number 4. Kyle Pitts is your number 1 TE. Austin Hooper as your number 2 TE. You got weapons, y'all. And, for all his foibles, Juwan Taylor does have a ton of talent. It's just about if he can get his, happy feet under control and be able to be the player that he was when Kansas City won a Super Bowl with him. That's what we're hoping for. 404-726-0929. So, again, the pivot off of this is that, the one thing is now, no excuses for Tua and Penix. None. You got your protection. You got your weapons. Whoever it's going to be is going to go out there, and they should be able to ball now. Let's go to Wendy up next. Wendy, what do you think?
Hey.
What's up, Wendy?
Hey, how you doing? I think that they're actually trying to go local. I think they're trying to put people in the seats. That's why they're bringing on some Georgia players, and one that actually even got arrested that a couple years ago. No way at all that they would have drafted somebody who had been arrested in the last 10 years. And then the young man from Clemson, I think this really is a sign that they are changing. They care about winning. They care about providing entertainment. And I think that the Falcons are on the right track, finally.
Yeah, Wendy, doesn't that sound so good to say, and I appreciate it. I think they are on the right track. I think Ian Cunningham, Matt Ryan, and Kevin Stefanski, the more we get to learn about them and the more that we get to hear from them. This is a no-nonsense, professional, serious group of guys. And again, that has nothing to do with anybody else that's held any position in the organization before. I'm just talking about what I've seen and what I've heard from them. They're not messing around. They're treating this like it should be treated. Very seriously, very pragmatically, with a lot of focus and with a lot of intent, which I like. I love, as a matter of fact. All right, 404-726-0929. We got to catch a break. If you're on hold, stay there. You're up first. We got plenty more time to take your calls. I see Dimitri's in Decatur. He's hanging on. We'll grab him. You grab a line, 404-726-0929. I give the Falcons day 2 grade an A+. What do you think? I know there's been some people that have called in. They wanted a DT, maybe a linebacker. But for what they got, Avion Terrell and Zachariah Branch, sign me up, baby. The Falcons got a lot better today. What do you think? More of your calls next. 404-726-0929.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Before your road trip, ask yourself, what do I bring? With the Kia Sportage X Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Visit kia.com or your local Kia dealer today to keep the adventure going. Get 0% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of a new 2026 Sportage. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance KF. Subject to credit approval by KF to well-qualified buyers for purchase of a new 2026 Sportage. $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed at 48 months. No down payment required. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 5/4/26. Limited inventory available. See Kia retailer for available stock. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class, according to Kia segmentation as of October 2025.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're great at protecting your data, but lots of places could still expose you to identity theft.
I thought it was safe.
If that happens, LifeLock gives you a US-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims, your agent handles it all. In fact, we're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. Isn't it nice to have someone like that on your side? Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player, and you have access to the same life-changing treatments as retired pitcher Jose Alvarez.
I put a lot of stress and strain and work on my right arm, but my right elbow took most of the damage with 3 surgeries.
Arthritis developed and the pain was unbearable.
It wasn't just pain when I was trying to play sports. It was anytime I was moving the right elbow. It was pretty excruciating at times.
That's when Jose discovered QC Kinetics and their regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics?
My elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026.
Carl Dukes here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows, and wait, your windows won't open. They leak. They are cracked. They need repainting. Again, getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the more you buy, the more you save sale, you can save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Atlanta, this is the Mother's Day deal everybody waits for. Buy mom a gift she'll love and get a free grill with qualifying purchase. Choose a Big Green Egg or a brand new Traeger. Minimum purchase required. Book your appointment now at SolomonBrothers.com.
Coverage of the NFL Draft continues on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Welcome on in to hour number 2 of the program. It is the Friday night wrap-up show. Appreciate everybody who's on hold. Just stay there. We'll get to you in just a second. Again, the Falcons taking Avion Terrell, brother of AJ, in round 2. And then Zachariah Branch in round 3. A+. Sign me up. Let's go. 404-726-0929. I am absolutely elated with what the Atlanta Falcons have done so far on day 2. And now they have tomorrow with the 4 rounds left. They got 3 picks. And if this is an indication of what the possibility is, what the potential is, we're in good hands, folks. I am thoroughly impressed again with the picks and with the decisive nature in which they were made by Matt Ryan, by Kevin Stefanski, and by by Ian Cunningham. They did work tonight. Some of y'all have expressed concern, though, about C.J. Allen being on the board, not taking a defensive tackle. And if you want to call in and voice those concerns, you absolutely can. But my take, Turtle's take, A+. 404-726-0929. Dimitri is in Decatur to lead us off this segment. Dimitri.
Hey, what's going on, Turtle? Good morning, good night, however you want to do it.
Yes, sir.
I'm cool with the picks, man. They are some safe, quality picks. I'm okay with us not taking C.J. Allen because apparently he had some red flag because he was the number 1. He was the first-round talent, but for some reason he failed that far. So I'm cool with that. But the defensive tackle, we got a bunch of one-year guys on proven deals. They may be hungry. So number 1, we got then we got a shutdown corner, and we got a Tyreek Hill-like catch a 5-yard slant and take it to the house. I'm cool with that. That's what we need. It fits Tua, because I think Tua's going to win the job. Tua love hitting the slants, hitting over the cross middle routes, take it to the house type guys. I'm good with that. So Matty Ice got it right. So we're going to roll with it. We're going to rise up. I'll be in the dome.
You almost sound reluctant, though.
No.
You almost sound like you don't want to give it to him. That's how it sounds to me.
No, I'm be honest with you, Turtle. I'm a little tipsy and I'm trying not to cuss.
Okay, I got you. Well, I appreciate the phone call. Thanks for checking in. To me, it sounded like Miles. Did it not sound like there was a butt coming? Like it sounded like he was like giving all the praise, and then he was going to hit us with the. But I'm not. Yeah, like I was like, okay, but apparently he had a
pause meter.
Yeah, he had a couple of celebratory, which is fine. I'll do that at 2:15 when I get home tonight. I'll have a celebratory pop, and then I'll be That's for dang sure. And I got to wake up in the morning and go see another apartment. Oof. Miles, don't ever move. It stinks. 404-726-0929. 404-726-0929. Israel's up next. Israel.
Yo, Turtle, man, you're killing it, my brother. How you doing this evening?
What up, man? I'm great. How are you?
Oh, man, I am pleasantly surprised. I'm happy. And let me tell you why, okay? Look, AJ's little brother, man, the man is a legitimate tackler, right? Led Clemson all-time most ever forced fumbles. If I'm not mistaken, I think he benched 225 17 times, right? We already had, in my opinion, the second best safety tandem in the NFC, only behind Seattle, right, with Bates and Xavier Watts. And now that you've added the Terrell brother, I believe we can compete truly for the best secondary in the NFC, right? And then the fact that we got, for the third year in a row, a Georgia player in the top 3 rounds, Zachariah Branch. I mean, this is what we need to develop these quarterbacks, and I believe Matt Ryan knew this is the type of DB I don't want to go against, and this is the type of receiver I would have wanted on my team.
Yeah, it's a great point, Israel. Great call. 404-726-0929. Love the enthusiasm and the energy. That's what I'm talking about, baby. We're here till 2 a.m. We got to keep up that vibe, and that's exactly what Israel just did. 404-726-0929 is the number to get involved. Listen, man, again, I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. And I'm not just doing hyperbole because I'm excited. I really think with AJ and AV Terrell and with Jesse Bates and with Xavier Watts and with Mike Hughes and with Billy Bowman coming back, I really believe the Falcons now have a top 3 secondary in the NFL. And if you have that and you can just square that away, well, now you're cooking with gas. You're in business. Jamal is in Smyrna. Jamal.
How's it going, Turtle? I'm just like everybody else that's called in. I'm very, very excited about who we picked. And if you look at, you took a corner with your first pick, you took a wide receiver with your second pick. So Avion and Zachariah Branch are going to go editing camp. This is that iron sharpens iron mentality that you're bringing to camp. This reminds me of when Dan Quinn first got here. We want to bring in competition. We want to bring in guys that are going to make everybody else on the team better. And look at what taking Avion Terrell with the second pick. Look at what it does for AJ. It's almost like he has new life now. It's almost like you just added 3 years to his career. Like you just extended his prime because now he's got a new energy and a new fire to play alongside his brother. The last point I want to make, I think the offense with keeping Kyle Pitts, man, you got Drake and Bijan still there, obviously, and adding a guy like Zachariah Branch. There's no excuse to not have a proper evaluation on your quarterbacks next year. Next year, we're going to know if Tua and or Penix is or is not the guy. So I'm very excited about where we are. We still got some holes to fill. We still got some areas to grow. But overall, we got better today as a team. I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, and I appreciate the phone call, and I agree wholeheartedly. I said it on this show. I said, that now here's the thing. No excuses for Penix or Tua. If one of them is going to be the guy, they're going to be the guy. Because there's no reason with the line, the wide receiver crew, the tight end crew, and the running back crew that you do not have every reason in the world to succeed. And there's no excuses now. You're 100% right. These quarterbacks are going to have to battle it out and prove to us that they can do it. There is no, we don't have this, we don't have that. No, you have everything. You now got yourself a legit number 2 receiver. So your wide receiver room is now filled out. You got a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. Tight end room, you got Pitts, you got Hooper. Running back room, you got the Robinsons. Okay? Offensive line, Juwan Taylor has his issues, but he's a good player. If you're not going to be able to succeed with all this talent and a guy in Kevin Stefanski who was a 2-time coach of the year, then you're not it. That's the unfortunate answer to that question. So Jamal was 100% right. Tyler's in Athens. Tyler, what do you think? Oh, let's go to Trent in Atlanta. Trent.
Turtle.
What up?
How's it going, dude?
Good, man. What do you got?
I'm on the way back from the Braves game right now. What a win tonight! But I didn't really get to watch the draft. But I really like the Zachariah Branch pick. But I was just curious to know and your thoughts on why we didn't get a defensive tackle tonight to help our linebackers out after the loss of Caden Ellis.
So here's the thing. Again, if you missed it because you were at the game, Avion Terrell going into tonight was the second highest rated player on the board overall by ESPN. Okay? So they listed their top 25 players that were available going into tonight in the second round. Avion Terrell was number 2 on the big board. Okay? Not number 2 corner, not number 2 defensive player, number 2 overall. So the Falcons, if you want to talk value, got an absolute steal in terms of value. The fact that Avion Terrell fell, 13 spots essentially to get you to number 15 in the second round was a borderline miracle. So as tough as it was to pass up on C.J. Allen or pass up on Lee Hunter, who went right past you, there is no doubt in my mind that the Falcons had Avion Terrell rated much higher than both of those players. Because how could he not? Again, he was number 2 player left available, and you were picking 15th. Like, do you guys think the Falcons had Lee Hunter and Avion Terrell in the same, stratosphere? I don't. Because of where he was rated. So I don't think it had anything to do with the family dynamic. I think, again, no nonsense. We are taking the best player on our board. And even if that means passing up, a guy in Lee Hunter or a guy in C.J. Allen that could help our football team at a position that maybe you could argue had more of a need in defensive tackle. Not even maybe. It does. Defensive tackle still, to me, is your greatest need right now. Big run stuffing defensive tackle is still your greatest need. But, if you're going to pass on a player that you have rated 10 spots higher at a position of need that you also have, why? Why would you do that? And they didn't. And I like that they didn't. Would Lee Hunter have been a good pick? Yup. Still would have been here excited. Still would have loved it. Would C.J. Allen have been a good pick? Yup. Still would have loved it. But there also would have been a faction of you calling in saying, Turtle, why didn't they take Avion Terrell? He was sitting right there, and he was graded so much higher than those guys. And I would have said, yep, you're right. But I trust that these guys, meaning Ian and Kevin and Matt, looked at their big board and said, we have essentially a first-round talent right now that has fallen to us. Because, again, ESPN had him rated, which would have been the 4th best player. So if he's sitting there and he falls to you, how do you not take him? And then also, of course, the family dynamic and everything like that comes into play. But at the end of the day, you're looking at a situation where it's almost too good to be true. And I think the decision to be made was easy. 404-726-0929. Kendall's up next. Kendall. Oh, let's go to Tyler. Tyler's up next. Go ahead.
Hey, Turtle. Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you. What's up?
All right. I think Ian and Matt are cooking right now. I think they're doing a really good job. Not only are they putting us in the best position to be successful, but they're also catering to the fans. This is really cool. It's really cool what they're doing. They're putting, both Terrells at cornerback, and now we got a UGA. We got a dog as our wide receiver number 2. That is really cool. And not only is he speedy, we need yards after reception. We've been needing that for years, and he's going to bring that to us. He's capable of doing that. Alongside Drake London, and I think it's really cool what they've done. I think they've done a really good job in the first couple picks. Obviously, we're limited to picks, but I'm all on board with it. I really am. And, as long as they go forward with getting linemen and things that we're kind of lacking in ahead, in the next few picks and everything, I'm all on board with it. I mean, I think they're really good picks, and I think they're doing a great job.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Tyler. Thanks for checking in. I agree. Again, I tweeted it out at C. Thomas Radio. A+. A+ grade for the Atlanta Falcons tonight. All right, coming up next, stay on hold. If you're on hold, stay there. 404-726-0929. We're also going to check in with our buddy Myles Garrett, get his reaction about what he thinks the Falcons did. Mark Ramonde from ESPN is going to stop by. We have a busy show. I'm with you till 2 a.m. Me and you on the phones on the post wrap-up show. Going to bring in a couple of guests to get their expert insight. And then it's me and it's you and it's 404-726-0929. Great conversation so far. What a night here in the A. Avion Terrell, Zachariah Branch. Could you have done any better? I don't think so.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match tomorrow. Atlanta United travels to Toronto FC.
Game time 1 p.m.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Craving scratch mode food, ice cold 29-degree beer, and every game on wall-to-wall TVs? Head to Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge. Great views, killer eats, colder beer. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Andy Bunker. If you're buying a new car or home this spring, start with Delta Community Credit Union, your go-to for great rates and smart financing. Apply for a home loan or refinance and get $1,000 off closing costs. Ready for a new ride? Auto loans start as low as 3.69% APR for well-qualified borrowers with excellent credit. But don't wait. These limited-time offers end May 31st. Get started today at deltacommunitycu.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 401141. Closing costs offered not valid for home equity loans.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, Atlanta, 191 Peach Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Thou pound law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Does your house or business need some exterior cleaning, curb appeal? Well, Window Hero is now in Atlanta and ready to help you. Book now at 404-647-4141. That's 404-647-4141 or windowhero.com. Get 10% off when you mention 92.9 The Game.
Save on great gifts and perfect bites for mom at Whole Foods Market. There are yellow sale signs throughout the store. In the body care department, save on scented candles and luxurious personal care items. Treat mom to all the best and save at Whole Foods Market.
The team at the Vincent Financial Group focus on 3 key retirement pillars: income, risk, and taxes. Join us for Retire ATL Saturdays at 5 a.m. and Sundays at 11 p.m. and get more at retireatlradio.com.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we're fixing the unfixable. Combining the use of robotics and an endoscope, our expert neurosurgeons are performing spinal fusion surgeries more safely and effectively than ever before, with smaller incisions which lead to quicker recovery times for patients. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Another sports flash, just moments away. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I love NFL.
Now, more of our draft wrap-up.
With Chris Thomas.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If you're on hold, stay there. I see you. I see Kendall, Kaz. I see Chris. Just hang tight. Plenty more of your phone calls to come tonight. I am here until 2 a.m. We are going to head out now to the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. Welcome in our good buddy Myles Garrett. Make sure you check out his new project, The Nest ATL, where he is talking all things Atlanta sports. Myles, as somebody who's covered this team for the last handful of years now, were you surprised at all that, first of all, that Avion Terrell fell to the Falcons at 48, and then were you surprised that they took him?
Yeah, Chris, I would say that I was pleasantly surprised. I wasn't expecting Avion Terrell to fall there, honestly, well into the second round. It seemed like most mock drafts had him kind of going the end of the first round, maybe top of the second round if they were lucky. But that happened to a lot of guys tonight. I mean, you saw C.J. Allen have a little bit of a fall. I mean, going to Zachariah Branch, even before we even talk about Terrell, wasn't expecting him to be available in the third round either. So very pleasantly surprised by these moves that the Falcons made. Didn't have to trade up, didn't have to trade back. I know this team wanted some draft picks with what Ian Cunningham has been telling us for the longest time, but I think they're pretty satisfied with what they were able to come away with just from a pure best player available standpoint, because these are guys that I saw mocked in the first and second round. You get them in the second and the third.
Yeah, I did as well. And, it's funny, the stat I keep mentioning here, Miles, is that coming into the evening on ESPN's big board, Avion Terrell was the second player available on their entire big board. They listed a top 25 going into the second round tonight, and he was their second highest ranked player, period. And he falls to you at 48. So I don't know what your take is on this. Interested to hear it. I now think with Terrell squared, with Watts, with Bates, with Hughes, and then when you get a healthy Bowman back, whenever that is, the Falcons have arguably a top 3 defensive backfield in the entire NFL.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's all very, theoretical right now, obviously. But going into this draft, Chris, I really did think that another cornerback was the biggest need for this team. Now, granted, I did want them to shore up the trenches. That's, I think, how you build a championship football team, and I think that's how Ian Cunningham has done it in the past. But you look at the depth that they've been able to sign and develop there the past few years, and even this offseason, really. You've seen the emergence of Jalen Walker. You're potentially getting James Pierce Jr. back here pretty soon. Dorless getting better. The secondary outside of A.J. Terrell, specifically at cornerback, was still a little bit of a question mark. You lose D. Alford, Mike Hughes slated to start right there. You feel pretty good about Xavier Watts and obviously Jesse Bates, but that other spot seemed to be like a glaring need for me. I didn't really see them address that completely in free agency. So the fact that they were able to get a first-round talent, in my opinion, right there in the second round to sure up there. They've got a lot of young talent there now with Billy Bowman Jr. As you just mentioned, I think that they have a lot of potential to becoming a strength on this team to what was really kind of a hole at one point.
All right, so the elephant in the room is always going to be now the fact that they passed up on the Georgia boys, C.J. Allen. Were you surprised at all that, they went with Terrell over Allen? The reason I'm not, Miles, is because, again, I think just in terms of overall player ranking, Terrell was probably rated a lot higher on their big board.
Yeah, and then as I said before, I was a little surprised that C.J. Allen wasn't a first-round pick and wasn't even an earlier second-round pick. I think both those guys were very much first-round talents. But, I mean, look, I think it ultimately came down to position of need. And you really look where Avion Terrell was selected, there was a lot of guys that were being ballparked to the Falcons, whether it was top 30 visits. You look at Zion Young, he gets taken at pick 45 right there to Baltimore. Lee Hunter, the very next pick after the Falcons, another defensive tackle. I thought maybe that was the route they may end up going. I know Christian Miller was a really popular pick to go to the Falcons. Unfortunately, he ends up going to New Orleans, I believe. But all that considered, I do think they got tremendous value there. And even, again, I think it's really good situations for both Terrell and Allen. But I think Terrell was a better pick in that regard based on their needs.
All right. Zachariah Branch is, in my opinion, curious to hear yours, exactly the shot in the arm that the wide receiver room needed. I was okay with the moves they made in the offseason in terms of bringing in an old friend in OZ Olamide Zaccheaus, as well as taking a chance on a Jahan Dotson. But, Miles, you bring in a guy, Zachariah Branch, bonus that he's from University of Georgia. But in terms of his talents, I think he's exactly what this offense needs.
Absolutely. Just another guy that I feel like a broken record here, but just did not expect to be available right there in the third round. And yes, again, this was the other area of need. You had a bunch of positions that were highlighted coming into this draft, and I feel like it was universal that wide receiver was at the top of that list. And now you feel certainly a lot better about it. Again, it's still got a lot to prove. Jahan Dotson still has to be better and maybe step into that wide receiver 2 role, but you can plug and play Zachariah Branch anywhere on this offense. I think Tommy Rees will be able to utilize his skill sets. They just had a press conference with Kevin Stefanski and Ian Cunningham talking about the different ways they plan on using him. He said there's a lot of stuff they liked at Georgia and some other stuff they have up their sleeves. So I really like the diversity and range of play you can kind of utilize Zachariah Branch in. You can put him out of the backfield. You can have him in the slot. You can do sort of a Deebo Samuel-esque type role for him there that I think will fit very nicely, especially as it's looking right now. You're going to keep a guy like Kyle Pitts. So now you've got some pass catchers in that room that can do a whole lot for you.
If you take a defensive tackle in the 4th round, do you think that's enough to add to the rotation of bringing in a Mason Smith, of having Dorless back and having everybody else in the fold? Or do you think that they could still make a move with that second wave of free agency that Ian Cunningham talked about?
Yeah, that's going to be a real tough question, because now, I mean, you got to look at right tackle. Jawan Taylor, I know you just signed him, but with Caleb McGarry retiring, how sure are you in that position with Storm Norton and Jawan Taylor? Do you want to shore up that area? But outside of that, yeah, I mean, I'd agree with you. It seems like the defensive line is really the next area that you would look at. I mean, maybe you go for another pass catcher per se, but that really would be the other area they haven't necessarily addressed so far in the draft. So I would expect defensive tackle. Who's it going to be? I don't know. At that point, I feel like there's been kind of a drop-off between some of these rounds going forward. So they've said that pass catcher is a strong class. These are the words of Ian Cunningham and Kevin Stefanski before the draft. So it's going to be interesting to see where they take this forward. But yes, I do think defensive tackle is another position I wouldn't be upset at them addressing.
Were you ever, as we're talking with Myles Garrett here on 92.9 The Game, Chris Thomas, live in the Kia Studios on the post-game NFL Draft wrap-up show with you until 2 a.m. this morning, taking your calls, 404-726-0929. If you're on hold, stay right there. So were you ever in the camp of thinking that they could possibly move Pitts?
I was in the cage. It seemed like one of those situations where there's smoke, there's fire. Not anything officially confirmed, but you were seeing some things come out before the NFL draft talking about it. And we've heard Ian Cunningham talk about how much he values picks and assets, that type of thing. So it didn't seem out of the question that move could potentially be on the table. It was just a matter of what that return could be. And based on what they were saying, if you could have gotten a first-round pick, a second-round pick, I didn't think that was likely. But if it was possible, then that has to be on the table if you can get those kind of assets for a guy that you might have to end up paying as opposed to getting a rookie on a pretty good deal right there. So I can't say that I'm surprised it didn't happen, but I am glad that Kyle Pitts still is on this roster, given what they now have to work with.
One thing I've been echoing tonight a couple of times, Myles, is with these additions, with the state of the roster, I know Jawan Taylor, I agree with you, is a bit of a question mark at right tackle, but he is a guy that did win a Super Bowl just a couple of years ago. If he can get over those happy feet issues, he can be a really good player. Whether it's Tua, whether it's Penix, Myles, no excuses. The quarterback has all the weapons in the world to be good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's ultimately going to come down to. I've seen a lot of people already talk about it right now. Atlanta has a pretty decent roster. It's not where you want it to be yet, but if you can figure out this quarterback position, you've got arguably the best running back in football. You've got a top 10 wide receiver in Drake London, one of the best tight ends. You've got Zachariah Branch, a pretty solid offensive line. It's all right there, as you just said. The quarterback situation just has to figure itself out.
Speaking of which, we haven't gotten any Michael Penix Jr. updates in a while. To the best of your understanding, is the last thing we know him talking about trying to be ready for week one, and then the staff reiterating that it's just about him recovering and they're not ready to put a timeline on anything just yet?
Yeah, that's basically all the updates we've received on him so far. He said that he's still on track to be back by week one. Now, again, I imagine that they're not going to try to rush him now that a guy like Tua is in the building and they have that insurance policy to work with. But from an official statement standpoint, that's all we've heard at this point. And I've seen, videos, as many fans have, of Michael Penix Jr. just in the offseason, just hanging out, being a person. And he doesn't appear to be having too much of a limp, and even seems to be moving around pretty well. So hopefully that still remains the case, and he's right there in the thick of things to be your week one starter again.
How surprised would you be given guys like Garrett Nussmeier, Taylon Green, Luke Altmaier, Barrett Morton, Cade Klubnik, those guys, Joey Aguilar, those guys are all out there. Would you be shocked if in the later rounds the Falcons pulled the trigger?
It depends on where they're taken, right? I mean, if we're talking 6th or 7th round, then I wouldn't be surprised. Anything earlier than that, then I would be pretty surprised at that point. I mean, a guy like Haynes King, I would love to see in Atlanta. I've seen him projected kind of around that area, but if the team does take a chance on a guy like that, I mean, just given the needs that we've discussed and the fact that you have two guys coming in here who, you feel relatively good about as far as being either one or two. You also have Trevor Siemian in there as well. I would be surprised if they go any earlier than that.
Yeah, I would as well. But there are some of those names, they're intriguing, back of the end prospects. And you know what? I wouldn't mind if you mentioned Haynes King, and I think it's interesting, Miles, because if you bring in a guy like Haynes King, I think it's pretty obvious that his future in the NFL is not as a traditional starting quarterback. But if you can turn him into a weapon, I know the comp I've always used, and it's the easy one to make.
Everyone uses the same. I already know who you're going to say.
It's Taysom Hill from New Orleans. Yep. But you know what? If you can make him into a guy like that, why wouldn't you want that?
I would take Taysom Hill on my team, and if I could get him in the 7th round, no problem. I'm making that deal every day of the week.
I agree 100%, so why not? All right, Miles, appreciate it as always. We'll check out The Nest, and good luck with the project, and we'll chat soon.
Absolutely, Chris. Have a good night.
All right, Miles, appreciate it. Miles Garrett there coming on the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. So we did have a little switch up. Mark Ramonde was supposed to join us at the end of hour number 1, but then Kevin Stefanski and Ian Cunningham held a press conference. So he's going to join us next. We're get the exclusive on what they had to say, and all that and more coming up next. I also found the audio with producer Miles, so we're going to do some homework during the commercial breaks, cut that up for you, and bring you the exclusive sound of what Kevin Stefanski and Ian Cunningham had to say after a great Friday night here in the A, with a round 2 that I am giving the grade of an A+. Oh yeah, and more of your phone calls. 404-726-0929. If you're on hold, stay there. If not, grab a line. It's me and you till 2.
Do you have an unused vehicle sitting in your driveway? Imagine turning it into a new beginning. When you donate your car, truck, or van to Tommy Nobis Center, you're helping people with disabilities get the training and support they need to enter the workforce and build successful careers. Your vehicle donation fuels real change, giving people a chance to achieve independence and purpose. And it's easy. We'll handle everything from pickup to paperwork. Plus, it's tax deductible. Donate today at TommyNobisCenter.org. Make a difference, one vehicle at a time.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Bobby Jones Golf Course Atlanta. Spring is here and golf weather is back. No better place to get back out on the golf course than at Bobby Jones. You're getting a country club experience, but it's open to the public. It's been a long winter. Golf swing might be a little rusty. Bobby Jones has the driving range open every single day. The putting green is open. The putting course is open. And of course, you can always play the full course as well. Now that the sun's back out, we want to see you back out on the golf course as well. So head to Bobby Jones Golf Course Atlanta. And for more information, go to the website at BobbyJonesGC.com.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off all new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit WindowNation.com now to book a consultation.
Hey, it's Randy McMichael. And if you're hurt in a car, trucking, or motorcycle wreck, what you do next matters. Call Sweet James Accident Attorneys at 800-9-million. The firm that cares, the firm that wins. Pay nothing until they win. 800-900-0000 and sweetjames.com.
Before your road trip, ask yourself, what do I bring? With the Kia Sportage X Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Visit kia.com or your local Kia dealer today to keep the adventure going. Get 0% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of a new 2026 Sportage. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance KF. Subject to credit approval by KF to well-qualified buyers for purchase of a new 2026 Sportage. $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed at 48 months. No down payment required. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 5/4/26. Limited inventory available. See Kia retailer for available stock. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class, according to Kia segmentation as of October 2025.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match tomorrow. Atlanta United travels to Toronto FC.
Game time 1 p.m.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
I love NFL.
Now, more of our draft wrap-up.
With Chris Thomas.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Back to your calls here in just a minute. 404-726-0929. I give tonight an A+. What do you think? 404-726-0929. Let's head out to the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. Welcome in our buddy Mark Ramonde of ESPN, covers the Falcons day in and day out for ESPN. Make sure you check out all his great work there. Mark, we got to hear from Kevin Stefanski and Ian Cunningham just a moment ago. Obviously, I am doing a radio show, so I could not get to hear what they had to say. So that's why you are the conduit to the fans here for us. So I appreciate you hopping on. I want to hear what their message was. What did they have to say first and foremost about drafting Avion Terrell and what he could bring to the franchise?
Well, I think one of the more interesting things, Turtle, that Ian Cunningham said was that Matt Ryan asked him earlier today, who are the players that you would not trade off from if they were available at number 48? And Ian Cunningham said that Avion Terrell was one of the top players on their board, that if he was available, they were going to take him. They were not going to try to trade that pick, because we know that Ian Cunningham wanted more picks. He wanted to probably trade down at some point. Didn't end up happening because they got the guy they really liked in Avion Terrell, who was really one of their, top corners on their board. They thought that they did not think that he was going to be there at 48, Turtle. They said that. They did not think he was going to be there. And, this is a guy that was considered a first-round talent by many, had a little bit of a hamstring injury, of course, the last couple months, but they are very, very happy, not just for the feel-good story, but also for the player.
And I think it solidifies the secondary now because, Mark, I know it's something you and I have talked about, if Mike Hughes was a comfort spot for them at corner, but I know Avion can play some nickel as well. Where do you project him right now as he gets started with his NFL career? Do you think he has a chance to start as CB2 as soon as this year?
It's certainly possible. Now, Billy Bowman Jr. is probably going to be the nickel corner when he gets back, but when is he going to get back? He tore his Achilles in November. So they're looking for someone to play that position. Could be the guy they signed, Brown from Philadelphia. It was actually a trade. But maybe it's Avion Terrell, and maybe Mike Hughes is still the guy on the outside, and maybe Avion Terrell is that guy in the nickel. But they also still have a guy like a Kobe Bryant or even like a Clark Phillips III. All of a sudden, Turtle, the cornerback room in Atlanta looks pretty darn good. And I would expand upon that and say the secondary looks very damn good when you add in a Jesse Bates III, 3-time All-Pro. Xavier Watts, who had 5 interceptions as a rookie. The DBs in Atlanta looks like a pretty strong unit right now.
It's so funny you say that, Mark. I said at the top of the show, with this addition of Avion Terrell and getting Billy Bowman back at some point this year, I think this Atlanta secondary could be a top 3 unit in the NFL if everybody's firing on all cylinders and stays healthy. So I think it's really funny that you bring that up. Now, here's the thing, though. C.J. Allen was sitting right there, and we know how badly they need to solidify a real, true replacement for Caden Ellis. Mm-hmm. Brought in a couple of guys in Harris and Tyndall that are going to have a shot, but C.J. Allen was right there. Were you surprised they didn't pull the trigger?
A little bit, and certainly that was a guy, and even if you want to look at the 3rd-round pick, and I'm sure that you'll ask me about that next, Dominique Orange was there as well. They didn't go in that direction. They took Zachariah Branch in the 3rd round. So, and he's a defensive tackle. We're talking about, guys that can stop the run, guys that can replace players who left in the middle of the defense, right? And they didn't go in that direction. And I think it was more because these are guys they really liked, and these are guys they really believed in, and they were high on their boards. Avion Terrell was very high on their board. I think Zachariah Branch was very high. They need a wide receiver as well, and that's what they went with. And it kind of goes against a little bit, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, what Ian Cunningham said about building through the trenches, but if there's a guy that you really believe in who's a plus player, you got to take him. If you think he's going to be – these are guys that are going to be able to probably start right away in Atlanta.
Well, let me sidebar real quick before we get into the Zachariah Branch pick. Do you think that they think they could really mold something with Mason Smith?
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they would not have traded for him if not, and I think that's probably why they went Branch instead of a guy like Orange at that spot, or even in the 2nd round they could have gone with the DT as well. I do think that. I think that was at least. This is what I think that trade was, Turtle. I think that was like it was an insurance policy. Like, hey, we have holes, right? That's what they're saying to themselves. We have holes. If we can fill, or at least attempt to fill a hole here, we don't need to reach for someone in the draft that we're not 100% sure of. And I think that's what we saw tonight. They got Smith as a little bit of an insurance policy. They can slot him in. He has upside potentially, and now they're able to have the luxury of going to get a guy like Avion Terrell instead of trying to fill the need. So they went for the best player available rather than reaching to fill the need. And I think that's what you want. I think that's what the good GMs do. They draft the guys that are the best guys that are out there, regardless of what position they are, because that's how you build a good team. That's how you build depth, and that's been a big priority for the Falcons because we've talked about this ad nauseum, Turtle. They did not have any depth last year, and it was so apparent when guys went down.
What do you think the ceiling is for Zachariah? I know it's hard to project, but do you think he has a chance right away to be a number 2 receiver?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. I think that they could use him. He's kind of like a tricky guy. He's got some speed. He's a good guy after the catch. He was used a lot in screens in Georgia, right? That's pretty obvious. They used his speed, got him the ball, behind the line of scrimmage a lot, and he did the rest. Don't know if that translates directly to the NFL, but they did say. Stefanski and Cunningham did say tonight that they looked at his tape from USC, and it was a bit different. So I think you might see more of the USC version of Branch than the Georgia version, although I can see them using him in those kind of like, those type of plays as well, those sets. But also, Turtle, cannot overlook the fact that he is going to be the team's return man, most likely, from day one. Punt return, kick return. They've needed a guy that could be a game breaker at that position for the last few years. They haven't really had that. Maybe he is that guy. He has the speed. He has the ability to be that. So I think he's a guy that can be multidimensional for the Falcons. Maybe not your prototypical number 2 wide receiver, but a guy they can move around, they can do different stuff with, and he can a guy that can take it to the house on returns.
Do you think that they'll make any moves before tomorrow is all said and done, or do you think they're just going to finish out with their 3 picks and call it a success and keep it moving?
I don't think Ian Cunningham is the kind of guy to sit idle on these picks. I think that he's always going to be looking to accumulate more picks and compile. It didn't end up happening because I just think today, because I just think they really liked the guys that were there. I fully believe if there were players that they were not super high on tonight, they would have traded down and accumulated more picks, and they did not do that. Does not mean they won't do that tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, I think that, again, this team still needs more depth. This team still has holes. You'd love to come away with an offensive tackle, right, at some point in this draft, right? You'd love to come away with an off-ball linebacker in this draft, right? You'd love to come away with a defensive tackle, a nose tackle type of guy in this draft, right? So these are all things they'd love to have, and they could do that with their final 3 picks, but you don't want to reach. You don't want to reach. You want to take the best players that are there. You don't know who's going to be out there in the 4th round. Cunningham said tonight, Turtle, that the draft has not actually gone the way they thought, and there were more corners on the board at 48 than they expected, and that could happen again in the 4th round.
Yeah, there was a huge run yesterday on offensive linemen, which I thought was really interesting, which really, as you just pointed out, opened things up for an Avion Terrell to fall all the way to 48. All right. Listen, it is what it is. Juwan Taylor is going to be your right tackle, at least for the start of the season. But my question is, Mark, you're paying him $6 million. Like, I actually think they're going to give him a bit of a leash here, especially if they don't address offensive tackle like in the next round, say, and, they take a flyer on like a Jack Nelson 2.0. I think this guy's going to get a real shot to start for most of the season. What do you think?
Yeah, most likely. Storm Norton is still in the building, right? So he's a guy that it'll be a competition. And look, Stefanski has pretty much said flat out, there's a competition at every position, and that's just going to be the way it is with him as the head coach, whether that's quarterback or safety or what have you, or right tackle. So he might get a shot to start. Maybe Jack Nelson's in that competition as well. He was on the 53-man roster last year. They must see something in him. They must like him. Also, one thing to consider too, Turtle, is that Bill Callahan is the offensive line coach. He's going to do things differently than Dwayne Ledford did, but he's also incredibly well-respected. I mean, one of the most well-respected offensive line coaches, if not the most well-respected O-line coaches in the entire NFL. So we'll see how he can also work to develop a guy like a Jack Nelson, or maybe someone that they get tomorrow.
Any chance you think they take a center?
Absolutely. I mean, why not? It's certainly a possibility. If there's a guy out there they like in the late rounds, and even undrafted guys want, centers. You can find a center kind of on the scrap heap, so to speak, right? You can find some quality there. Ryan Newsel was that guy. Ryan Newsel was a UDFA who was developed well enough to get a starting spot and be an average to above average center for the team last year. So there's no reason why that couldn't be the case again with somebody else.
How soon, if you had to predict your crystal ball, last one here before we let you go, wrapping up with our buddy Mark Raimondi of ESPN, how long do you think the quote-unquote quarterback competition is going to go before they make a decision? It seems like to me, and the reason I'm asking, Mark, the more I watch these guys move, Matt and Ian and Kevin, they're very precise. They're very, everything they do seems to have reason and flow and really precision to it. So I actually think it would be sort of counter to that if they let a quarterback position, go until week 2 of the preseason, at least from what we're seeing so far.
It's just so hard to say, man, because we just don't know where Penix is at with his rehab. We don't know how many reps Penix is going to be able to even take in training camp. So it's just so hard to say. I can't predict it because no one can. I mean, not even the doctors. I mean, if we knew that, Turtle, we'd probably be making more money in another field. Unfortunately, if we had that kind of foresight as far as injuries go. So it's really hard to say. I really don't know. I don't know what to expect from that quarterback competition. I think it's Tua Tagovailoa's job right now. In April, in late April. But that's because Michael Penix Jr. is hurt and he can't get reps right now. And I don't think he'll be able to get reps I don't know if he'll be able to get reps at the start of training camp. No one really knows for sure. So it's just something that we gotta watch out for. But I will to your point about the precision. I do feel like this regime has a real plan as far as what they want to do, and they are, executing that plan. I do feel like the previous regime was like a little bit more of like to go back to my roots as a combat sports reporter. I feel like they were doing a lot of counter punching. They would react to things, and then they would make a move, right? They would trade up, or they would take panics. They were reacting, whereas I feel like this regime is more, we're going to set the tone ourselves, and we're going to execute our plan, and we're not going to let the outside stuff kind of affect what we want to do necessarily, unless we really have to adapt.
So they're like, you're going to be impressed with my depth of knowledge here. They're like the Jorge Masvidal fight where he knocked out Ben Askren in 3 seconds flat with the knee to the face.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about all that, but I think that they are. I think what you said earlier was correct. That they have this plan, and they are going about their process, and they're not going to be knocked. They're not going to be knocked like a stray to take like the shiny thing. And I don't want to. I'm not trying to insult anyone from the previous regime, but it did feel like there was a lot of reactive moves previously.
I just thought you'd like the fact that I knew about that. That's all.
Well, yes. I don't see any 3-second knockouts coming for the Falcons anytime soon. I think that they're going through. I think they would love a unanimous decision in 2026. You know what I mean? Or even a split decision victory.
Well, speaking of that, real quick. How impressed are you with what the NFC South has done as a whole? I thought all three teams have actually done really well.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that a few minutes ago in the media room, especially Tampa and Carolina. Both teams have gotten better. I mean, I love that Ted Hurst pick for Tampa. It feels like every year Tampa picks up a really good wide receiver in the draft, and they do well there. And Carolina as well. Has gotten. Did Carolina get Hurst, or did Tampa get Hurst?
Tampa got him, and they also got Reuben Bain, and they got Jeremiah 100%. Trotter Jr. So they did really well. And the Saints get Christian Miller, and they get Jordan Tyson. Yes. So they had a really good draft as well.
Arguably the best wide receiver in the entire draft. I mean, I know you could certainly argue that depending on who you like at the top, but I mean, the guy had a pretty darn good career out in Arizona. Both teams got better. The Saints got better as well. I would say the Falcons got better as well. So it's going to be interesting here to see how that all shakes out. I'm particularly curious too, Turtle, because how is Zach Robinson going to use a guy like Ted Hurst? I'm really curious to see how Zach Robinson, the former Falcons offensive coordinator, what he's able to do with those weapons in Tampa. Because he did not have as many weapons like that in Atlanta, outside of a Bijan Robinson, right?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be great, Mark. I'm sure it'll be great.
I'm just curious.
All right, my friend, appreciate you staying up with us.
Well, I mean, Zach Robinson got killed, right? He got killed in Atlanta.
Yes.
So now he has a chance to show it, right? He's got all these weapons. And if it doesn't work out there, then we know the deal. We know the story.
Well, but they don't have Mike Evans anymore, Mark. So how could you say that he has a full deck when they lose Mike Evans to the 49ers? My goodness.
I mean, they still got. I mean, I'll take Egbuka and Hurst, and they got some good running backs. Bucky Irving. I mean, they got Baker Mayfield. I mean, they're all right.
And they got the tight end that just gives the Falcons fits.
Yeah.
Otten. Every single time they play, that dude is a thorn in the side. Mark, appreciate you as always. We'll check you out at ESPN. Get home safe. Enjoy the rest of the draft this weekend.
Thank you, Turtle.
All right. That is Mark Ramonde there reporting live from the scene at the Branch as everybody collects their final thoughts on day 2. Coming up the rest of the way, it's me and you on the phones. 404-726-0929. If you're on hold, stay there. If not, it is your time. We had great calls in the first half of the show. Now we're going into Act 2. I'm with you till 2 a.m. Let's go. 404-726-0929. I give this Falcons draft an A+. What are your thoughts on how our Dirty Birds did? Me and you next.
Talk Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Hey, that was our exit. We're going to miss the first pitch.
Just got to make a stop at Kroger. I promised I'd bring nachos.
Nice. You have the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And they just added Kroger stores in Atlanta.
Wait, I can get money back just for buying groceries?
Yep. And right now, you can get an extra $10 bonus on your first Kroger trip with the app. That's up to $25 cash back on one grocery run.
Even this Kroger store right here?
Yes. Now pull over. Let's get some cash back on those nachos.
Upside is now available for Kroger stores in the Atlanta area. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus on your first purchase at Kroger. That's promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code ATL7.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. One of our clients, Caitlin, said, selling a home with Mark Spain Real Estate was easy. We didn't have to worry about our home selling or making expensive repairs. Their entire process was simple, and we sold the house for more than we thought we could. I've served homeowners just like you for 30 years, and I've helped over 72,000 satisfied clients sell their homes stress-free and for top dollar. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Coverage of the NFL Draft continues on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Welcome into the second half of the program. 404-726-0929. Chris Thomas Turtle, live in the Kia studios. My late night crew. Let's talk. 404-726-0929. It's me and you on the phones until 2 o'clock talking about this Falcons draft. And to me, an absolute home run by Ian Cunningham, Kevin Stefanski, and Matt Ryan tonight. Couldn't be happier with these picks. Avion Terrell, AJ's little brother in the second round, and then Zachariah Branch, the wide receiver out of Georgia. Could you ask for something better? I mean, really. I know a lot of you wanted a big defensive tackle. I did too. You know that was my number one position on the board. Still is. But if you told me this time yesterday when I was on the air with y'all that you could get Zachariah Branch and Avion Terrell, I would have said, okay, sign me up and I'll see you later. Because that is about as good as you can do. Let's be honest. I know CJ Allen was there. I know Lee Hunter was there. But Avion Terrell was just a higher ranked player than those guys. Like consensus-wise. He's just a better player. So I want to get your reaction. 404-726-0929. What do you guys think? I give the grade an A plus, whatever you want to say. To me, this was an absolute swing and a connect and over the fence, and I couldn't be happier with not only the picks, but the way they were picked. No wasted time, no calling about trades, no nonsense. Matt Ryan, Kevin Stefanski, Ian Cunningham, all about their business, and I absolutely loved what I saw and heard tonight. Kaz leads us off this segment. Kaz, what do you think?
What's going on there, Turtle? What great night, man. This is a pretty this is a great night. I was very excited last draft too when we drafted Jalen, JPJ, Watson, Bowman. Obviously, I thought Terry hit it out of the ballpark last year with his draft, but again, too little, too late. This year, so far, man, Matt Ryan and Ian Cunningham, I think they hit it out of the park so far, man. When you get a guy like Avion Terrell at the number 48th pick in the second round of the NFL draft, a guy who really, honestly, could have and maybe should have been a back end first round pick at the very least. Someone who went in the very the top end of the second round, and to have him fall to 48 and have him pair along with his brother, AJ Terrell, which is also an incredible story as it is. And it's not just that he's his brother, but he's also a really good bleeping cornerback, man. Like, he's also really bleeping good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's not, it's not just some brother. It's not just some story. People just say he went for the headlines. No, he didn't.
No, again,
that's a good player, man.
Kaz, if you missed it, I said it at the top of the show, and it's just, again, it's so worth repeating. He was the second highest rated player on the board. Period.
On the board, and he was still there. And then, not only that, but then you get what we've been waiting for, and I mean, we finally have a guy who can actually finally take the top off a defense.
And he's from Georgia.
From Georgia. Someone who's explosive. Someone who could run a 4.35. Someone, God forbid. I mean, we finally actually have a guy that can actually make guys miss in the open field. My God, we have it.
All right, so the next question is, Kaz, what do they do next? You going DT in round 4?
I'm sticking defense, and I'm going either defensive tackle or linebacker. But again, you can't reach for. I mean, most of these guys are going to be projects anyways. But I mean, hey, listen. I mean, we drafted Brandon Dorlus in the 4th round. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, we drafted if we get another Brandon Dorlus in this draft.
Well, I think we got to be fair about one thing, Kaz, too. It's this. It's that the last couple of years, Terry Fontenot had really good drafts. I know we get on him for Pitts and everything, but the last couple of years here in Atlanta, he really developed into a. Because we got to remember too. Much like Ian Cunningham, this was his first time being a GM. And you get better as you go along. Otherwise, you're not doing your job correctly. So even though they never made the playoffs, I actually thought Terry Fontenot, the last 2 drafts, he actually became a pretty good GM.
In 24 and 25, I thought he knocked it out of the park. I mean, obviously, we don't know about Braylon Trice yet. I don't even know if he's still on the team or not. But it'll be his 3rd year. Maybe he's got some potential left. We'll see if we can get anything out of him. Obviously, it's a shame it didn't work out with Rook, but I mean, I understand it's a different style, but still, even he came along last year. Brandon Dorlus looked like a menace in the middle of our line, and he was a fourth-round pick in 2024. The jury's still out on Penix. We'll see what he is. If he can be what we think he can be. Obviously, let
me ask you this, Kaz. In your heart of hearts, do you feel like they're going to give him a fair shot this year?
I hope so, but I don't think they will.
Because for me, the longer this thing plays out, the less I think that he's going to. I just think they're going to let Tua try to regain his Pro Bowl form. Because I just think, Kaz, these guys want to win right now.
I just think Penix has the higher upside. I think Penix has the higher upside. I think he can be better than Tua. It's just like both these guys. It's like, and that's the thing about our team, man. It's like we don't know if we have that franchise guy or not. And I believe Penix can be that guy. I believe he's got that ability. He's got the arm strength. He can make all the throws. He can read defenses. But the problem is he struggles with the blitz and things like that. And, it's like we just won't know what our team's going to be until we have that guy as a franchise quarterback. We thought we had it at the end of the 24 season. We thought we had him where we thought that, oh, man, yeah, Penix is the guy. And then turns out 2025, not so much. Again.
Well, how much do you but here's the thing, though, because I know for me the answer is a lot. How much do you blame the head coach and the offensive coordinator for that? Because for me, it's a lot. I do put a lot on that.
I'd probably say it's about 75-80%.
Because he was just and the other thing too, Kaz, he was so lost, and he was just as affected, in my opinion, upstairs as he was with the injury.
Well, what really startled me, Turtle, and I'll hang up in a second. What really startled me was when he said, I think it was a reporter that asked him, "Hey, who are you leaning on, to kind of help you kind of, what did he say? I believe.
Yeah, and he was like nobody. He was like nobody. Yeah.
I'm like, what? I'm like, it just drove. I was like, this cannot be real life right now. But I was like, you're playing on an NFL football team, and you don't have anybody on the sideline that you could lean on to get support from. Not Kirk Cousins, not your offensive coordinator, not your head coach. Nobody
Well, that's what happens, Kaz, and I appreciate a great back and forth. Call in anytime. That's what happens when you hire a guy who's never been an offensive coordinator before. That's what happens, y'all. And now they have somebody in the building, and Kevin Stefanski, who's a guy who's in charge and is going to give Tua and Penix an opportunity to run a real offense and run, and by real, I don't mean Zach Robinson didn't have a real offense. What I mean is the nuance, the cadence, the ability to be on top of your P's and Q's at all times, just this sense of professionalism that we're seeing from these guys, from their press conferences to the draft tonight. Everything that I've seen so far from this new regime just has a sense of these guys know what they're doing. These guys have everything buttoned up. You're not going to see all the stupid penalties. You're not going to see Penix not being able to get the play in on time. All that kind of stuff that just plagued this team the last couple of years. So A+ tonight, and again, just a kudos to Ian and Kevin and Matt for their decisiveness and their vision. Brad is in Ackworth. Brad, what do you think?
Turtle, how you doing, sir?
What's up, Brad?
Listen, what you just said, I totally agree. This regime, wow, what a difference. I do, we all say Ian and Kevin. I believe this started with Matt Ryan. The hire of Matt Ryan, in my opinion, was exceptional. Now, I have a question for you. I want to know, what do you think? What do you think we do with Mr. Pitts? We franchised him. He's got 1 year.
Well, they're definitely not. They're definitely not going to move him. If they were going to move him, they would have moved him. You know what I mean? By now, it's too late.
Sure. Well, next year. He's only on a 1 year deal, I believe. Now, here's my follow up. Where do we go from here? This was an exceptional draft. Now, the way these guys went about this draft.
Well, let me answer your Pitts, Brad, let me answer your Pitts thing, and then you can ask your follow up on this draft. Here's my prediction for what happens with Pitts. Pitts was brought back this year, I think it's less about him and more about the quarterbacks. And this is what I mean by that. They are going to give Tua and Penix everything that they can throw at them in order to give them a chance to succeed. Because these guys do not want to, the last thing in the world they want is to get to the end of next season, no matter what the record is, and not know who the quarterback is. I think the number one goal for this franchise this time next year is to know who their quarterback is. Or more importantly, know who their quarterback isn't. Whether it's Tua, whether it's Penix, or whether it's neither of them. So in order to do that, they're going to give them every weapon in the book to try to succeed, including Penix. Now, or including Pitts. But to your point, at the end of the year, they're going to have to pay Bijan, Drake, and Matt Bergeron. So they're not going to have the money to pay Pitts too. So in my opinion, no matter what he does, even if he goes for 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns, this is his last year in Atlanta.
I wanted to hear. All right, I'm gonna pivot. Okay, tell me this, because I don't think either one of these quarterbacks right now we have on our roster, I don't believe they're our quarterback. What do you think?
It's a good question, Brad, and I appreciate it. 404-726-0929. I think there's, this is not a cop-out. I really do believe this. I believe there is an equal chance that it's either one of them, that it is neither of them. Like, that, I believe it that strongly. Like, I believe there's just as good of a chance as that it could be Penix, it could be Tua, and it could be neither of them. I am truly in a wait-and-see type of mode. I really mean that. Because I have no idea what either of them are going to give. No clue. I think they could both be Pro Bowlers or they could both be bottom 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. I think the scale in which their success and performance could range is that big. I really believe that. Great calls. Let's take more. 404-726-0929. I give the Falcons an A+. What do you give them? 404-726-0929. Plus, Dabo Swinney joined the radio station to talk about Avion Terrell. Yes, you heard that right. The coach of the Clemson Tigers hopped on the radio station tonight and spoke with Andy Bunker and Joe Patrick. You'll hear that conversation coming up as well. It's me and you on the phone still too. 404-726-0929.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge. with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's almost here. The 2026 NFL Draft.
The Atlanta Falcons select.
And we've got it all covered live.
Let's get it started.
Tonight it's rounds 4 through 7 with Grant McCulley, Mike Johnson, and Bo Morgan. And we've got you covered every night with the Chris Thomas Late Night Wrap-Up Show.
It's draft day. We're getting pumped for the draft.
We are your home for the NFL Draft in Atlanta. Our Falcons play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hello?
The faucet in my house is dripping again.
It's 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's your Saturday. I'm here to take it away. I brought a clogged toilet and a tenant who lost their keys.
Stop letting your properties own you. If you've got a couple or a few rentals, you aren't an investor. You're a 24/7 maintenance man. It's time to get your life back. At Renters Warehouse Atlanta, we've automated the entire property management experience. From our revamped powerhouse maintenance department to high-tech tenant placement, we handle the headaches while you collect the checks. One stop, everything automated. All for just $115 a month. That's a massive ROI on your sanity. Go to rwatlanta.com for a free rental price analysis or call 404-662-2322. Renters Warehouse Atlanta. We track everything, you do nothing.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan Atlanta, 191 Peach Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Thou pound law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
I love NFL.
Now, more of our draft wrap-up.
With Chris Thomas.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Yeah, the Falcons let them know tonight. Let's go. 404-726-0929. Chris Thomas Turtle live in the Kia studios. And apparently we're still on YouTube. I didn't even think to check, but yeah, we were on YouTube going all the way through. Appreciate everybody who was checking us out. Someone commented and said, I put on my finest Dragon Ball Z shirt tonight. You're damn right I did. I love my DBZ. Listen, man, if you haven't learned one thing about me, I'm a nerd. I mean, I love my sports too, and I love music, and I love movies, and I'm also a nerd. I love Nintendo. I play Pokemon. I play Dragon Ball Z. I'm a nerd, but I'm also a sports nerd. So you can hate if you want, but I love Dragon Ball Z, and I got no shame about that at all. I love DBZ. I love Inuyasha. I love Rurouni Kenshin. I grew up in the 90s. I'm a 90s and 2000s anime guy. What do you want from me? I was too young for Star Wars. I love Marvel. I love DC. Whatever, man. We see each his own. I'm not here to yuck anybody's yums. Don't yuck mine, right? 404-726-0929. All right. So I want your grade. For me, it's an A+. And what should they do next? Should they, because here's why I'm asking. Because if you take a defensive tackle in round 4, is that really going to help at this point? Like, I'd rather take a flyer on like a linebacker, honestly, or a right tackle. I don't know if taking a flyer on a defensive tackle is really the way to go. But that's just me. What do you think? 404-726-0929. 404-726-0929. So we'll take more of your calls. But right now, let's hear from the man, the myth, the legend. How about Dabo Swinney calling in to 92.9 The Game to praise the new Falcons draft pick, Avion Terrell. He joined our buddies Joe Patrick and Andy Bunker, who were on before me, who did the live reactions to the second and third round. And the first thing the guys asked him was, what is it like to be able to coach both of those guys as the brothers, and what are the Falcons getting in Avion Terrell? This was Dabo Swinney on 92.9 The Game.
Man, y'all got if one Terrell is good, two is even better. Y'all got the best secondary in the NFL now with those two guys. I mean, because there's synergy between, not only are they great players, but they're brothers, and there's just an amazing synergy that will come with that. And obviously AJ's a great player, but man, AV is his own guy. They got the same last name, but they got different games. And AV is he's not quite as long as AJ, but he plays long. But he's got more position diversity. AV can play 3 positions. He's a freaking ball hawk. He's the all-time calls fumble guy in the history of Clemson at in the secondary. I mean, just always around the ball, elite competitor, and I think some of that is just baby brother of a pro football player, and he's just kind of grown up in that. And to me, it's like I can't believe that it's real that the two of them are going to get to play together. When I signed AJ, AV was in like the 7th grade, and I was like, hey man, the only reason we're recruiting him is to get to you one day. And he was a little pudgy 7th grader. And then sure enough, it worked out. And now to see them together with the Falcons, their parents have been all over the world, because this is what, year 6 or so for I think AJ. Yep. And so, they've been traveling everywhere, because they had high school football while he was in the pros, then it was college football and AJ in the pros, and now to be able to not have to divide and conquer, but to be able to unite and do it all right there in Atlanta. I mean, you just can't even make it up. But it's a really cool story. It feels good and all that, but let me tell you, this is a baller. This is a high first round talent that they got in the second round. And so I'm it's high value pick. He's an instant playmaker. He's ready to play. He's incredibly smart, understands the game. He's got great short area quickness. He can cover, like I said, play 3 positions. He's a tackler. He's physical, and still just developing. So, and then you throw in the fact that he and AJ are brothers. I think I always tell our guys, man, you win with a bunch of synergy. Everybody runs 11 guys out on the field, but when you got it really together, all of a sudden 2 + 2, it doesn't equal 4. It equals 10. And so I think that's a really cool dynamic that they'll bring to that defense, and just happy for the Falcons, and excited for the city of Atlanta to have another Terrell.
Yeah, Coach, I mean, we see the stats on Avion, and obviously they're fantastic, as anybody who gets drafted where he was has. But what can you tell us about the character? Is there a story or some way that you could describe who Avion Terrell is, both as a football player but also just as a teammate?
Yeah, he's a great teammate. I mean, that's one of the things I love about him the most is, you know, not everybody loves to practice. I mean, you know, a lot of times people they do what they got to do to get to the end result, but AV loves to practice. He loves ball. It don't matter if it's a summer workout or if you're getting ready for a championship game. That guy likes to compete, and that's just who he is. He hates to miss a practice. He loves to play, and so. You know, that's who he is. I mean, he loves to study the game. He loves to study the opponent, you know, and that to me is something that not everybody, you know, that can take a while for somebody to really grasp onto that. But AV's one of those guys that's always studying the game. And again, he's been like a pro since he showed up at Clemson. And again, that's how he's been raised. That's what he's been around as far as how he trains, how he takes care of his body. You know, all that stuff. But his competitive spirit, like this guy's a fighter, man. I mean, he will fight you and claw your eyeballs out to try to win the rep. And he hates to get beat. So, you know, a lot of confidence, but he's not a cocky kid or anything like that. He carries himself with a great humble spirit. And I think that comes from his mom and dad, who are amazing people. But just a high-level competitor that – again, as a player, he's got ball skills, he's got coverage ability, and he's a tackler. You don't see many corners that like to tackle like this guy. He can blitz. He made some big plays for us coming off the edge as well. But he's a turnover machine, and that's been who he's been his whole career. And I don't see any reason why that'll continue. He's a heavy-handed guy on the ball.
Clemson head football coach Dabo Swinney, nice enough to call into our draft coverage here on a Friday night. We appreciate that. I know you're busy and you got a lot going on, so to call in and talk to us here is pretty cool. I don't know if you've ever coached two brothers at the same time. I know that you coached both AJ and Avion at different times, but what do you think the dynamic is like in a locker room with two brothers as teammates now with the Falcons?
Yeah, well, I think it depends on who those brothers are, you know, and what their DNA is, how they're wired. It can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing. I've coached several brothers over the years, but you know, these two guys are wired the same. You know, again, first of all, amazing mom and dad, and you know, AJ was man, what a special player he was, and they're very similar in that both of those guys, from the moment they showed up, they were ready to play, number one. Number two, just about their business. They just do the work, you know, and they love to compete. These are highly competitive guys. And now you put, again, the two of them together, like neither one of them, they want to win. And they understand what winning looks like. You know, I mean, obviously AJ won a national championship here, and AV won the ACC here in his time. So they're both champions. They both understand, you know, what it takes. And now you put that together, like these are guys that they're going to be detailed in their work. They're going to work really hard to be craftsmen at their position. They're going to lead by example. Neither one of them are rah-rah guys. They're just do the work guys. And, you know, they're superstars, but they got a blue-collar spirit to them that you love.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for the time tonight on short notice on a Friday.
You got it.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and congrats to all the Falcons. They're gonna love the combination of these two guys. It's gonna be whoever that game announcer is. He's gonna be calling that name a lot. So it'll be a lot of fun. Years to come.
I know Wes Durham's fired up.
He can't wait.
He can't
wait. Yeah, Wes. I know Wes.
Yeah, you know Wes.
You know Wes.
Well, Wes got the column in the ACC all these years. So yeah, Wes is familiar with it too.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Coach.
Yeah, AJ and AV, man, they're going to be awesome. That's going to be a lot of fun. That'll be a great story to track. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Take care.
Clemson head football coach Dabo Swinney, nice enough to take some time out of his Friday night
Great stuff there from Dabo Sweeney right here on 92.9 The Game. Exclusive interview there. How about that? Great job by Oren Romaine and Joe and Andy and everybody who was able to get that done. And, Coach, obviously he's going to be supportive of his guys, but, Coach has put a lot of guys through to the NFL. Even though they're down right now, they were on top of the college football landscape for a long time. This guy knows good football players, and for him to heap that effusive praise on AJ and Avion and to sound that fire, like he didn't have to do this, and to come on and not just sound like he was going through the motions, but to be genuinely excited for us here in Atlanta was absolutely awesome to hear. All right, 404-726-0929. If you haven't gotten your chance to sound off yet, we are here until 2 o'clock. So plenty more time to take your calls. 404-726-0929. What is your grade? For me, it's an A+ for the Atlanta Falcons right now. And I'm sorting through all the websites. Miles and I will have a little fun with this before we get out of here later. What is everybody saying about the Falcons day 2 draft so far? So give me your grade. For me, it's an A+. And then where should they go from here? I actually don't think they should take a defensive tackle in the 4th round. I'll explain when we get back. Plus, I got a bunch of sound I want you to hear from different draft experts that have been on the radio station throughout the week. So we'll get to that and me and you on the phones. Give me your grade and give me what should they do next. 404-726-0929. It's Chris Thomas on the NFL Draft Postgame Show here on 92.9 The Game.
Insurance companies are friendly at first, but if you get hurt in a wreck, I swear they'll wrestle you to the ground for every penny.
In this corner with tons of dirty tricks under his sleeve, Big Boo Insurance. And with 45 plus years of experience, the one callizer, Ken Nugent. They start and Ken wins again, getting a maximum settlement faster. Oh no, Big Boo is crying.
One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go!
Call Ken.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hey, man, back to work Monday on Dukes and Bell. After 2,000 mock drafts, the picks are in. Breaking down what the Falcons did Game 4 of the Hawks and the Knicks, the Braves, and the Phillies. We got strong opinions on all of this stuff. 2 to 6. It's Dukes and Bell Monday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey, that was our exit. We're going to miss the first pitch.
Just got to make a stop at Kroger. I promised I'd bring nachos.
Nice. You have the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And they just added Kroger stores in Atlanta.
Wait, I can get money back just for buying groceries?
Yep, and right now you can get an extra $10 bonus on your first Kroger trip with the app. That's up to $25 cash back on one grocery run.
Even this Kroger store right here?
Yes. Now pull over. Let's get some cash back on those nachos.
Upside is now available for Kroger stores in the Atlanta area. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus on your first purchase at Kroger. That's promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code ATL7.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tonight as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But, Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom Tire buyer.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I love NFL.
Now, more of our draft wrap-up.
With Chris Thomas.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
What a night here in the A. Great job by the Falcons. Ian Cunningham, Kevin Stefanski, Matt Ryan and company. Great job. A+. Again, I'll tell you what the national media is saying. We all know how much the national media loves Atlanta. Not. 404-726-0929. It's me and it's you till 2. So plenty more time to take your calls. Appreciate everybody who's checked in so far. Took a ton of calls. I've been on since 10 o'clock. So it's been me and you on the phones all night, and I appreciate a couple of guests that stopped by as well, including Dabo Swinney, an exclusive interview with Joe and Andy as Avion Terrell was selected with the 48th overall pick. How cool is that? The head coach of the Clemson Tigers, who you just heard here on 92.9 The Game. But there are a bunch of other people I want you to hear. Throughout the week, we were collecting the best in the business that covered the NFL to join the radio station and talk about the draft and what the Atlanta Falcons should do and on the state of the draft. So we'll get to some of that audio as well. But first, I was able to grab a couple of things from Ian Cunningham and Kevin Stefanski, who did speak tonight. So let's hear those first before we get to some of our experts that joined the station this week. Ian Cunningham was talking about the two picks, Avion and Zachariah Branch, and the decision to go after those two guys.
Good players, two players that were high on our board at positions that we say are premium positions. So to be able to get Avion here, what a cool experience for him, his family, to be able to play alongside of his brother. It was fun being able to call both of them and hear their excitement. And then for us to get Zachariah, and three. A player that we're really excited about. Our coaching staff was excited about. Our coaching staff was excited about all the picks. So it was just really cool. It was a really cool experience, and we're excited.
Yeah, and there's no reason not to be excited. They did a really good job. Ian, so one thing we need to understand real quick, though, Ian, Kevin, and Matt, all understated press conference guys. Like, they just hit a home run out of the park, and you would have thought that they were, just given the State of the Union. Like they did not sound like they had done the level of success that they just did. So you like it, but I wouldn't mind. You could be a little pump your chest out a little bit, Ian. It's okay. You did a great job, but that none of those guys are like that, and that's just how it is. But hey, if you're gonna go out and land Avion Terrell and Zachariah Branch, I don't care what you sound like in the press conference. Let's hear from Kevin Stefanski. He was talking about the role that Zachariah Branch could play on the team.
Ian and crew have done a ton of work on Zachariah. I had him in here for a visit. We've spent a lot of time with him, the coaches have, and he really has a great schematic fit, also a great personal fit for what we believe in and how hard he works. But just a player that you can really line up all over the field. You go back and watch his tape over the course of his different stops and the way he was utilized. I think there's a ton of versatility there, and also he provides value in the return game, which is no small thing.
And we joked around before I took over. I was doing a little crosstalk with Andy and Joe to wrap up the show because the Falcons didn't actually make their pick until like 10:05. So we were chit-chatting, and I was like, when they do take Branch, it can't be any worse in the return game than it was last year. Woof, was that awful. So the fact that he's, able to provide that return game element is something special as well. All right, so let's hear from some of our experts here that we've had on the radio station over the past week, and some of them made predictions. Let's see who got what right, who got what wrong, and who made the best analysis going into this day 3 here of the NFL draft. One of our favorites, Mike Detillier from New Orleans, he was talking about the Falcons before the draft, the decision that they made to trade Ruka Rororo and acquire Mason Smith.
Mason actually grew up about 15 minutes from my home. I've watched him since he was in high school at Terrebonne High School. He's the number 1 rated recruit in the country. Coming out of high school, had a great freshman year at LSU. Really played well. First game of his sophomore year, I don't think there were 4 or 5 plays into the game. He tears up his knee against Florida State, and he was really never the same player. Physically, this is what a defensive interior lineman should look like. He's almost 6'5", 300 pounds. He's gotten himself, I think, in much better shape physically. And it's almost like the switch hasn't been flipped yet with him. But he's got immense potential as a player, really has. Very smart young man, understands this game very well. was never really hard coached in his life, other than that final part of his junior year when the old pops himself, Pete Jenkins, came in to coach the defensive line at LSU. And he's got a world of potential. Somebody's got to flip the switch with him, though. But a great athletic talent, no question about it.
All right, so you could hear exactly from Mike Detillier there why you would be tantalized to take a guy like Mason Smith. And if Rukarororo doesn't fit what you want to do, maybe this was them viewing it as a potential guy. Like, if we're going to take a defensive tackle in the 4th round, let's just see what Mason Smith can do. Well, okay, that's fine, but he better be good. You better be able to evaluate him the same way you'd be evaluating a 4th-round draft pick. That's my only thing. I trust you, but that is a great position of need. And if you're taking a guy that's unproven, like you just heard from Mike, you're going to have to be able to get that flip switched on. That is, Miles, that is such a tongue twister. I don't know why it gets me every single time. All right, one more from Mike. Interesting quote from him. I disagree, but he was saying that he feels like this draft lacks depth. Let's hear exactly what he meant by that.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and there's not a lot of great depth in this draft class. I like the interior offensive line from a depth standpoint. Centers, guards, not so much at the tackle spot. Tight ends, almost the exact same way. I think the early guys are good, and then it sort of trails off same way at wide receiver. It's a really good year for the edge if you're looking for pass rushers. It's probably the strongest part of the draft. It would be along that defensive end outside linebacker position. It's about average linebacker. Cornerbacks, again, you never have enough of them. I like the safety position. I think that is something that more and more I see in the 5 camps I'm involved with here, is that there are more guys wanting to play. Well, everybody wants to play receiver, but if they can't play there, I could put like 4 Greyhound buses full of guys, receive. We had a camp here, our pro football combine camp. We had almost 600. We had 598 here. 305 were receivers. But if they can't play receiver, safety seems to be the position they really want to play. And you always need a catalyst to that. And I think we got it last year with Nick Emmanwori and how Seattle was able to use him in so many different ways. So it's not a real thick draft class at all. But I think in any draft class, there are some strengths. And in this one, it would be, for me, the edge rushers, the interior defensive line, and safety.
Well, I want to ask you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. But at the end of the day, there was a lot of players picked in this draft that I thought actually, were undervalued. Look at the 2 picks that the Falcons had. They were both guys that I think could have went in the 1st round. And I don't know. I usually agree with what Mike says, but I actually think his judgment was a little off there. I mean, maybe from like a top-end talent perspective, but not from an overall perspective. All right, this is interesting. Let's see what our buddy Connor Riley, let's hold him to a couple of exactos here. He made a prediction with Dukes and Bell this week. Who should have been the top dogs drafted? Let's see what he said. Let's see how many he got right, as we know now who was taken in the first 3 rounds.
I think the lock is Monroe Freeling. I think he could go as high as 6 to the Cleveland Browns. I think the Rams at pick number 13, and I think the Lions at pick number 17 make a lot of sense for him. I think Christian Miller is someone who could sneak into the background if you really like Georgia defensive linemen and you see how they progress at the next level. I think that there is, a standard that Christian Miller meets in that regard, in a team like the Houston Texans at pick number 28, I think would make a lot of sense there. And C.J. Allen, I don't know if he's going to go in the first round.
Ding.
I think the knee injury that he suffered at the end of last year, which impacted him sort of during the NFL Combine, has maybe interested some teams in a different way. But the Dallas Cowboys have pick number 20, and they really need an inside linebacker with what they have on that roster right now. And it's just interesting to me that Chidera Uzodiribe is now the outside linebackers coach for the Dallas Cowboys, and he's been on staff at Georgia for the entirety of C.J. Allen's career. I think C.J. Allen at pick number 20 on Thursday is something that I'm watching very closely where, look, if Sonny Styles somehow finds his way to the Cowboys, I'm sure they'll take them. But with that second pick, they've got good intel. I think Chidera knows what kind of player and, more importantly, what kind of person C.J. Allen is. And I do think that in this case, Uzodiribe could be a good advocate for C.J. Allen with that number 20 overall pick.
Pretty good from Connor there. 2 for 3. Not bad. Not bad at all. This dude is as locked into the Dogs as anybody that we know. So it's interesting to hear what he thought before this all took place and now seeing where those guys actually landed. The best prediction there was C.J. Allen falling. He nailed that. Bang. That was a great, great pick from Connor Riley there. All right, one more before we take a break. Josh Kendall, the insider for The Athletic. This was interesting. He was asked if he thought the Falcons could maybe consider trading one of their core pieces. This is what he had to say about that.
Yes, I think so. I think that Ian Cunningham, from everything that I've seen, everything that I've gathered, is going to be very conservative in year one. And this is not a team that I expect to trade up, and particularly in this draft. I think that the talent in this draft has a lot to do with that. But you still have to. The goal is still to build a winning football team. If not this year, then down the road. And I think those guys were instrumental in that. I think that in the case of Chris and Bates, they got some contract flexibility that you can extend those guys. I just don't think you let a Jesse Bates walk out the door. You certainly don't let Bijan, for a lot of reasons, walk out the door, or Drake London. So I don't expect what I consider those foundational pieces to be moved. I didn't expect Caden Ellis to leave either, so I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I would agree with him. I don't think, Jesse Bates or whatever, but, I mean, is there a slight chance they would trade Kyle Pitts tomorrow? I mean, I guess, but I don't think so. And again, my reason, if you missed it, is I think they're trying to give these quarterbacks every possible advantage that they can to figure out if they're the guy or not. And if you take Kyle Pitts off this offense, you're significantly limiting the potential of what it can be. So if I had to say right now, they're not trading Kyle Pitts. I think if they were going to do that, they would have done it already. They're not looking for future picks. They definitely would have been looking for picks in this year's draft. All right, when we get back, we'll hear more from Josh Kendall. I got a couple of things from Dabo Swinney, if you missed that I made some cuts of. We got some more audio. We'll take more of your calls. 404-726-0929. What is your grade for the Falcons? I give them an A+. And then where should they go next? I don't think they should take a defensive tackle next. I don't think a 4th-round pick is really going to get it done. What do you think? 404-726-0929. More of your calls, more audio. You'll hear from Mark Ramonde as well, ESPN Falcons reporter. Plenty to do in the final hour of the postgame wrap-up show with Chris Thomas Turtle on 92.9 The Game.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match this afternoon. Atlanta United travels to Toronto FC.
Game time 1 p.m.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Hey, that was our exit. We're going to miss the first pitch.
Just got to make a stop at Kroger. I promised I'd bring nachos.
Nice. You have the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And they just added Kroger stores in Atlanta.
Wait, I can get money back just for buying groceries?
Yep. And right now, you can get an extra $10 bonus on your first Kroger trip with the app. That's up to $25 cash back on one grocery run.
Even this Kroger store right here?
Yes. Now pull over. Let's get some cash back on those nachos.
Upside is now available for Kroger stores in the Atlanta area. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus on your first purchase at Kroger. That's promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code ATL7.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, this is Rusty Mansell. Tune in Monday. The band gets back together. Drew Butler and Steak Shapiro on the Steakhouse. They'll recap the Atlanta Falcons draft, the Braves' big weekend, and the Hawks and what we did to the Knicks. 9 to 11 a.m., the Steakhouse on 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Coverage of the NFL Draft continues on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Fourth and final hour of the post-game show here on 92.9 The Game. Chris Thomas Turtle live in the Kia studios until the top of the hour. If you haven't had a chance to call in, it's me and you for the next hour, 404-726-0929. What grade do you give the Falcons for their draft? For me, A+. And then what should they do next? Should they take the defensive tackle? Should they go offensive line? Should they go linebacker? Where do you think the Atlanta Falcons should go next? Plenty more time to take your calls. 404-726-0929. I just think this couldn't have gone any better. It's crazy to say. Well, is it? Because if you trust Matt Ryan and if you trust Ian Cunningham and Kevin Stefanski, then it's not really crazy to say, is it? It's actually awesome to say that what we hoped would have happened to an absolute T. And I couldn't be happier with what this Falcons team has done so far. So again, 404-726-0929. excited to be back with you tomorrow at 9 p.m. We'll have a Hawks game to talk about and the final picks for the Atlanta Falcons as day 3 of the draft will resume tomorrow. Want you to hear some more audio from some of our experts around the NFL that joined the station this week talking about the draft and what the Atlanta Falcons should do. We'll hear from Mark Ramonde, and we'll hear from what the experts around the country are saying about the Atlanta Falcons draft, and it bucks the narrative that the national media hates Atlanta. I'll explain coming up all before we get out of here at 2 a.m. Let's hear a little bit more from Josh Kendall as he joined the radio station this week, and he was asked if drafting a defensive end affects the status of James Pierce Jr. Now, we know we heard this week about him being able to have his charges dropped if he completes a program, but we still have no idea what potential discipline could be. So if the Falcons take a defensive end tomorrow, could that affect his snaps potentially if he does come back? This is what Josh had to say.
I think that it's a little foreshadowing. I think that the only responsible thing for Atlanta to do is to proceed with the idea that James Pierce is not going to be on the roster for 2026. The reason I say that is if you look at all of the evidence, the recent track record of this stuff in the league, regardless of how this thing plays out, I think he's looking at a minimum of a 6-game suspension from the league. I think it's more likely that it's 8 games. At that point, you've missed half a season. You're dropped back into the thing. You're not exactly in playing shape. I mean, even if Atlanta says, welcome back, and I'm not at all sure that Atlanta is going to do that, after the league handles its business, I don't think James Pierce Jr. is a contributor in 2026. I think that we saw Atlanta last year, and on a grander scale, Seattle last year, show that, almost as many front 7, front 5, however you want to classify those defensive line, edge people, as many of those as you can have, the better. So I think that taking an edge is absolutely on the table. And I do think that if they take one high, especially, I will assume that they are in agreement with me on this subject.
Man, it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. His trial, if he gets it complete and everything like that and everything gets dropped, I think everything would finish up right around like week 6, week 7 of the NFL season. So it'll be really interesting to see. But again, he could get a year-long suspension dropped on his head tomorrow. We have no idea what that's going to bring. So it'll be interesting to see if on day 3 they decide to take a shot in the middle to late rounds on an edge rusher. I would assume not. I think you'll get more from Jalen Walker this year. Brandon Dorlus had a huge impact, obviously. We'll see if Mason Smith can give you anything inside. So we'll see. My guess right now would be no, but again, you never know. And they also brought in, Samson Ebukam, Azeez Ojulari, guys that can contribute at that position as well. So here's another thing. Why would you trade Ruke Orhorhoro? Is it as simple as we've been making it out to be, or does Josh Kendall think that there might have been more?
Yeah, Ruke was an ascending player statistically, and it looked like Ruke was rounding into exactly what they wanted him to be. But this staff, I say that understanding that the defensive staff is virtually the same, but the influence of Matt Ryan, of Kevin Stefanski, et cetera, they wanted to get bigger. And, I do genuinely think they think Ruke is a good player. I think that they legitimately believe that this is a fair trade for both sides. They wanted somebody who could play nose tackle. They didn't think Ruke could do it. I think the tape suggests that Ruke was ill-suited as a nose tackle. He's, better as maybe a 5 and an occasional 3 where he can use those pass rushing skills. They'll get Mason Smith and stick him in the middle. They feel like that fits more what they need.
We'll see. I mean, again, the only potential downside to what they did today is by not taking the defensive tackle in 2 or 3, you're leaving yourself a little bit vulnerable to a place that was a major need last year. And that's essentially what it comes down to. He was asked if they do take a wide receiver, what are the traits that they're looking for. Let's see if now knowing that they drafted Zachariah Branch, if Josh was alluding to just that.
Consistent deep threat. I don't know that player. I don't know that they'll have access to that player where they're picking, or at least access to that player that they feel good about. Chris Brazzell could be a dynamic deep threat in the NFL, but there are question marks. Some are, of his own doing. Some are just because he comes out of that Tennessee system. Brennan Thompson could, with that speed, could be a deep threat, but he weighs about 120 pounds. I mean, there are no perfect prospects at this part of the draft. If the Falcons are drafting, they stick at 48 and they only have 5 draft picks, I do think they need a wide receiver. Jeremy Bernard is my guy. He's a high floor. He may be a little bit lower ceiling, but he can come in and he can play. If you've got some more picks, if you wheel and deal a little bit, you've got some flexibility. Maybe you can project, roll the dice a little more on somebody who could give you something dynamic. I do think that this offense would benefit from somebody like Brennan Thompson or Zachariah Branch in that family.
Ding.
Jeremy Bernard's a little bit like this, but to a lesser degree. You can just put your foot in the ground and throw a screen, and he can get yards after the catch. Just an easy dump off, something like that.
So all three of our experts, Mike Detillier, Connor Riley, Josh Kendall, ding, 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 ding. That's why we have them on the radio station. These guys are the best at what they do. 404-726-0929. One more here. This is Dabo Swinney. He talked about having AJ and AV on the same team. In case you missed it earlier, he did join the station exclusively. This was him when asked by Andy and Joe about getting the brothers to the Falcons.
There's synergy between, not only are they great players, but they're brothers. And there's just an amazing synergy that will come with that. And obviously AJ's a great player, but man, AV is his own guy. They got the same last name, but they got different games. And, AV is he's not quite as long as AJ, but he plays long. But he's got more, position diversity. AV can play 3 positions. He's a freaking ball hawk. He's the all-time calls fumble guy in the history of Clemson in the secondary. I mean, just always around the ball. Elite competitor. And, I think some of that is just, baby brother of a pro football player. And he's just kind of grown up in that. And to me, it's like, I can't believe that it's real that the two of them are going to get to play together. When I signed AJ, AV was in like the 7th grade, and I was like, hey man, the only reason we're recruiting him is to get to you one day. And he was a little pudgy 7th grader. And then sure enough, it worked out. And now to see them together with the Falcons, their parents have been all over the world, because this is what, year 6 or so for I think AJ. Yep. And so, they've been traveling everywhere, because they had high school football while he was in the pros, then it was college football and AJ in the pros, and now to be able to not have to divide and conquer, but to be able to unite and do it all right there in Atlanta. I mean, you just can't even make it up. But it's a really cool story. It feels good and all that, but let me tell you, this is a baller. This is a high first round talent that they got in the second round. And so it's high value pick. He's an instant playmaker. He's ready to play. He's incredibly smart, understands the game. He's got great short area quickness. He can cover, like I said, play 3 positions. He's a tackler. He's physical, and still just developing. So, and then you throw in the fact that he and AJ are brothers. I think I always tell our guys, man, you win with a bunch of synergy. Everybody runs 11 guys out on the field, but when you got it really together, all of a sudden 2 + 2, it doesn't equal 4. It equals 10. And so I think that's a really cool dynamic that they'll bring to that defense. And just happy for the Falcons and excited for the city of Atlanta to have another Terrell.
Really, really cool stuff there from Dabo, head coach of the Clemson Tigers. If you want to hear the full interview, just rewind on that Odyssey app and you can hear the full interview with Dabo and Andy Bunker and our very own Smokin' Joe Patrick. All right, when we get back, Mark Raimondi, ESPN Falcons reporter. What does he think about what the Falcons did tonight, and what does he think about what Kevin Stefanski and Ian Cunningham had to say about these moves? He was at their press conference earlier this evening. Don't go anywhere. It's Chris Thomas taking you till 2 o'clock right here on 92.9 The Game.
Get badly hurt in a wreck, and I tell you, things get real bad real fast.
From the moment you arrive at the hospital, your medical expenses start mounting. And you have no job, no paycheck coming in.
You need your money, and you need it now.
You need attorney Ken Nugent now.
We work fast, we work smart, and we go hard for every penny you deserve.
We don't call him One Call Ken for nothing.
Wait, what? One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go!
CallKen.com.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey, that was our exit. We're going to miss the first pitch.
Just got to make a stop at Kroger. I promised I'd bring nachos.
Nice. You have the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And they just added Kroger stores in Atlanta.
Wait, I can get money back just for buying groceries?
Yep. And right now, you can get an extra $10 bonus on your first Kroger trip with the app. That's up to $25 cash back on one grocery run.
Even this Kroger store right here?
Yes. Now pull over. Let's get some cash back on those nachos.
Upside is now available for Kroger stores in the Atlanta area. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus on your first purchase at Kroger. That's promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code ATL7.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's almost here. The 2026 NFL Draft.
The Atlanta Falcons. And we've got it all covered live.
Let's get it started. Tonight it's rounds 4 through 7 with Grant McCulley, Mike Johnson, and Bo Morgan. We've got you covered every night with the Chris Thomas Late Night Wrap-Up Show.
It's draft day. Getting pumped for the draft.
We are your home for the NFL Draft in Atlanta. Our Falcons play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, it's Chris Thomas Turtle. Coming up the rest of this week, I got you covered on our Late Night Draft post-game show. That's right. It's me and you on the phones, 404-726-0929, talking all things Falcons and NFL Draft. Right here, 92.9 The Game.
Coverage of the NFL Draft continues.
Back to your calls here in just a minute, 404-726-0929. I give tonight an A+. What do you think? 404-726-0929. Let's head out to the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. Welcome in our buddy Mark Ramonde of ESPN, covers the Falcons day in and day out for ESPN. Make sure you check out all his great work there. Mark, we got to hear from Kevin Stefanski and Ian Cunningham just a moment ago. Obviously, I am doing a radio show, so I could not get to hear what they had to say. So that's why you are the conduit to the fans here for us. So I appreciate you hopping on. I want to hear what their message was. What did they have to say first and foremost about drafting Avion Terrell and what he could bring to the franchise?
Well, I think one of the more interesting things, Turtle, that Ian Cunningham said was that Matt Ryan asked him earlier today, who are the players that you would not trade off from if they were available at number 48? And Ian Cunningham said that Avion Terrell was one of the top players on their board, that if he was available, they were going to take him. They were not going to try to trade that pick because we know that Ian Cunningham wanted more picks. He wanted to probably trade down at some point. Didn't end up happening because they got the guy they really liked in Avion Terrell, who was really one of their, top corners on their board. They thought that they did not think that he was going to be there at 48, Turtle. They said that. They did not think he was going to be there. And, this is a guy that was considered a first-round talent by many, had a little bit of a hamstring injury, of course, the last couple months, but they are very, very happy, not just for the feel-good story, but also for the player.
And I think it solidifies the secondary now because, Mark, I know it's something you and I have talked about, if Mike Hughes was a comfort spot for them at corner, but I know Avion can play some nickel as well. Where do you project him right now as he gets started with his NFL career? Do you think he has a chance to start as CB2 as soon as this year?
It's certainly possible. Now, Billy Bowman Jr., is probably going to be the nickel corner when he gets back, but when is he going to get back? He tore his Achilles in November. So they're looking for someone to play that position. Could be the guy they signed, Brown from Philadelphia. Sorry, it was actually a trade. But maybe it's Avion Terrell. And maybe Mike Hughes is still the guy on the outside, and maybe Avion Terrell is that guy in the nickel. But they also still have a guy like a Kobe Bryant or even like a Clark Phillips III. All of a sudden, Turtle, the cornerback room in Atlanta looks pretty darn good. And I would expand upon that and say the secondary looks very damn good when you add in a Jesse Bates III, 3-time All-Pro, Xavier Watts, who had 5 interceptions as a rookie. The DBs in Atlanta looks like a pretty strong unit right now.
It's so funny you say that, Mark. I said at the top of the show, with this addition of Avion Terrell and getting Billy Bowman back at some point this year, I think this Atlanta secondary could be a top 3 unit in the NFL if everybody's firing on all cylinders and stays healthy. So I think it's really funny that you bring that up. Now, here's the thing, though. C.J. Allen was sitting right there, and we know how badly they need to solidify a real, true replacement for Caden Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
Brought in a couple of guys in Harris and Tyndall that are going to have a shot, but C.J. Allen was right there. Were you surprised they didn't pull the trigger?
A little bit, and certainly that was a guy, and even if you want to look at the 3rd-round pick, and I'm sure that you'll ask me about that next, Dominique Orange was there as well. They didn't go in that direction. They took Zachariah Branch in the 3rd round. So, and he's a defensive tackle. We're talking about, guys that can stop the run, guys that can replace players who left in the middle of the defense, right? And they didn't go in that direction. And I think it was more because these are guys they really liked, and these are guys they really believed in, and they were high on their boards. Avion Terrell was very high on their board. I think Zachariah Branch was very high. They need a wide receiver as well, and that's what they went with. And it kind of goes against a little bit, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, what Ian Cunningham said about building through the trenches, but if there's a guy that you really believe in who's a plus player, you got to take him. If you think he's going to be – these are guys that are going to be able to probably start right away in Atlanta.
Well, let me sidebar real quick before we get into the Zachariah Branch pick. Do you think that they think they could really mold something with Mason Smith?
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they would not have traded for him if not, and I think that's probably why they went Branch instead of a guy like Orange at that spot, or even in the 2nd round they could have gone with the DT as well. I do think that. I think that was at least. This is what I think that trade was, Turtle. I think that was like. It was an insurance policy. Like, hey, we have holes, right? That's what they're saying to them. Is we have holes. If we can fill, or at least attempt to fill a hole here, we don't need to reach for someone in the draft that we're not 100% sure of. And I think that's what we saw tonight. They got Smith as a little bit of an insurance policy. They can slot him in. He has upside potentially. And now they're able to have the luxury of going to get a guy like Avion Terrell instead of trying to fill the need. So they went for the best player available rather than reaching to fill the need. And I think that's what you want. I think that's what the good GMs do. They draft the guys that are the best guys that are out there, regardless of what position they are, because that's how you build a good team. That's how you build depth. And that's been a big priority for the Falcons, because we've talked about this ad nauseum, Turtle. They did not have any depth last year, and it was so apparent when guys went down.
What do you think the ceiling is for Zachariah? I know it's hard to project, but do you think he has a chance right away to be a number 2 receiver?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. I think that they could use him. He's kind of like a tricky guy. He's got some speed. He's a good guy after the catch. He was used a lot on in screens in Georgia, right? That's pretty obvious. They used his speed, got him the ball, behind the line of scrimmage a lot, and he did the rest. Don't know if that translates directly to the NFL, but they did say. Stefanski and Cunningham did say tonight that they looked at his tape from USC, and it was a bit different. So I think you might see more of the USC version of Branch than the Georgia version, although I can see them using him in those kind of like, those type of plays as well, those sets. But also, Turtle, cannot overlook the fact that he is going to be the team's return man most likely from day one. Punt return, kick return. They've needed a guy that could be a game breaker at that position for the last few years. They haven't really had that. Maybe he is that guy. He has the speed. He has the ability to be that. So I think he's a guy that can be multidimensional for the Falcons. Maybe not your prototypical number 2 wide receiver, but a guy they can move around, they can do different stuff with, and he can a guy that can take it to the house on returns.
Do you think that they'll make any moves before tomorrow is all said and done, or do you think they're just going to finish out with their 3 picks and call it a success and keep it moving?
I don't think Ian Cunningham is the kind of guy to sit idle on these picks. I think that he's always going to be looking to accumulate more picks and compile. It didn't end up happening because I just think today, because I just think they really liked the guys that were there. I fully believe if there were players that they were not super high on tonight, they would have traded down and accumulated more picks, and they did not do that. Does not mean they won't do that tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, I think that, again, this team still needs more depth. This team still has holes. You'd love to come away with an offensive tackle, right, at some point in this draft, right? You'd love to come away with an off-ball linebacker in this draft, right? You'd love to come away with a defensive tackle, a nose tackle type of guy in this draft, right? So these are all things they'd love to have, and they could do that with their final 3 picks, but you don't want to reach. You don't want to reach. You want to take the best players that are there. You don't know who's going to be out there in the 4th round. Cunningham said tonight, Turtle, that the draft has not actually gone the way they thought, and there were more corners on the board at 48 than they expected, and that could happen again in the 4th round.
Yeah, there was a huge run yesterday on offensive linemen, which I thought was really interesting, which really, as you just pointed out, opened things up for an Avion Terrell to fall all the way to 48. All right. Listen, it is what it is. Juwan Taylor is going to be your right tackle, at least for the start of the season. But my question is, Mark, you're paying him $6 million. Like, I actually think they're going to give him a bit of a leash here, especially if they don't address offensive tackle like in the next round, say, and they take a flyer on like a Jack Nelson 2.0. I think this guy's going to get a real shot to start for most of the season. What do you think?
Yeah, most likely. Storm Norton is still in the building, right? So he's a guy that it'll be a competition. And look, Stefanski has pretty much said flat out, there's a competition at every position, and that's just going to be the way it is with him as the head coach, whether that's quarterback or safety or what have you, or right tackle. So he might get a shot to start. Maybe Jack Nelson's in that competition as well. He was on the 53-man roster last year. They must see something in him. They must like him. Also, one thing to consider too, Turtle, is that Bill Callahan is the offensive line coach. He's going to do things differently than Dwayne Ledford did. But he's also incredibly well-respected. One of the most well-respected offensive line coaches, if not the most well-respected O-line coaches in the entire NFL. So we'll see how he can also work to develop a guy like a Jack Nelson, or maybe someone that they get tomorrow.
Any chance you think they take a center?
Absolutely. Why not? It's certainly a possibility. If there's a guy out there they like in the late rounds, and even undrafted guys, centers. You can find a center kind of on the scrap heap, so to speak, right? You can find some quality there. Ryan Newsel was that guy. Ryan Newsel was a UDFA who was developed well enough to get a starting spot and be an average to above average center for the team last year. So there's no reason why that couldn't be the case again with somebody else.
How soon, if you had to predict your crystal ball, last one here before we let you go, wrapping up with our buddy Mark Raimondi of ESPN, how long do you think the quote-unquote quarterback competition is going to go before they make a decision? It seems like to me, and the reason I'm asking, Mark, the more I watch these guys move, Matt and Ian and Kevin, they're very precise. They're very, everything they do seems to have reason and flow and really precision to it. So I actually think it would be sort of counter to that if they let a quarterback position, go until week 2 of the preseason, at least from what we're seeing so far. It's
just so hard to say, man, because we just don't know where Penix is at with his rehab. we don't know how many reps Penix is going to be able to even take in training camp. So it's just so hard to say. I can't predict it because no one can. I mean, not even the doctors. I mean, if we knew that, Turtle, we'd probably be making more money in another field. Unfortunately, if we had that kind of foresight as far as injuries go. So it's really hard to say. I really don't know. I don't know what to expect from that quarterback competition. I think it's Tua Tagovailoa's job right now. In April, in late April. But that's because Michael Penix Jr. is hurt and he can't get reps right now. And I don't think he'll be able to get reps. I don't know if he'll be able to get reps at the start of training camp. No one really knows for sure. So it's just something that we gotta watch out for. But I will to your point about the precision, I do feel like this regime has a real plan as far as what they want to do, and they are, executing that plan. I do feel like the previous regime was like a little bit more of like to go back to my roots as a combat sports reporter. I feel like they were doing a lot of counter punching. They would react to things, and then they would make a move, right? They would trade up, or they would take Penix. They were reacting, whereas I feel like this regime is more, we're going to set the tone ourselves, and we're going to execute our plan, and we're not going to let the outside stuff kind of affect what we want to do necessarily, unless we really have to adapt.
So they're like, you're going to be impressed with my depth of knowledge here. They're like the Jorge Masvidal fight where he knocked out Ben Askren in 3 seconds flat with the knee to the face.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about all that, but I think that they are. I think what you said earlier was correct. That they have this plan, and they are going about their process, and they're not going to be knocked. They're not going to be knocked like astray to take like the shiny thing. And I don't want to. I'm not trying to insult anyone from the previous regime, but it did feel like there was a lot of reactive moves previously.
I just thought you'd like the fact that I knew about that. That's all.
Well, yes. I don't see any 3-second knockouts coming for the Falcons anytime soon. I think that they're going through. I think they would love a unanimous decision in 2026. You know what I mean? Or even a split decision victory.
Well, speaking of that, real quick. How impressed are you with what the NFC South has done as a whole? I thought all 3 teams have actually done really well.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that a few minutes ago in the media room, especially Tampa and Carolina. Both teams have gotten better. I mean, I love that Ted Hurst pick for Tampa. It feels like every year Tampa picks up a really good wide receiver in the draft, and they do well there. And Carolina as well. Has gotten. Did Carolina get Hurst, or did Tampa get Hurst?
Tampa got him, and they also got Reuben Bain, and they got Jeremiah
100%.
Trotter Jr. So they did really well. And the
100%.
Saints get Christian Miller, and they get Jordan Tyson.
Yes.
So
Jordan Tyson.
They had a really good draft as well.
Arguably the best wide receiver in the entire draft. I mean, I know you could certainly argue that depending on who you like at the top, but I mean, the guy had a pretty darn good career out in Arizona. Both teams got better. The Saints got better as well. I would say the Falcons got better as well. So it's going to be interesting here to see how that all shakes out. I'm particularly curious too, Turtle, because how is Zach Robinson going to use a guy like Ted Hurst? I'm really curious to see how Zach Robinson, the former Falcons offensive coordinator, what he's able to do with those weapons in Tampa, because he did not have as many weapons like that in Atlanta outside of a Bijan Robinson, right?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be great, Mark. I'm sure it'll be great.
I'm just curious.
All right, my friend, appreciate you staying up with us.
Well, I mean, Zach Robinson got killed, right? He got killed in Atlanta.
Yes.
So now he has a chance to show it, right? He's got all these weapons, and if it doesn't work out there, then we know the deal. We know the story.
Well, but they don't have Mike Evans anymore, Mark. So how could you say that he has a full deck when they lose Mike Evans to the 49ers? My goodness.
I mean, they still got. I mean, I'll take Egbuka and Hurst, and they got some good running backs. Bucky Irving. I mean, they got Baker Mayfield. I mean, they're all right.
And they got the tight end that just gives the Falcons fits.
Yeah.
Otten. Every single time they play, that dude is a thorn in the side. Mark, appreciate you as always. We'll check you out at ESPN. Get home safe. Enjoy the rest of the draft this weekend.
Thank you, Turtle.
All right, that is Mark Ramonde there reporting live from the scene at the Branch as everybody collects their final thoughts on day 2. Coming up the rest of the way, it's me and you on the phones, 404-726-0929. If you're on hold, stay there. If not, it is your time. We had great calls in the first half of the show. Now we're going into Act 2. I'm with you till 2 a.m. Let's go. 404-726-0929. I give this Falcons draft an A+. What are your thoughts on how our Dirty Birds did? Me and you next.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But, Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
Hey, that was our exit. We're gonna miss the first pitch.
Just gotta make a stop at Kroger. I promised I'd bring nachos.
Nice. You have the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And they just added Kroger stores in Atlanta.
Wait, I can get money back just for buying groceries?
Yep. And right now, you can get an extra $10 bonus on your first Kroger trip with the app. That's up to $25 cash back on one grocery run.
Even this Kroger store right here?
Yes. Now pull over. Let's get some cash back on those nachos.
Upside is now available for Kroger stores in the Atlanta area. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus on your first purchase at Kroger. That's promo code ATL7 to get a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code ATL7.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, Atlanta, 191 Peach Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Dial pound law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's for Samus Turtle. Coming up the rest of this week, I got you covered on our late night draft post-game show. That's right. It's me and you on the phones, 404-726-0929, talking all things Falcons and NFL draft. Right here, 92.9 The Game.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. One of our clients, Caitlin, said, selling a home with Mark Spain Real Estate was easy. We didn't have to worry about our home selling or making expensive repairs. Their entire process was simple, and we sold the house for more than we thought we could. I've served homeowners just like you for 30 years, and I've helped over 72,000 satisfied clients sell their homes stress-free and for top dollar. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I love NFL.
Now, more of our draft wrap-up.
With Chris Thomas.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
And by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Last chance for romance here on 92.9 The Game. Chris Thomas Turtle, live in the Kia Studios. Appreciate everybody that's been riding with me into the late night here on what is now a Saturday morning, glorious Saturday morning, after the Atlanta Falcons knocked the draft out of the park. And we've been taking your reaction all show long. 404-726-0929 is the number to get involved. We'll let you hear a little bit more from Dabo Swinney as he joined the radio station tonight to discuss Avion Terrell. And we'll wrap up shop here on what has been just an amazing night. Again, appreciate everybody who called, who's tweeted, who's been watching on YouTube and making comments about my Dragon Ball Z shirt. I see you. 404-726-0929. David's in Tucker. David, what do you think?
Well, I tell you, I think stepping back for a moment, I think it should be appreciated. This little space of a few days is one of the high points of Atlanta professional sports, with the Hawks doing well in the playoffs, the Braves on a massive winning streak, and the Atlanta Falcons finally making reasonable draft choices.
You are absolutely right, David, and thanks for checking in. It's a good point. Atlanta right now is rocking when it comes to sports. If only Atlanta United could catch up, then we'd be in a perfect spot. But right now, again, the Braves with another huge win today over the Phils. The Hawks with a huge Game 4 tomorrow at State Farm after winning a really thrilling Game 3 against New York. And, of course, the Falcons now tonight knocking it out of the park. Again, I give the Atlanta Falcons an A+ on their draft tonight. All right, before we get out of here, let's hear a couple of more things from Dabo Swinney, who again joined the radio station earlier this evening. He was talking about Avion Terrell, the person, not just the player, that the Atlanta Falcons are getting.
He's a great teammate. I mean, that's one of the things I love about him the most is, you know, not everybody loves to practice. I mean, you know, a lot of times people they do what they got to do to get to the end result, but AV loves to practice. He loves ball. It don't matter if it's a summer workout or if you're getting ready for a championship game. That guy likes to compete, and that's just who he is. He hates to miss a practice. He loves to play, and so, you know, that's who he is. I mean, he loves to study the game. He loves to study the opponent. You know, and that to me is something that not everybody, you know, that can take a while for somebody to really grasp onto that. But AV's one of those guys that's always studying the game, and again, he's been like a pro since he showed up at Clemson. And again, that's how he's been raised. That's what he's been around, as far as how he trains, how he takes care of his body, you know, all that stuff. But his competitive spirit, like, this guy's a fighter, man. I mean, he will fight you and claw your eyeballs out to try to win the rep, and he hates to get beat. So, you know, a lot of confidence, but it's He's not a cocky kid or anything like that. He carries himself with a great humble spirit. And I think that comes from his mom and dad, who are amazing people, but just a high-level competitor that, again, as a player, he's got ball skills, he's got coverage ability, and he's a tackler. You don't see many corners that like to tackle like this guy. He can blitz. He made some big plays for us coming off the edge as well. But he's a turnover machine, and that's been who he's been his whole career, and I don't see any reason why that'll continue. He's a heavy-handed guy on the ball.
Great stuff there from Dabo. We'll hear one more in just a second. It's such a cool turn of events, right? Like I didn't even think this would be possible when you asked me at the start of the day with how highly Avion Terrell was rated. Again, number 2 on the board, according to ESPN, of all the players that were available on day 2. It's just awesome, awesome, awesome to hear. All right, one more from Dabo before we get out of here. He was asked by Joe and Andy if you've ever coached brothers before at your time as a head coach.
Well, I think it depends on who those brothers are,
sure.
And what their DNA is, how they're wired. It can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing. I've coached several brothers over the years, but these two guys are wired the same. Again, first of all, amazing mom and dad, and AJ was man, what a special player he was, and they're very similar in that both of those guys, from the moment they showed up, they were ready to play, number one. Number two, just about their business. They just do the work, and they love to compete. These are highly, highly competitive guys. And now you put, again, the two of them together, like neither one of them, they want to win. And they understand what winning looks like. Obviously AJ won a national championship here, and AB won the ACC here in his time. So they're both champions. They both understand, what it takes. And now you put that together, like these are guys that they're going to be detailed in their work. They're going to work really hard to be craftsmen at their position. They're going to lead by example. Neither one of them are rah-rah guys. They're just do the work guys. And they're superstars, but they got a blue collar spirit to them that you love.
Absolutely great stuff there from Dabo Swinney. All right, that is going to put a wrap up on day 2 of our coverage. But have no fear, tomorrow you get Grant McCauley, Bo Morgan, Mike Johnson taking you through rounds 4 through 7, and then yours truly after the Hawks game. We'll recap game 4, and we will also get into the last day of the NFL draft. I was with you last night. I was with you tonight for the full 4, be with you tomorrow. So this is the only place you need to be for Atlanta Falcons and Atlanta Hawks coverage is right here on 92.9 The Game. Appreciate Miles for helping me out over the last couple of days. Great job screening the calls, getting the sound ready for us, and great job by you. Again, appreciate every single person who called in over the last couple of days, and we'll get one more day to do it tomorrow. And hey, appreciate everybody who was watching on YouTube. We maintained an audience all the way to the end of the show here. Those who like my Dragon Ball Z shirt and those who don't. Appreciate everybody who's commenting and watching on YouTube as well. This has been the NFL Wrap-Up Show. I am Chris Thomas Turtle. I'll be back with you from 9 to 11. Where else? You're home for Atlanta sports and Atlanta Falcons football. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, and take us with you anytime, anywhere on that free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 4 tonight as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 6.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We now join our next program already in progress on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
They take him with Garrett Nussmeier still on the board, and Nuss is still out there.
Drew Aller goes to the Steelers. Shout out to the guy who tweeted way back in like October that had the sign in Pittsburgh, 250 days away from the draft, or like last summer. And they said, if the Steelers take Drew Aller 250 days from now, I might just quit my job. Somebody in the media posting that. So that's been going viral. That's great. Also, shout out to the Tennessee Titan fan who went to the draft in the front row with the Jeremiah Love customized jersey. Sheesh. That's a tough one. It's a tough one to deal with. But Carson Beck. Honestly, it's more shocking that Beck was taken over Nussmeier. It's more shocking that Beck was QB3 versus if he would have gone undrafted. That wouldn't have been shocking at all to me if Beck falls off the board altogether. Yet you take him in round 3. It's tough. And the blame for all of this has to fall on their GM, Monty Ossenfort. This is his 4th NFL draft, and yet he hasn't had a great draft so far. How many great Arizona Cardinals can you think of that have been drafted the last 4 years? His Cardinals are 15-36 during the tenure. And yet, Arizona, because they're a poorly run organization, they missed on the opportunity to completely reset. They could have completely rebooted and had and paired together Mike LaFleur with his own GM that he has ties to and relationship there, and you reboot things together. Rather than Ossenfort, when this becomes a disaster, getting fired after this season, and then you have a new GM that didn't hire LaFleur, and then that's awkward and disjointed. That's what bad organizations do. It's what they do. And because if this draft flops and Arizona misses this golden opportunity to bottom out while developing really good players, you're not winning anything in that division with Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew as your quarterbacks. This sets your franchise back 3, maybe 4 years, maybe longer than that. Just a dumpster fire of a draft for Arizona. We could debate who had the best draft, and perhaps we could talk about that in just a little bit, but I don't think there's any debate at all who had the worst draft. It is the Arizona Cardinals, for sure. We already have odds, speaking of the draft, for Rookie of the Year. They just dropped those today. And I may or may not have placed 2 flyers already on Rookie of the Year props. I'll tell you on who when we get to Graham's Gambling next on Westwood One Sports Night.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance, strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most highly sought-after products on the market. It visibly shrinks under-eye bags and smooths out crow's feet in minutes, and the effects last up to 10 hours. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. In as little as 10 minutes, Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results. The best news, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95, plus get free shipping. Call 1-800-598-6439. That's 1-800-598-6439. Or visit plexiderm.com/trial. Paid for by Sheer Science.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Josh Graham.
See what you're doing here. I say I'm not a Michael Jackson guy, so let's play some MJ. That movie's gonna be horrific. I think I saw Roger Ebert, Ebert.com, give the movie 1 star. Sounds about right. How about we hand out some bets? We have Rookie of the Year odds already through just 2 days of the NFL Draft. Perhaps getting into some basketball as well. Let's do it. It's time for Graham's Gambling.
Sitting back, count money all day, you know. It's time for Graham's Gambling. Let's make some money.
Yes, let's revisit the bets that we had for today. Had the Reds money line with Andrew Abbott on the mound, facing Framber Valdez and the Detroit Tigers. The Tigers now playing good baseball. The Tigers were up 5-0 3-4 innings into this game. The Tigers were leading by a run in the ninth. It's 8-7. And Cincinnati walks it off, winning 9-8. Got a little fortunate. Did not get fortunate with taking the Blazers plus 2.5 against San Antonio. They were up 15 in the second half. End up losing the game by double digits. That's a difficult one to swallow. Shout out to Dylan Harper and to Steph Castle combining for 60 in order to make that one happen. Also took Gavin Williams and the Cleveland Guardians today. Got it at plus money, or actually had to lay a little bit of juice. Take it back. But it was worth it because the Guardians handled their business, had to score a little bit. The bullpen, not all that good with Cleveland. Doesn't make sense because some of those guys from a great bullpen still around, but they hold off Toronto 8-6, the final in that one. So 2 out of 3, that's not bad. Getting to the Rookie of the Year odds. D-Day, hate all the Offensive Rookie of the Year odds. Jeremiah Love, not betting on him. He's the favorite. Carnell Tate second, then Fernando Mendoza. These are not great odds. They're not playing for very good teams, hence is why you're picking in the top 5. So you can have all the Offensive Rookie of the Year odds if you want them. There are 2 Defensive Rookie of the Year bets that I have already placed. It's not on the favorites, where you have David Bailey and Arvel Reese. Those players, Caleb Downs. You're never going to get good value on a Cowboy. I have Ruben Bain at plus 600 odds. I think that's a great situation in Tampa. That might be a playoff team too. Vita Vea drawing double teams. Yaya Diaby on the other side. Ashawn Robinson, a good pickup for the Bucs on that D-line. And he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. You know that. That's a great spot for him to be. And then at plus 850, Monster Delane from LSU. I think if you play for a team that is good, that's a postseason team, exposure helps. And more people are going to have eyes on Monster Delane than probably any other rookie taken in the draft. And I think the guy is a star out of LSU. So plus 850, I think that's just crazy good. A crazy good number. Love the way that that's priced. We'll take Monster Delane plus 850. Defensive Rookie of the Year. And we're going to ride with one bet that Ariel Epstein recommended. We're going to take the Phoenix Suns plus 9.5 points. They're at home. They need to win. Absolute desperation. No Jalen Williams for the immediate future for Oklahoma City. I'm getting 9.5 here. They covered the last game at OKC. I think they could potentially steal a game from the Thunder. Maybe some Devin Booker revenge angle here. Suns plus 310. We'll sprinkle that on the money line. And then we'll take the Suns plus 9.5 as well. That's our basketball bet for Saturday. 310-840-4910. We could talk about the teams we think had the best draft momentarily, but talking about the worst, I don't think there's any doubt about it. I think it's the Arizona Cardinals. Worst draft of anybody. Let's go to Jack in Vegas, who disagrees. 310-840-4910. Okay, if not the Cardinals, then who? Why do you think Arizona did not have the worst draft? I think I laid it out pretty well.
Well, I'll tell you, and I love the show, by the way, so thanks for having me on. But I'll tell you, I can't tell you who's having the worst draft, but it's not the Cardinals. It's been a long time since the Cardinals have had a great running back. Connor's had a couple good years, right? 1 year contract Connor. They brought him in on, and he did really well. He did well another year, but he's been pretty banged up since then. But going back, it's been a long time since they've had a franchise running back. And here's the thing, they've always kind of drafted safe. You know, it's always been get an offensive lineman. But
let me hold you up there real quick.
Isaiah.
What's wrong with that? Like, you look at the teams that are really good. The Seattle Seahawks, they had a Super Bowl MVP at running back, and they said, pass. We got to prioritize more important positions, and we're going to let this guy walk. Kansas City, they haven't had a great running back until signing Kenneth Walker in free agency here, and they won Super Bowls. The Patriots, I mean, during the entire tenure of the Patriots, other than maybe one Corey Dillon year, they weren't great at running back. The Bills with Josh Allen, they haven't had monster running backs, even though Cook now has had some pretty good years, but they don't have monster running backs. Like, what is the downside in 2026 to not having, air quote, the franchise running back?
Well, every team's built different, but here's the thing. The comparisons on this player in particular are Christian McCaffrey, this guy, that guy, elite players, right? So it feels like Arizona for sure got an elite player who has Pro Bowl talent, all-pro talent. So it's kind of good to take the sure thing, because what I was saying is...
Here's the other part. I'll hold you up again. I'll hold you up again. We said this about Marvin Harrison Jr. just 2 years ago. Hey, they need their next Larry Fitzgerald. They need an all-pro. This guy's a can't miss. And I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is a really good talent, but it just goes to show you that, maybe don't buy a Porsche if you're having difficulty paying the rent. Like, it just seems you're having issues at premium spots, and having the star flashy receiver or the star flashy running back's not going to fix any of that.
Well, I'll tell you this. Marv being a Porsche, I think, is a little overstated, and I know that's what people thought, right? There's that meme of the trailer of the Ferrari out front, and that's what people were kind of saying about Marv. But if you look at his separation from defenders, he's not as good as people thought he was going to be. But this is an instance, you look at Jeremiah Love, you look at his speed, you look at his measurables, it's a whole different circumstance. This guy has everything you want in a franchise running back, and I'm going to say this. I think the Cardinals are a lot closer to being good than people realize.
No, they aren't.
3 games last
no year. Way in hell, man. You're in a division where you have 3 teams that won 12 or 13 games apiece. You're in an impossible division. You got a new head coach. Jacoby Brissett might be holding out, and the alternative's Gardner Minshew. You're not close at all.
Well, I think we also underestimate Jacoby Brissett.
Oh, my God, we're not doing this. Jack, love you.
3,500
Appreciate
yards,
the call.
12.
Love the takes. God, we can't do that. We just can't. D-Day, we're gonna push back on Jacoby Brissett now. This is what we're doing.
Yeah, Jacoby Brisket was pushing forward on Jacoby Brissett. He was off the races.
And again, I'm normally the guy to defend Jacoby Brissett. He went to NC State. Gonna defend the Wolfpack. My dad's a Wolfpack fan. Was drafted by a Wolfpack guy or played for Steve Keim out that way. I can't. We heard enough of the alternative programming, the pushback, the rebuttal. Let's go to David, who wants in on the draft. 310-840-4910. David, if you're going to come in here and start arguing in favor of Jacoby Brissett, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might just walk out of the studio.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, David.
Hey, I completely agree with you guys. I think the Cardinals are at at least 6-year, span from at least a playoff spot. So I completely agree with you guys. But,
6 years away from the playoffs? That's crazy.
At minimum.
I didn't even say that, but man, that's okay. I won't disagree with you.
So I'm going to talk to you about the lines, if that's good, guys. Hey, I love the Blake Miller pick. He's gritty. I love how he missed one practice entire college career. I will say this, though. I don't know about the Derek Moore pick.
Wait a minute. Okay, did I lose something here? Are we talking about the Lions now? That's what we're talking about?
If that's good.
Blake Miller,
if that's good,
you couldn't...
If that's good, can you switch to the Lions?
Okay, I didn't... I heard good guys. I'm thinking about the Will Ferrell, Mark Wahlberg movie, which I think is the other guys, actually. I'm a peacock captain. You got to let me fly. Blake...
Right.
I mean, Blake Miller, here's my thing with Blake Miller. You can't find more of a Dan Campbell guy than that dude. There's no doubt in my mind that Dan Campbell and Dabo Swinney have hung out and they get along very well. I have no doubt in my mind that those two people gel very well together. So I like the Blake Miller pick. Why are people so down on the Lions in Detroit? How come every time I hear from Detroit, people are mad?
I love the Blake Miller pick. I think he's a perfect fit for the Lions and the culture they got. My question is, I know Brad loves the Born in Michigan players, and I know how he got Hutch from D.C., but is he going a little overboard with the Derek Moore pick for Michigan? Is he going overboard with that?
I don't think so. I like Derek Moore. I'm fine with it. That guy's a dog, man. I played on great defenses, and honestly, there aren't as many pros on that defense than you might think, considering that was a title team from a year ago. I appreciate the call, by the way. It's good to hear from you. The issue, and given where you take him too, I don't have any problem at all with the Derek Moore pick. Add premium positions. I think that's all upside. I think there's a lot of value in him there. In terms of giving up something to take him, because you had to trade up to take Derek Moore, okay, you might have some problem with that, but the evaluation, I'd trust it. Moving up six picks to give up 50 and 128 in return, that's not bad. 310-840-4910. Tim's in Cleveland. We're talking draft. This is almost like a therapeutic exercise. It's late at night. People are wanting to talk about their team. That's fine. Tim, where are you at?
Hi. I'm out near Medford, Ohio, in Lake County. We're just about 12 miles from downtown Cleveland.
I guess what I meant is, where are you at on the draft?
Oh, sorry about that. I'm really impressed with Andrew Berry. He's killing it 2 years in a row. We got rid of Paul Podesta, the money man, and he was a pure analytical type guy. Didn't really work out for the Browns. He was here at least 5 or 7 years. And I'm so glad that he's gone, because it's really clear, in my opinion, that Andrew Berry, he's a great deal maker. He knows about draft value, and he's probably best at trading up, trading down to get those picks. I really just think they have another B+, A- draft so far.
I think I might go even further than that. I think I might say, and I appreciate the call, it's good to hear from you in Cleveland, I think the Browns might have had the best draft of anybody. We talked about the Cardinals having the worst. I think there's a case to be made that the Browns had the best draft, and another team that it feels just absolutely disgusting to say had the best draft out of anybody, the New York Jets as well. But who makes greater strides in 2026? In answering your question about the Browns, I think it was Tim, I'm going to use it as a tease because I want to spend more time on it. 310-840-4910. Last call for phone calls, ringing the bell. Who's going to make greater strides between the Browns and the Jets, whom I believe jointly had the best drafts through the first 2 days? That's next on Westwood One Sports Night.
Los Angeles delivered a first-round shocker with Alabama's Ty Simpson.
Wow, Ty Simpson goes 13 to the Rams.
The QB goes far earlier than expected.
Nobody saw this one coming.
Is this the beginning of the end for Matt Stafford? Westwood One Sports.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power. It can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power. It can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Josh Graham.
Last call for phone calls, 310-840-4910. A question we're asking related to the NFL draft. Well, who had the best draft? Because the teams that I would nominate, it feels wrong to say out loud. But the New York Jets and the Cleveland Browns, they have had the most impactful drafts thus far. Those are the teams to circle. So maybe we'll reframe the question. 310-840-4910. Who could you see making greater strides in 2026? Specifically this next season. The Jets or the Browns? 310-840-4910. Troy is in Pittsburgh. Were you at the draft, Troy? What thoughts do you have?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You better believe it. Got to show up for your city.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on my way home right now. There's a little after party, of course. I thought that the city showed up really well for the draft. We had a lot of things open, kept the city really clean. No fights, no big occasions. Everything went pretty well. The only thing I'm a little confused about is the Drew Aller pick in the third round for the Steelers. I think with that pick, though, in my opinion, that solidifies that Aaron Rodgers is going to be coming back next year, and we're going to be moving on from Mason Rudolph. We're going to set the stage for Will Howard and Drew Aller to learn under one of the greatest vets that's ever played the game. Hope to develop those two, and then over the next 4 or 5 years, kind of let McCarthy, with his good offense, teach both of those guys. Both of those guys are really, pro quarterback prototype ready. Big guys, strong arm. I'm happy with the overall draft. The first pick with the Makai Lemon thing, I think that's a blessing in disguise. I don't like the guy's character. I don't think he interviews well. He had some.
Come on now, don't do that. Don't do that.
I mean,
what do you know about his character?
If you go to reports coming out of college that, there was a lot of times that he was late for meetings at practice.
No, they do this.
That he did not
get guys to fall, man. They did it the same thing to Teteroa McMillan last year, and he turned out to be fabulous in the Offensive Rookie of the Year. And everything I've heard about Makai Lemon at USC is that he was a great teammate and a great player. You could be happy and say that you didn't get him. It seemed that the Steelers wanted him, and it didn't happen. But let's not do the thing where we say that some guy, his character. Let's not question his character when we don't know the kid.
Why do we think that that he wasn't the first receiver off the board then?
Because he's not. Because he only plays in the slot. That's the answer.
So would you agree that Tate, that the receiver from Ohio State, was taken too soon in the draft, or would you agree with where he was taken?
I like Jordan Tyson the most out of the wide receivers. I think he has the highest upside. I think that's the type of guy that you look at the top 10, you look at the athletic profile, you say, yeah, that's
and the injury doesn't worry you much.
Closely.
The injuries don't worry you much.
Every team has different doctors. So if one team might feel more hesitant about it than others do. I like Jordan Tyson more than I like Carnell Tate. I'm not worried about Carnell Tate's 40-time straight line running when we have analytics that say that he can run faster than 22 miles per hour. And when you watch the guy on the field, it's pretty obvious against Big Ten talent that he's really quick. I thought he's a first-round pick. I thought those two were the two best receivers, and then there was a gap. And then you put Makai Lemon in the same box as Casey Concepcion, and you put him in the same box as Omar Cooper Jr., who also fell. That's my opinion.
The thing that troubled me a little bit with that was if the Steelers were going to take Makai Lemon with their first pick, that's obvious that they were looking for a receiver with their first overall pick. And with Hines Ward, a great Steeler, teaching Jordan Tyson, and the Steelers to not move up to try to get him or secure him, I think that was kind of a telltale sign that, with a Pittsburgh guy, they're making picks for them, someone that has their eyes on Tyson, that if they didn't feel as if he was that good to go up and get, that there was probably a little. I think if any team probably had a little bit more insight on Tyson based on Hines Ward, it was going to be the Steelers. So I think that they maybe know a little bit deeper than other teams would know on Tyson based on Hines's, kind of get back there. But I just think that we needed a tackle. I think that Broderick Jones is probably going to come out of his injury okay, and the fact that we took Max, with that first pick, that kind of sets us up to a really good building block. He may not be, someone that starts for us next year, but it sounds like somebody who has a lot of promise, that feet work really well, that's someone that's going to be really good within the Steelers offense, and someone that's going to be good moving forward. But I like our draft overall. I like how we traded up and got Mr. Mullet. I mean, everybody has been talking about him since before the draft started. He was quick with his 40 time. Obviously, his look had a little bit more to do with why people wanted to get him.
We've heard enough about the Steelers draft here. I appreciate it. We've heard the case here.
If you're talking about Cleveland or the Jets, which I think
I'll tell you why. Let me tell you why Cleveland and New York had the best drafts. I'll make the case for it. Let me make the case for it. Appreciate the call. 310-840-4910. Because we heard the Steelers. We heard the case for the Steelers draft. We did. Here's the case for the Jets. Here's the case for the Browns. Impactful is the word I'm talking about. The Jets, their culture isn't good. They haven't won anything in forever. Longest playoff drought in the NFL. How do you take a losing culture and try to turn it into a winning culture? Well, it seems Aaron Glenn's strategy was, and the leadership of the Jets, hey, how about we draft winners? Let's do that. And how about we draft as many starters as we could potentially get? Number 2 overall, they take Texas Tech pass rusher David Bailey. The Raiders, the Red Raiders, they were in the CFP semifinals at the Orange Bowl. Top edge rusher off the board. There's a starter. Number 16 overall, Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq. The Ducks, they were in the CFP semis. Sadiq, top tight end in this class. Another starter. Number 30 overall, you get back into the first round, you take Indiana receiver Omar Cooper Jr. Obviously a national champion. You get the fifth-year option by snagging him at the end of the first round. He fell. Many thought that Omar Cooper was going to be the Jets pick at 16. You get him at the end of the first round. What a steal. Of course, won the national championship. Roy, do we have this clip of Daniel Jeremiah tonight that I thought was great? In round 2, 50th overall, the Jets took another player from Indiana, and it was their star cornerback, D'Angelo Pons. You won't find many DBs with better instincts than him. And you'll love the comp that Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network had for Pons. Here's how that sounded earlier tonight.
Look at my comp for this player.
So good.
Aaron Glenn just drafted himself.
I love it.
It's the first time I can ever say that. By the way, D'Angelo Pons, my 50th player, was the 50th pick, and his comp is his new head coach. Thank you, draft gods, for giving me this. Thank you so much.
Well done.
D'Angelo Pons, he plays exactly like his head coach, Aaron Glenn.
Love it.
He's short. He is not small. He plays with unbelievable eyes and instincts. He is physical. He is feisty. He is tough.
Aaron Glenn just drafted himself. And if you're keeping score at home, that's a 4th starter that the Jets may have drafted in the last 2 days. Getting to the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland, they have no excuses to not be improved in Todd Monken's first season now. See, last year, their defense, 4th in total defense in the league, featured the Defensive Player of the Year and the Defensive Rookie of the Year. So they have some pretty good defensive promise. You need to get the offense figured out. That seems pretty obvious. After moving down from 6 to 9, top 10, Cleveland drafts a flexible offensive lineman in Spencer Fennell. That move allows the Browns to also collect more mid-round picks. More on that in a bit. They then spend their next 2 draft choices on receivers. They get Casey Concepcion, round 1. They get Denzel Boston in round 2. And Denzel Boston, he has a lot of drops, but has a lot of crazy catches too in traffic. That's a boomer bust player if I see one. A lot of potential though. So whether it's Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson or, God, even Dylan Gabriel, if one of those quarterbacks stand out in camp and take that job, they're going to be helped by Fano and Concepcion and Denzel Boston. And then I thought one of the best picks all night long was the fact that Emmanuel McNeil Warren fell to pick 58, and you get the home state player from Toledo that some had top 20, top 25 grade on, and you get him. And then you get another offensive tackle in round. That is you prioritizing helping your young quarterbacks and also just taking great value with Boston and Emmanuel McNeil Warren and getting more swings at the plate by adding picks, moving back from 6 to 9. I think that they handled it incredibly well. Now, with all that being said, neither team has a shot at making the playoffs this season. And let's hope that if the Jets show real progress and fall short of the playoffs, that they don't get impatient and punch happy in New York and fire Aaron Glenn if there's some progress there. In Cleveland, there's going to be some grace for a first-year coach, and there should be. But both these teams, they're in impossible divisions. The Jets, they have the Bills and the Patriots to deal with. The Browns, as we were just talking about, have the Steelers in that division, the Ravens, the Bengals. None of those teams are in full rebuilding mode, as the Jets clearly are. But I think they had the two best drafts. I really do. I think those really stand out as having the largest impact what the last 2 days have been. Roy from California, Southern California, he apparently has a question. And it happens to be the man that's taking calls who apparently has a question for me as well. Yes, Roy. Roy, was there something that you wanted to get to before we move on from the NFL altogether?
Sorry. So last night we drafted Ty Simpson, and I don't understand why people are very upset when I feel like it's a good thing. You know, it gives Ty Simpson time to develop, right? And I feel like it's better that Matthew Stafford shows him, right? And Simpson could learn from him, right? Instead of coming
Matt Stafford didn't choose him.
Yeah.
And I don't think Sean McVay probably did either. Unless, D-Day, how much credence do you give the theories from multiple folks now? I think I saw Albert Breer express this. Ian Rappaport kind of hinted at it. Jonathan Jones just flat out said it, that they thought that Sean McVay was acting, that this is an Oscar-worthy performance to try to make sure that you don't seem too excited about the pick in order to placate Matthew Stafford. Like that was a performance for Matthew Stafford's well-being.
Man, ain't Matthew Stafford nearly 40? I feel like he should get the idea. Also, is Matthew Stafford watching his coach's press conference?
Yes.
He's locked into it on vacation?
Everybody. Yeah, when coaches talk, you always hear about it because you know how this works, man. Coach says something that makes news. It doesn't mean you're going onto YouTube and like, well, I wonder what Sean said about this. No, I'm pretty sure it gets texted to him. I'm pretty sure his agent knows what was being said or what it looked. It gets back 100%. Everything your coach says about you or related to your position, it's getting back to you. But to answer your question, Roy, the reason people are upset is because they always, when you're in a winning window, you have teams that feel, or fans that feel that all the moves should be made in terms of pushing your chips in and adding more and adding more. And the Rams have always had that approach of bleep those picks and always thinking about right now and not the future. And this is the first time that we can remember that the Rams didn't do that. The Rams, they're making a move for the future because Ty Simpson, they don't intend to help them this year, maybe even next year.
Yeah,
so that's the reason why people are upset. I punched the microphone again. I need to stop assaulting this microphone in my studio. I'm in favor of it. I like what the Rams did, or certainly don't have an issue with it. But I understand the other side. And I hope that's at least made clear to you that on the other side of it, that teams are like, hey, give me a receiver rather than taking a quarterback there.
I feel like last year we did great, and our offense wasn't the problem. It was our defense. So, Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Why not draft Ruben Bain? He fell there to 13. Could have taken him. Like, that's the logic. I'm not saying I agree with that logic, but that is the logic of somebody saying, hey, if you feel that the defense is the problem and you have the position at number 13 to take Ruben Bain and continue adding to your pass rush, or take another great star defensive player. Now, a lot of the elite players other than Bain were off the board at that point, but you had opportunity, and that's the argument against. There is one more team I want to talk about before we get to putting the show to bed, and that is the Dallas Cowboys. By the way, if you haven't, make sure you haven't already, make sure you're subscribed to the podcast. Search Westwood One Sports Night, Apple Podcast, Spotify. The YouTube chat has been popping all night. Shout out to all of you guys there. It's very entertaining seeing what you guys say in the tailgate and how you guys react to the show. We see you. We appreciate you. It's how you can watch the show in addition to listening to it. The Dallas Cowboys, they're taking real swings at it now. This is a team fully invested in 2026 and fully invested in fixing the NFL's worst defense from a year ago. See, when free agency started, they traded for pass rusher Rashawn Gary. They signed Jalen Thompson, the safety, to a 3-year deal. And last night, they were able to be patient enough to let Caleb Downs fall into their lap, take him at 11, double down on defense by adding another pass rusher. Tonight, after striking out during free agency on numerous middle linebackers, Dallas trades a fifth to bring in D. Winter from San Francisco. Still only 27 years old. He started 17 games with the Niners last year. A lot to like. There is a lot of urgency, it feels, in Big D right now. A lot of urgency. Jerry Jones, he's going to turn 84 years old later this year. He's made it clear how badly he would love one more Lombardi trophy before he turns everything over to his kids. While the defense was so bad, the offense was ranked second in total offense. And as of now, they still have George Pickens on the team that set the play under the franchise tag. He signed that tender yesterday. And they've had guys play under that tag before. We'll see if he's willing to do so. Speaking of contracts, they only have a couple of seasons of Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark on the D-line. So this seems to be this 2-year window to try to win if you're Dallas. And the NFC East is completely up for grabs at the moment. The rest of the division is experiencing turmoil. The reigning champs, the reigning division champ, Eagles, they're trending downwards. They made an OC change. There's internal drama with Jalen Hurts, where there are hit stories, it feels, every month. A.J. Brown, looks like he's about to be moved with all the receivers that they've brought in. That's not great, even though they did make a trade to add a Pro Bowl linebacker from the Minnesota Vikings tonight. The Giants, they made a head coaching change. They surrendered their irreplaceable defensive tackle in Dexter Lawrence last week. They're making moves for the future, not moves for the present at the moment. The Commanders, 5-12 last year. Nobody seems to be taking them seriously as a threat in the NFC East. So that Dallas is a team that I think's done very well in this draft, and they're taking real swings in 2026. Eric writes in, damn, Jerry's about to be 84? Yeah, later this year. That's the case. D-Day, to close out the week and close out today's program, we need to put the show to bed. How are we doing so?
I'm going to explain to you what Lego looting is next.
Westwood One, baby! Fernando Mendoza is the Raiders' new centerpiece. Will he prove to be a franchise quarterback or another Vegas roll of the dice? Westwood One Sports.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Josh Graham.
The Millennium Album is as good as it gets, as good as entertainment gets. Remember, it was either Burger King or McDonald's where you could buy a special, like, value meal, and it comes with the Millennium Album in 2000. Think it was McDonald's, could have been Burger King, I don't know. I didn't have a preference. Well, it's not true. I preferred the Backstreet Boys over NSYNC. One of my first concerts was the Backstreet Boys. But I liked NSYNC as well. I never understood New Kids on the Block. Again, it's okay for people not to like some things sometimes. I'm not a Michael Jackson guy. Sorry, not sorry. Not a New Kids on the Block guy. Never understood that. Just not my speed. If you like it, it's not judgmental. You can like what you like. It's fine. Just telling you my perspective, where I stand on things. And the Michael Jackson movie's going to suck. Let's close out today's program by putting it to bed. D-Day, let's do it. Let's put the show to bed.
Firing from the hip. I think we've talked about Legos before. We did. We talked about it with Ty Simpson, the Rams' new quarterback.
Ty Simpson, big Lego
This does
guy.
not have to do with Ty Simpson. Unless, maybe it does. Because there's a man in California that's being arrested for what is being described as Lego looting. That's an official term in the headline. I love alliteration. Lego looting is certainly a new
Lego
one, though.
looting.
And what Lego looting is, so this guy was buying Legos, and then he was returning Legos. And he would get his money back after he returned the Legos. But here's where the looting comes into play. What he was doing was that he was taking the box of Legos that he had purchased, filling the box with pieces of pasta, and then returning the box filled with pasta to the store, getting his money back, and keeping the Legos in the process. Now, I would like to just emphasize, he did this with $34,000, theoretically, worth of Legos. Legos aren't the cheapest thing in the world in the year of our Lord 2026. Not many things are cheap at this point in the world. But dude, it's like a good quality Lego set. Like you might be pushing $100, like maybe like 120, if you're really going crazy. You know how many of those damn things you got to buy to rack up $34,000?
I think we can do the math together. I think 34. It sounds like, right?
No.
If you said it's around $100, and then it's
then
34,000?
34,000. It'd be 340.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that East Carolina math right there.
There's girl math, and then there's East Carolina math. That's what that was. I
feel
saw
like you
the
have
thing
to
that I
start
said
going
you
to
weren't going to turn
different-
into a YouTube short. You made into a YouTube short. The Michael Jackson thing. That's great. People are upset. People are really fired up about my Michael Jackson takes. See, Will Dalton is the biggest Michael Jackson fan I know. All he's doing all week long is posting about Michael. The movie.
Says, you could have given me 100 guesses. Say, hey, guess Will Dalton's favorite artist. I would have not guessed Michael Jackson.
Loves Michael Jackson. And he loves Patrick Swayze movies. That's what he's in on. I mean, this comment's great. Timothy writes in, Michael Jackson's a true champion and king. And the proof is here that jealousy exists of his greatness. Just like what happened to Jesus.
Exactly. That is
Just like that.
Well, maybe where's the tinfoil? Conspiracy Josh. Was Michael Jackson killed? Did he die or was he murdered? You know? I guess that's a big point of contention in the fandom.
People are asking for it.
Somebody did ask for Conspiracy Josh. I don't know who. I forget who it was. It was like 2 hours ago. I liked when you did Conspiracy Josh with Black and Abdallah, And then Bleck and Abdallah, who had no idea, was just like, all you're doing is putting a piece of tin foil on.
Excuse me?
You're excused.
Conspiracy Josh is here. And Linnell Willingham and Denton Day are at times trying to bring me down, it feels like. And this feels like one of those times where it feels you're being condescending towards me. And I don't like it. I don't appreciate it very much at all. I don't appreciate it at all, D-Day.
I gave you a platform. The people wanted conspiracy. Honestly, you should be thanking me.
Well, I'm very appreciative of this platform that you're nice enough to give me. And all I'm going to say is, what if Michael Jackson is a robot? What if Michael Jackson is AI, but in human form, the way that he did all those moonwalking and stuff? Those moves that he made? How he can, like, shape shift and stuff. Like, he's black, and then he's white, and then he does, like, and then he writes black and white. That's a song. It's a Michael Jackson hit. Michael Jackson.
Teach myself how to moonwalk during the COVID lockdown. It didn't work.
You know, right after Michael Jackson left us is now when people are starting to acknowledge that aliens and other UFOs are actually out there. You're not just a kook with the tinfoil hats.
Josh, how do you feel about what Jeff Teague said about the death of Michael Jackson?
What did my Wake Forest Demon Deacon friend say?
Jeff Teague reportedly got drafted the day Michael Jackson died, and he told the Pacers that one legend died for another one to show up.
I think it's an accurate statement. But dude, hey, Wake Forest basketball hasn't been the same since Jeff Teague left. So, shout out to Jeff Teague.
I love Jeff Teague so much.
I need to get Jeff. You know what? I gotta go. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, Conspiracy Josh. I can't wait for regular Josh to come back.
And also, I didn't realize how much you like Jeff Teague. We need to get, because I don't really listen to
I hated
Player
him when he was on the
podcast.
Hawks, but I like his podcast.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. We need to get Teague on the show. We'll make it happen. I didn't realize you guys were that big of fans.
He's just everywhere.
I'm in my bubble where he's a Wake Forest guy, and I see him sometimes. And, yeah, we can make that happen. Get Jeff Teague on the show. Fire it up.
I wouldn't want to talk any basketball. I just wanted to hear his stories.
I agree. That sounds wonderful. You know what else sounds wonderful? Linnell Willingham, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., talking ball. I can't wait to hear what he has to say about the draft the last couple nights. You can find that out from 8 to 11 a.m., and I'll be on from 4 to 7 p.m., and I might even have some draft picks on the show joining us Saturday afternoon. So that might be fun. Thanks to Roy. Thanks to Ariel Epstein. Thanks to Denton. My name's Josh Graham, and this has been Westwood One Sports Night.
This is Westwood One Sports.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most highly sought-after products on the market. It visibly shrinks under-eye bags and smooths out crow's feet in minutes, and the effects last up to 10 hours. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. In as little as 10 minutes, Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results. The best news, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95. Plus, get free shipping. Call 1-800-598-6439. That's 1-800-598-6439. Or visit plexiderm.com/trial. Paid for by Sheer Science.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
It's Free for All Friday. You steer the ship. Any questions, any topic, call us now. 310-840-4910. Here's Josh Graham for Westwood One Sports Night.
Did they make the margarita-flavored Gatorade? No reason. 310-840-4910 if you want in. We have a halftime score in Portland. The Blazers leading the Victor Wembanyama list. A lot of words there. San Antonio Spurs 65-59 at halftime. Outs in Portland. Free for All Fridays, your invitation for the next hour to give us a shout. And you can steer the ship in whatever direction you please in the sports universe. Let's start with Chance, who's calling us from Alabama. Chance, 310-840-4910. Where are you steering the ship? Because, hey, there might be some teams we haven't spent a lot of time talking about in the NFL. And if you feel that way, this hour is your invitation to get that talk in for the next hour. I don't want to influence anybody in terms of what they want to talk about. But, Chance, you're up first. What do you got?
Man, I got a Bills take. You know, we're in win now mode. Josh Allen is in his freaking prime, right? You know, yesterday we did a lot of trading back, which I didn't hate. You know, more darts at the dartboard. And this is a fact. I can't tell you where I read it, but the Buffalo Bills have used less resources on wide receiver than any other NFL team in Brandon Beane's tenure. And so they do all this trading back and all this extra picks. They go get T.J. Parker from Clemson, who's I think he's terrible. He had a terrible year last year. And then we're pretty set at corner, and they go get this kid from Ohio State. And I'm pretty irritated. You know, go get a receiver, man. We need to give Allen weapons. And one more thing, the Buffalo Sabres, man. I hope we play y'all's Carolina Hurricanes, man, so we can crush y'all, get a little payback from 0506.
2006, 20 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever, man, all our guys got injured, we were all banged up, man, it'd be nice to get a little redemption.
Well, let me say this to you. You're talking about this in terms of resources for the Bills. Shouldn't you view your second-round pick as being DJ Moore? Like, isn't that a fair way to look at it?
Yeah, that is a fair way to look at it. You know, so I give him a slight benefit of the doubt on that. But, man, if there was ever a time to go all in, to just, you know, do what you got to do, stockpile resources on the offense. All we do is draft defense.
Can I pitch an idea to you? Can I pitch an idea at you?
Yeah.
What if they traded, how would you feel if they traded next year's second-round pick or third-round pick for George Pickens?
Sign me up. Hell yeah, sign me up. I mean,
somebody might land them.
Go back to that Denver game in the playoffs, man. I can't remember the receiver who dropped the ball. He gets it ripped out of his hands. Make a catch 2 years ago. Our tight end, Dalton Kincaid. Josh Allen gets blitzed. It was a great call by Spagnuolo, and he lost it up. It hits Dalton Kincaid right in the hands. We need guys that can catch the ball and hold on to the ball. It's come down to one play the past couple of years, and both times it's resulted in a drop or the receiver getting the ball stripped. We got to go all in. That's just my opinion, man.
Yeah, I hear you. I appreciate the call, Chance. See, it was Brandon Cooks' hands that you were thinking of in the playoff game, and the reason I remember that well is because the man who completed the interception is the pride of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and East Carolina University. So that's 2 check marks. I live in Winston, went to East Carolina. Jaquan McMillan, who got that interception in that game, that some think wasn't actually an interception. Some controversy there. Taking the shot at the Carolina Hurricanes there, didn't appreciate that very much. Sure that V in Chicago feels the same way. 310-840-4910. V, he's a Hurricanes fan that lives in Chicago. Calls us every week. I appreciate it when he does. I was at Game 2 on Monday night. The Hurricanes in double OT. And I have a confession to make, V, and I just need you to tell me how you feel about this. I thought about after the first overtime ended and there's 20 minutes on the clock and I have a son I got to take to daycare the next morning and an hour and a half drive from Raleigh, I thought about leaving and going home. How much would you have judged me if I left the playoff game early to go home so I could get more sleep?
I mean, I understand this. Like, I'm not an expert in childcare, but like, I understand it. Like, you have a son, take care of him. But the problem I had with that game altogether is, like, we need to get better at not giving up sloppy turnovers. I'm convinced that game would have went just fine, no overtime at all.
They're up 3-zip. They're up 3-zip in the series, V. It's all good.
I know it's all good, but, like, that one game just it pisses me off. Like, how many sloppy turnovers we gave up. Those 2 goals that the Sens got to tie up the game, each result of a turnover, which they eventually won, which is good. Yay, I'm happy about that. I totally didn't wake up my dog again, but yay. But, like,
good.
We got to learn, stop giving up turnovers. That's just my fault. That's just my take. But, like, hopefully by next week when I'm calling in, we'll be in a different series of, like, the Flyers or something. You know?
That's what it's looking like, V. I'll say this, though, V. As you were saying that, my dog, Willow the dog, just walked in the room, and he's staring at me. She's staring at me right now. What's the name of your dog again?
Alice.
Okay, Alice the dog. What kind of dog is Alice? Is Alice a nice dog?
Cross of a Greyhound, Labrador.
Okay. I have a little dog. Willow, again, just staring at me right now, staring bullets. It is a looks like a Bichon, but it's a Havanese poodle, Willow the dog. So shout out to her. Is that Alice?
Yes.
Unbelievable. You go take care of Alice. We'll talk to you next week. There you go, V. That's tremendous. We got D-Day. How great's that? We got V and we got Alice. Alice heard that we were talking about her.
You think she had Hurricanes takes?
What's your doggo's name? You got a super dog.
I do. He's also a Labrador Greyhound mix. His name is Cole.
Shout out to Cole. Shout out to Willow the dog. Shout out to Alice. Shout out to all the pups. 310-840-4910. Did want to give a shout out to the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys, we'll get to more of your free-for-all Friday calls in just a bit. 310-840-4910. The Cowboys, they're taking a real swing at it in 2026. Like, for real. They're going for it. They have fully invested in fixing the NFL's worst defense from last year. When free agency started, you bring in Rashawn Gary, you sign to a 3-year deal Jalen Thompson. That shows some aggression. And last night, they were patient in letting Caleb Downs fall into their laps at 11. They move up a spot to take him. Double down on defense. You get the edge from UCF at the end of round 1. Tonight, after striking out on a middle linebacker in free agency, Dallas trades a 5th-rounder to get D. Winter, who is still only 27, and he started 17 games for the Niners last year. So we're seeing some aggression on Dallas's front, and it's obvious that the Cowboys, they're feeling some urgency right now. Jerry Jones turns 84 years old later this year. He's made it clear how badly he'd love to win one more Lombardi trophy before turning it over to his kids. And while the defense was so bad last year, the offense was ranked 2nd in total offense. It's not the issue. And you still got Brian Schottenheimer, who's in place, and you never really did a full reboot. And as of now, you still have George Pickens set to play under the franchise tag. And Dallas has a history of having players play under that tag. Speaking of contracts, like, you're talking about a 2-year window here, where Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark are both under contract on the D-line that you brought in trades. And this division, it is completely up for grabs. The rest of the division is experiencing real turmoil at the moment. The reigning champs, they're trending downward. Yeah, they made a big trade tonight with Minnesota to bring in a linebacker, but that's a team with an OC change, internal drama with Jalen Hurts, the A.J. Brown situation that he's likely to be moved, almost a foregone conclusion that he's going to be moved with all the receivers that they've added. The Giants, they made a head coaching change. They surrendered their one irreplaceable defensive player in Dexter Lawrence last week. They're making moves for the future, not necessarily for the present this year. The Commanders, they're 5-12 last year. Nobody seems to think they're a real threat. And Dallas somehow might be the most stable of the 4 teams, which is a crazy thing to say. We're talking about a world where the Browns and the Jets might be having the 2 best drafts, and the Cowboys might be the most stable team in the NFC East. That's the state of things in 2026. But shout out to the Cowboys that are taking swings at it in a very real way right now. 310-840-4910. Let's go to San Diego, where Emily wants in. Emily, you're on Free for All Friday. Where are you steering the ship?
Well, I'm first of all, I want to say thank you guys for what you do. Okay, I am a delivery driver for Grubhub, and I listen to the radio 10 hours a day, and I just
There's a Grubhub
can't
ad
get
on my
enough
TV
of you
right
guys.
now. I got the NBA game on, and literally a Grubhub ad is on my TV.
It's
true.
Well, I just want to say I can't get enough of you guys. I love the commentary. I love the ad lib. I just love everything.
Thank you. So how do you feel about who's your team? Because I take it it's not the Chargers, because everybody in San Diego hates that the Chargers left. So who's your team, and how do you feel about their draft?
Well, my team is the Chiefs, and the draft, I watched it or listened to it actually yesterday, and I was kind of semi-confused on the mocks and what really happened, but suffice it to say, I think it's going well. They're getting what they need, but D-Day, I had a question for you. What do you think about the Chiefs?
Hey, D-Day.
I like the Chiefs. I think Mansour Delane's going to be a really good player, and they drafted arguably one of my favorite picks in the second round, R. Mason Thomas. I love R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma. I think you pair him with the entire D line that the Chiefs have. I think they got something.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to get back at you when you were telling me before I was pretty discouraged about how the Chiefs were, not going to put in a whole lot of stuff. But I have a lot of energy. In fact, I'm going to put my sticker on my car now. I'm proud to put it on.
Do you own any Chiefs jerseys, Emily?
I don't have any Chiefs jerseys. I have half of all the and I have sweatshirts and I have a vest. And
what I was going to say is, if you were a jersey person, I think I saw that Delane's going to be wearing number 5 with the Chiefs. I'm so in on Mansour Delane that I'm like, this is a invest, get a jersey type of a player. Like, I think he's that good. And that's a position generally, if you're taking that high up, you don't miss. You don't miss at that position. You kind of know it when you see it. And I think they got a star. In fact, I just bet on him to win Defensive Rookie of the Year in the NFL, plus 800. I just did that. I'm all in. I'm all in on Mansour Delane.
Yeah. The only jersey I have is Sean Merriman.
Oh, no kidding. So you are one of those Charger fans that when they left were not going to support the Chargers anymore. Is that accurate?
No. I had left here before that. I had gone and moved to some different locations. I was tired of a tourist town, and then I ended up in Missouri for 9 years, and that's when I became head over heels with the Chiefs.
Well, it's so good to hear from you, Emily, and thank you so much for the kind words as well.
Oh, well, thank you guys so much. Keep up what you're doing.
No doubt. There goes Emily. Let's get one more Free for All Friday call in this segment. Let's go to Eric, who's in Washington. 310-840-4910. What team are we talking about here? Where are we steering the ship, Eric?
Hey, how's it going? We're going to go with the Bears on this draft. Couple of things here. They had a sneaky killer draft. I mean, they need defense. Everyone knows that, but they didn't reach. And, the first round they got Thyman, who I feel like is as good as Caleb Downs, 15 picks
Black
later.
and Abdallah, my guys from Chicago were ripping this, and I love this dude. I love Dylan Thyman from Oregon.
He is a maniac. I mean, he's a Swiss Army knife. He can do everything. He's fast. He can hit. He can cover. He can probably play nickel. I don't know if he has it.
Harris Teeter, when you go into the Harris Teeter into the wine section, and they've got the sign that says exciting whites, That's Dylan Tymon.
Yeah.
That's him right there.
Exactly.
He's one of the exciting legs out there in the secondary.
Absolutely, man. I mean, the guy was a steal, I feel like. And then you go, the rest of their draft, Logan Jones, I mean, you get their mauler at center that they need after losing Dahlman. I mean, they had to do that.
You got a guy who retires, and it's an offensive lineman from Iowa. That generally works, right?
Exactly. And the guy's an absolute mauler. I mean, the guy's mean. He reminds me of Olin Kreutz. I'm going back, but
that's a pull.
He reminds me of that type of personality. He's just a mauler in the middle, and that can, you build around Caleb. The defense does need help. We need pass rush, but when you can build this offense, get this thing great, and then build the defense after, that's fine too. We got a mastermind defensive coordinator, in my opinion. I love Dennis Allen. I think the guy, can squeeze water out of a rock. You go to Sam Roush, the tight end. How do you defend three mauling tight ends like that can catch the pass, that can run block? How do you defend that? And then you go and grab Xavier Thomas, who you can put in the backfield in a three-receiver set like Shaheed, and the guy runs a 4.2 40, and the guy, he's a kick returner. We need that. And I feel like he's going to be a toy for Ben Johnson.
4.28 specifically.
What's that?
The guy can move, Xavier Thomas.
Yeah.
I'll give you my thought on it. Appreciate the call from Washington, by the way. It's great to hear from you and talking about the Bears. A lot of thoughts on the Bears from a lot of folks. Seeing that folks saying the Bears didn't overreact. You had guys who were injured, stick to his guns. Steve will come around seeing that in the comments. I thought the Stanford tight end was a reach. Didn't think you needed to do it. That's the only one that I'll look at and say, But I like Diamond. I think that's the best player available pick at that spot. Like Jones for the reasons we talked about. Needed to get a center. Xavier Thomas, LSU. Guy's a speedster. There's a lot you could do there. That's pretty exciting too. Meatloaf once said that 2 out of 3 ain't bad. 3 out of 4 ain't bad either. 310-840-4910 if you want in. We're getting to more of your Free-for-All Friday calls. Also, a key deadline just expired in the last 20 minutes, and we'll talk about that because it might come from the best sport in the world, in my personal opinion. Next on Westwood One Sports Night.
The Cardinals turned the draft upside down. Jeremiah Love went 3rd overall.
Man, I'm ready to prove the fans right, prove the coaching staff right.
The highest paid running back ever with $52.5 million guaranteed.
I'm ready to represent the running backs. I'm ready to represent the Cardinals, ready to represent Notre Dame.
Westwood One Sports.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
To San Francisco for the Labor Day weekend show.
It's Free for All Friday. You steer the ship. Any questions, any topic, call us now. 310-840-4910. Here's Josh Graham for Westwood One Sports Night.
Let
the Buffett wash over you.
Monday, it'll be all right.
Free for All Friday. This hour and this hour only, taking your calls. You get to steer the ship in whatever direction you please. It's hard to get to all 32 NFL teams. We've hit on so many of the top picks and the top stories from the draft, but clearly there are some blind spots that you can have as a result, and some of you are highlighting those. Let's go to Raymond, who's in Louisiana, 310-840-4910. Are we steering the ship into the Superdome to talk about the New Orleans Saints down there, Raymond?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We definitely are, man. I believe that the 3 picks that we had, man, they're even though I know our first pick is kind of iffy due to the fact of all the injuries, but if our medical team said that he's good, then I believe in our head coach now. So with that being said, my question was, and I told the person I talked to the first time, I'm sorry I forgot your name, but I've been listening to y'all for a good probably 2 or 3 weeks now, and I like a lot of what y'all say. about a lot of teams and a lot of information that y'all give off is very promising. But
What part of Louisiana are you calling from, by the way, Raymond?
straight out of New Orleans, sir. Straight out of New
All
Orleans.
right. So tell me the best place to grab a bite that's away from the touristy stuff, away from, all the touristy traps out that way. Where would you steer me?
You know what? I would actually, just to get away from all the conflict and everything like that, they have a nice little spot that's actually on Canal Street that's called Zatarans. And I know
been to
it sounds
Zatarans.
Seriously.
100%. It was the Final Four in 2022. It was on Canal
Yes, sir.
Street. And my buddy Mike DeCourcy, the Sporting News, shout out to him, said we need to go to this spot in New Orleans called Zatarans. And I made a joke like you talking about the what's it? The box.
The rice. Yeah, the box
rice.
rice. Yes, sir.
Exactly. I made a joke. He's like, no, it's not like that at all. And it was great. What are you getting at are you getting like crab boil or what are we getting?
Oh man, I've been living in New Orleans ever since I was a little kid, and I'm 35 now, so I basically probably had every single thing on that menu.
That's excellent. Okay, sorry, we got sidetracked. What's your Saints question?
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Yes, sir. So, like I said, I believe our first 3 picks in the draft was good. We went for wide receiver, which we definitely needed. And also, with that being said, we went for defensive line, which we absolutely needed as well, because I don't know what our situation with Cam Jordan is going to be like. I like Chase Young. He's doing his thing now on a refurbished team, so that's good. And I like our tight end pick. But with that being said, I don't believe that, and I promise, I love Chris Olave to death. That's my boy out of Ohio. But I do not believe he's worth a $30 million contract a year. So, with that being said, do you think the New Orleans Saints should, I know we got 2 picks in the 4th, 2 picks in the 5th, and we also have draft capital for next year. Do you think we should go after A.J. Brown after the Eagles get done with this stuff? Because they're not taking him back.
No. They're not going to go after
Okay.
A.J. Brown. I'll tell you why. And I appreciate the call, Raymond. It's so good to hear from you from Louisiana. I'll say this. You solved the receiver thing. You don't want to give up additional capital to bring in A.J. Brown when you have Chris Olave on the team. Jordan Tyson, trust the health evaluations that you're getting there. It seems that he's going to be fine. When he plays, the best comp that I have in terms of some of the spectacular athletic plays he can make is like prime Odell Beckham. I think he could be that. He's my favorite receiver in this draft. And I pay very close attention to receivers because I vote for the Biletnikoff Award, college football, that's annually given to the best receiver in college football. Jordan Tyson was my favorite receiver in this draft. More than Carnell Tate, who went 4. A lot more than Mekhi Lemon, who I view as being nothing more than a slot guy in the NFL. Denzel Boston, didn't like how many times he drops passes, but he can make a lot of freakish catches. You bank on the athleticism of Jordan Tyson. Injuries happen in the game of football. They do. But they haven't happened enough with Jordan Tyson to think that he's not somebody who can bounce back from it, be healthy. And because when he is healthy, he's better than the pick that you just took him at number 8. And that's what I will define this draft with. When you're taking guys in the top 10, that is how your draft is going to be remembered and defined, not by whether or not the tight end out of Georgia, Oscar Delp, does, with all due respect. That's my thought on the New Orleans Saints. The deadline has passed for college players to declare for the NBA draft. That deadline was at midnight, and it wasn't until about 8 in the evening that we got the official announcement out of Durham that Cam Boozer is going to declare for the draft. We all expected it. That's what we got from Cam Boozer. The top names that you'd expect at the top of the draft board. They are in this draft. But Duke's roster building continues to be a fascinating story in college basketball. Because after another March Madness heartbreak, Jon Scheyer has completely adjusted his approach to roster building. He is prioritizing experience and getting older. That is a hard left turn from the last couple of years. Freshman heavy, tons of lottery picks. They are expending significant resources to retain players on the team. Dame Sarr announced today he's going to be back. He was going to be a first-round draft pick. Guys are making so much to stay in college that even though you're a first-round draft pick, you could still go back to school if you go to the top places. Patrick Gamba did the same thing earlier in the week. Rather than shifting away from their point guard tandem of Caleb Foster and Caden Boozer, they're doubling down on them both. Caden looking to avenge the mistake he made in the UConn game. Foster, he's going to become the first 4-year Duke senior since technically Jeremy Roach, but he was a 5-year player, finished his career at Baylor. This will easily be the oldest Duke roster that Sheyer's had in this about to be his 5th season in Durham. Additionally, Duke has landed perhaps the biggest transfer in the history of their program. That might sound like a stretch, but it isn't. That is Wisconsin guard John Blackwell, who averaged 19 a game as a high-volume shooter in the Big Ten. He was viewed as perhaps the best transfer guard in the portal. And in the portal era, Duke, they have not relied on the portal at all. They've relied on the portal for depth players not to find the bus driver for their team, like Blackwell seems he's going to be. But in an exclusive interview with us at the Final Four, we caught up with Jon Scheyer, and Jon Scheyer told us this is still the only interview he's done since the season ended, since the heartbreak against UConn. Here was Scheyer telling me that he planned to take a different approach this offseason.
I think each year is a little bit different. I think it starts with making sure our current players are good and understanding their plans and talking about the vision that we have. I haven't shied away from the fact that we may have to go into the transfer portal, and that's okay to do that. But I don't think every year is going to be like it was last year.
No. In terms of the other contenders for Duke's best transfer ever, Seth Curry from Liberty, Rodney Hood from Mississippi State. John Blackwell, maybe it's Rashawn McLeod from the 90s too, and there's really good Elton Brand teams. He came from St. John's, but it's not a long list of guys. And as a result, Duke could be the best team in America. Like, there are 2 teams that have separated themselves. Florida's one of them. They got everyone back, and Denzel Aberdeen's coming back from Kentucky. They were a 1 seed this past season, and they're bringing everybody back. And then you look at the other Final Four participants. You've got strong rosters being built. Elliot Cadeau is going to test the waters, he announced today, but expected back the Final Four's most outstanding player at Michigan. UConn getting Braylon Mullins back. Arizona, Illinois with a few returners in the fold. The most disruptive teams in the portal have been Louisville and Texas and Tennessee. They're going to be in that mix. Virginia's bringing everybody back, so they're going to be terrific. But Duke's right there. Because we haven't even talked about, they have the number 1 high school recruiting class again, with Rippey at point guard and Josh Howard's son at guard and Cameron Williams, who might be the best high school recruit in the post, playing at Duke too. It's a different approach. It's a nice mix of experience and portal and high school players, and Duke's not going anywhere as a result. 310-840-4910 if you want in. Let's go to Herb, who's in Pittsburgh. Herb, the draft's in your city. Are we talking about the Steelers as you steer the ship?
Yeah, we are, and I'll tell you, I can't believe that Philadelphia got the jump on us yesterday, because all day long, all I heard on all my sports talk shows I listened to was, with 12 picks, obviously we can't use them all. We should make something happen and try and get a little further up, and
it's just brutal.
And we didn't do that, and that hurt. However, here's my question I'd like to hear both of you guys answer.
Sure.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So there is a split in my town here. it seems like one person you talk to says, I'm sure the Steelers already know that he's coming, and and so there's arrangements have already been made. It's just Aaron Rodgers is so wishy-washy that he doesn't want to come out and say it yet. Okay, well, that's kind of what happened last year. And then the rest are going, I don't know that he's coming back. And to me, I'm with the rest. And then tonight, with the Aller pick, I think that solidified that. What do you guys think? What?
Yeah, I certainly don't subscribe, and I appreciate the call. Here are our thoughts on it. D-Day, don't know where you stand on it. I'm of the belief that they don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do, because trying to forecast what Aaron Rodgers is going to do seems like a fool's errand. But I think they're okay. They've accepted the fact, especially with the new coaching staff that has some job security in being a staff there, and the Steelers never fire anybody either. That helps. That they're okay if the answer is no. They expect he's going to come back, and you want him to come back because he had his best season in 5 years. But if he doesn't, they're okay with giving Will Howard an opportunity. They like Will Howard, and they might want to give him his shot, but it can't just be Will Howard. So I wouldn't say that something is solidified with an Aller pick, but just an extra guy that you could potentially bring in to compete in that quarterback room that could be quarterback 2 if Rodgers isn't back. And if he does return, you keep 3 quarterbacks on your team, no problem. D-Day, what do you say?
You keep swinging until you find somebody. If they really thought that Will Howard was him,
yeah,
I think they would just make sure that Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back. But they don't know. Keep swinging until you hit one. If you miss in 2026, well, great draft coming up in 2027, so you're good. Literally, just keep swinging.
We have 2 Free-for-All Friday legends lined up as our next phone callers. You'll hear from them, and we'll talk about the 2 teams it just feels absolutely wrong to say are having the best draft so far. Next on Westwood One Sports Tonight.
Los Angeles delivered a first-round shocker with Alabama's Ty Simpson.
Wow, Ty Simpson goes 13 to the Rams.
The QB goes far earlier than expected.
Nobody saw this one coming.
Is this the beginning of the end for Matt Stafford? Westwood One Sports.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Yes, it's been quite a summer. Rent a car.
It's Free for All Friday. You steer the ship. Any questions, any topic, call us now. 310-840-4910. Here's Josh Graham for Westwood One Sports Night.
Ring the bell, Roy, because it's last call.
It's last call for phone calls on Free for All Friday. You steer the ship. Any questions, any topic, call us now. 310-840-4910. Here's Josh Graham for Westwood One Sports Night.
I love it. I love it. I didn't think you'd actually play the second thing again, but you know what? It is last call. We need to emphasize that strongly. Ariel Epstein's going to join us in 15 minutes. She'll help us make some money on the NBA playoffs Saturday, maybe talk some baseball. But we've got some OGs ready to go on Free for All Friday. Mr. Positive, didn't think that you were going to make an appearance after about a half hour, 40 minutes into Free for All Friday, but you're here and you better deliver. 310-840-4910. Mr. Positive, go right ahead.
The howling hour is upon us. Oh, to my warriors, remember, vow not to settle, reach for the stars, strive to be honest, and learn from your scars. Boom shakalaka. And lastly, It is Friday night. Let the games begin with Josh Graham and D-Day, a.k.a. Denton Day. Boom, shakalaka. Go for your dreams, everybody. And last but not least, LeBron James. What a night. What a day. What goosebumps. It was orgasmic. Go LA. Ow!
We'll say that. Excellent call, Racket. There goes Mr. Positive. Yep, for good measure, gone. What has been the best NBA game of the day so far? The overtime game or this Spurs Blazers game is certainly pushing for it because Dylan Harper just tied it at the line, 85 all with 45 seconds to go in the third. It's been a fun night in the league. Really has been. 310-840-4910. Alan is in Toronto. Another OG free-for-all Friday phone caller. Alan, go right ahead.
In praise of Doc Rivers. He's one of my favorites. April the 4th this year. Yeah, April the 4th this year, he was inducted into the Naismith Hall of Fame. And I'm going to Springfield and Newcastle, Connecticut on August the 14th and August the 15th for his induction ceremony. He walked out of Milwaukee this year in a tumultuous 32-50 year. In Milwaukee, it snapped a 9 consecutive postseason appearances for Milwaukee, and he was only 97-103 in 2.5 years. But look at his record. Look at his coaching record. 1,194 wins, 866 losses. And it had a very good overall record. He was 14 years as a player, and he was an all-star, too. And he was one of the best point guards from 1983 to 1996. And he was Coach of the Year in 2000. And he won an NBA championship in 2008 for the Boston Celtics. And he was an analyst on ESPN. Like I said, he's one of my favorites, and I'm going there because I've never been to Springfield before. You're
going to the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Yep, I'm going there on the 14th and the 15th because I want to enjoy his induction.
Oh, that is crazy. So you want to be there for Doc Rivers' induction. That's something. I don't think I've ever heard someone love Doc Rivers the way that you're describing. Most people just go to the blown playoff series. But you don't think I should define them?
Well, it's, I've never been there before, so it's on my bucket list. So I'm going to be there and enjoy it. Okay. Yeah, I've been to Canton. A great time. Yeah, I've been to Canton before, and I've been to Cooperstown before. So it's
all right. How would you rank those two? How would you rank those two Hall of Fames in terms of visiting?
Excellent, because I got to talk to a lot of the players and former
Is one better coaches. Than the other? Like, was Cooperstown better than Canton, or was there one that you preferred?
Well, I liked Cooperstown better because I'm more of a baseball fan than I am a football fan. I liked them both, but I liked Cooperstown a lot better because it had more of a history to it. So,
love it.
But I liked them both.
Appreciate the call. Hey, let us know how it goes when you go to Springfield. Free for All Friday. Let us know what your experience is like. We'd love to hear that. That's Alan from Toronto. This might be the last one we have. Bert in Baltimore. He wants in. 310-840-4910. Bert, where are you steering the ship?
What's going on, Josh? How are you?
Hi. I'm doing well. Love Free for All
Friday.
Like love the Buffett. Love the Buffett music. I'm in a good mood. Let's keep
Absolutely.
It going.
Hey, I wanted to, in all sincerity, I wanted to apologize for my call yesterday. In my head, what I had to say was funny, but as I listened to myself talk about Wemby's spin move and bust Linnell's chops, it came across kind of jerky. So I wanted to apologize. However, along the same line, do you remember a couple weeks ago, Linnell, we were talking about the Duke miracle comeback against Maryland, down 9 with 50 seconds left.
2001 or 2?
2001.
2001.
So I just started cracking up tonight because, what did he say? Teams are down 6 or 7 with under a minute. They should just pack it in, right? Just go home.
Yeah, that's right. The Lakers should have just packed it in.
Right. The Rockets had the ball and were up 6 with 30 seconds left and still found a way to choke.
Crazy. It's nuts.
It's a heck of a shot.
How about the
Heck of a
Orioles?
shot LeBron hit.
They need some fireworks at Camden Yards because they were out of pyrotechnics. They had to put the
I was
message
off
on the
tonight.
scoreboard.
That's why we were short.
They had to, that's it, 100%. Go
Take it
Birds,
easy, Josh.
Ostros, and Natty Bows. You take care, Bert. It's good to hear from you. That's great. Jamie writes in, do you think the Rockets are waving the white flag after they went down 2-0? With KD not playing tonight, figured that was the white flag. Been a Rockets fan for a while. It's upsetting. No, I think KD, if he could play, would play. He missed game 1. That tells you it's already serious. He plays game 2, doesn't look like himself, and then doesn't play tonight, and that's not waving the towel when you put in that type of an effort. But down 3-0, man, that's going to lead to some uncomfortable conversations and some uncomfortable discourse to come from this.
I
Wanted to get to
personally
some
do think
football
he kind of quit.
during
like he saw how
this
his team
segment
played
here.
game 2, and he was like, I don't want to come back. I don't want to risk.
Roy,
getting
we got
injured."
takes. Love that. Some would think that Katie is quitting. I'm not in that camp. I'm not. You're never really going to hear me say that a professional athlete quits unless you're tanking games. Like you're not trying to win games. In the playoffs, I don't think that generally happens, but understand why my son might say that. Getting to the NFL real quickly. Did you catch the story of the night that happened with the Atlanta Falcons, D-Day? Did you see what easily is the coolest story in the NFL tonight?
Yes, I did see.
This would be the Terrell brothers. A.J. Terrell, Avion Terrell, they were both corners for the Clemson Tigers. This is the part where you might want to double-check me real quick, D-Day, because I covered the ACC for a long time and covered both of these players. I don't think that they ever overlapped. I think the age gap is such that they never were really on the same Clemson team together. I think it's like a 5 or a 6 year age difference. So they were never teammates together, even though they're brothers and went to the same school and played the same position. And if there was a large enough gap there, that means it also was a large enough gap they didn't play together in high school. Well, Avion was drafted tonight by the Atlanta Falcons, where A.J. Terrell was a first-round draft pick a handful of years ago. He was a second-round pick, Avion was tonight. So now, I think, and you can fact-check me on this, D-Day, I think they're going to be teammates for the first time ever. They're going to be playing together in Atlanta, which, other than the Carolina Panthers, would be the closest team to where they played their college ball.
You are correct. Unless they were like oddly teammates in Little League football, but a 6-year age gap. I mean, unless Avion was hooping at like 3, and I guess AJ wasn't good at 9. Like they're so far apart. So yeah, you are correct.
That's so cool, though. That now, like that with the age gap, he gets to the NFL, the younger brother, and you get drafted by the team that you're a veteran and a really strong player for. That's as good as it gets. That's really cool. And that's been Free For All Friday, another successful and fun Free For All Friday. The bell's been rung, the light is on, but it's not time to go home yet, because when the prop queen Ariel Epstein joins the show, she'll tell us if the Yankees' start to the season, best record in the American League, is real, and she'll tell us her leans for Saturday's NBA quadruple header. That's next on Westwood One Sports Night.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Lexercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most highly sought-after products on the market. It visibly shrinks under-eye bags and smooths out crow's feet in minutes, and the effects last up to 10 hours. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. In as little as 10 minutes, Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results. The best news, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95. Plus, get free shipping. Call 1-800-598-6439. That's 1-800-598-6439. Or visit plexiderm.com/trial. Paid for by Sheer Science.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Josh Graham.
Ariel Epstein is joining us here, Westwood One Sports Nights. She's a Ravens fan, seems happy with what the Ravens have done. I know for a fact, propqueen.com, make sure to check out her stuff, by the way, for baseball props, that she's super excited, and NBA, we'll get there in a second. No doubt that she's excited about her New York Yankees, who are currently sitting with the best record in the American League exactly 1 month into the big league season. They started things off in San Francisco with that Netflix game exactly a month ago. Now they're in first place a month in. How do you feel about your squad and, frankly, the state of the American League, Ariel?
Hey, Josh. Thanks for having me on. I'm pretty excited about the Yankees because the Yankees are just going to get better. Their starting rotation, I was listening to the game yesterday. Michael Kay, the Yankees announcer, said that the Yankees starters have like a sub-2 ERA, which is insane considering Garrett Cole, their ace, and Carlos Rodon haven't even pitched a game yet. So the Yankees starters are all doing great. Max Fried has looked better than he even did in Atlanta and looking like an ace. So you do all that and add in at least the Garrett Cole by July, probably June. That's super exciting stuff for the Yankees. And then you'll have your guys that are in the starting rotation now potentially get sent to the bullpen, which is going to make the bullpen stronger and add more depth. And everyone keeps forgetting that there's more and more pitchers on the way to help the Yankees. Now let's just hope that the bats continue.
Yeah. There is one story we haven't heard a lot about in the first month. After the offseason was all about, payroll and the sport being ruined and this. Not hearing a whole ton about that when the Mets have the 12-game losing streak and they have the highest payroll. And I look at the AL East standings and see that Toronto's 4 under 500 and they're top 5 or 6 in payroll. San Francisco's top 5 or 6 in payroll. They're 11 and 14. It almost seems like, Ariel, that just because you spend a lot of money, it doesn't mean it's a birthright to win championships. And you'd think, especially you being a Yankee fan, you'd understand that most
That
notably.
annoys me the most about Orioles fans. Just kidding. It's really my dad. Everyone who's an Orioles fan in my life, who's my whole family on my dad's side, and I know you are, Josh, they all love to talk about how the Yankees spend all this money, and that's why they've won so many World Series. You have to put money in the right places. The Mets didn't. The Mets, aside from Freddie Peralta, which was great for them to finally get an ace, they put their money in big names, but the big names weren't fitting in the right spots. The Yankees, I give them credit. After Juan Soto went to the Mets, the Yankees GM Brian Cashman pivoted in the perfect way and got Max Fried. It ended up saving the Yankees because Garrett Cole ended up being out for the year last year. This year, now he's going to have Max Fried and Garrett Cole. Do I wish that they added a little more to the bullpen for some more long guys? Sure. But those starters are going to go into the bullpen now and get those innings. And David Bednar was really a much better replacement as a closer than Devin Williams was. So I do think that the Yankees, even when they spend money, they've at least been spending it in some of the right places. They're not perfect. But the Mets completely, every time. Same with the Orioles. Every time, aside for Pete Alonso. I love that signing. But I always said, why'd the Orioles not go out and get an ace? Like, did it not? Like, when they had an ace a couple years ago, it's nice to have someone that's going to give you 7. And right now, the Orioles, I don't really trust anybody to give me 7 on that team.
Ariel Epstein's with us. You're here as well, propqueen.com, to forecast some sides, some totals with the NBA playoff Saturday slate that we have that begins at 1 p.m. Eastern time. How many games have caught your eye on Saturday?
Oh, well, I've got sides and totals for leans on all 4 of the games, so we could just run through. Obviously, I'm in New York, so the New York Knicks have been the big storyline here in New York. I'll tell you this, Josh, before we dive into some betting stuff. This is a national radio show.
It is.
I am a Knicks person. Like, I'm not a huge fan. Like, the Ravens and Yankees have my heart, and the Knicks, if they win or lose, really, the thing I like is that New York is fun and bumping when the Knicks are good. I cannot stand when Knicks fans celebrate like they've won a championship game 1 of the playoffs. It drives me crazy because look at what just happened. You've lost 2 straight now to an Atlanta Hawks team that you should have probably swept or at least won all but 1 game. Mm-hmm. Like, This is ridiculous that the Knicks fans party outside the Garden after a Game 1 win every time. It's embarrassing. You're in New York. You are fans of teams called the Yankees who have won World Series. You are fans of teams like the Giants who have won Super Bowls. You are fans of teams that win. You can't be celebrating a Game 1 win in the playoffs. It's so stupid.
Bing
Sorry,
bong. Bing bong. Yes, all that. Knicks, Atlanta. So let's actually get to that game first then.
Okay.
This obviously is a game that New York needs to get. They're in Atlanta. How do you feel about it?
So the Knicks are desperate because obviously now you're down. You just lost by 1 Thursday night. The Knicks shot 30% from 3, and the Hawks shot 40% from 3, yet the Hawks only won by 1. The Knicks can shoot better, and the Hawks probably don't shoot as well this coming game. The Knicks, they're role players. They played bad last game. I expect them to just have some more positive regression. It'd be Knicks or pass for me.
Okay, Knicks or pass. Got it. This is probably the most meaningful game of the night. Denver, Minnesota. Minnesota at home, a chance to take, kind of like Atlanta, a 3-1 commanding lead in the series. What read do you have on it?
The Nuggets need Aaron Gordon. Without Aaron Gordon, I can't consider Denver. They're not doing anything without him. If he's in, it's Nuggets or pass. The Wolves already are a good defensive team, so they have that going for them. The under hit last game, and even though the total continues to drop, that's also an under pass situation. Defensively, these two teams are great. So if Aaron Gordon does play, then you can back the Nuggets. If not, then I would lean under.
Ariel Epstein's with us. She's the prop queen. PropQueen.com. We're going through all 4 of the NBA series we're going to see on Saturday. Detroit, Orlando. This is a tie series, 1 game apiece. It's a 1-8 matchup. Usually the 1-8s aren't all that interesting in the NBA. This one is. Orlando's at home. Does that sway you in any type of way?
Both defenses have been great, and it doesn't matter to me that the Magic are home, but the Magic offense, it just goes through so many dry spells, home or away. It doesn't matter. Under in the series has been dropping since the opener. The last game didn't even hit 200. This one probably doesn't hit 200 either. The Pistons are the better team. Magic are just so inconsistent. It's been this way all year, Josh, when I've been handicapping props for both these teams. I love handicapping the Pistons. I hate handicapping the Magic. I just never know with them. You could look at all the numbers, and all the numbers will say to bet one thing, and then one day you're just like, wait, that makes no sense why this Orlando offense did that today. So I just can't trust them. It's defense, it's unders, and it's the Pistons.
Okay. Last one up. Ugh. OKC at Phoenix. Phoenix covered the last game. Yay. 3:30 tip Eastern time. OKC looking to go up 3-zip in the series. Any interest in this one?
I wouldn't mind taking points with Phoenix. Listen, they're in a desperate situation, embarrassed by blowouts in the series. Booker and their coach are already calling out the refs, saying that the refs are absolutely favoring OKC, which has been a point of contention for a while. The OKC role players, they do shoot better at home. Obviously, most role players do. So when you turn the ball over, though, 22 times like Phoenix did, I know that OKC is really good at forcing turnovers, but the Phoenix Suns don't turn the ball over that much. They average about 14 turnovers a game, not 22. If you're going to bet, like in the NFL, when you look at teams that turn the ball over a lot, let's say last year a team turned the ball over a lot, when you're looking at positive regression, you're looking at limiting those turnovers. So I always like to look at turnovers as positive or negative regression. If that was the difference in covering a spread, then Phoenix should be able to cover this spread and keep this within single digits as long as they don't turn the ball over so much and at least regress back to their mean of 14 a game instead of 22.
All right. You might have just talked me into Phoenix. Wow. There we go.
I know. I felt that way too when I was looking at the numbers.
Love it. Ariel Epstein, you're the absolute best. Thank you so much for making the time for us. And as the playoffs progress, we need to do this more often. It's always good to hear your voice.
Yeah, thanks so much, Josh. I feel like the NBA playoffs last for a year, so we'll be here.
Yeah, it does last longer than it should, having at times 3 days in between home games with no travel in between. That's no fun. There goes Ariel Epstein. looking at Saturday slates, where we have the odds here, updating you on what's going on right now, the Portland Trailblazers are self-combusting at the moment. They were up 15 points in the second half. They are now trailing by double figures. Trailing by 11 with 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. How did this happen? Without Victor Wembanyama out there? Well, welcome to the big show, Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper. This is the part that we remind you that Steph Castle is 21 and Dylan Harper is 20. Just turned 20 last month. Those two players have combined for 57 points in an NBA playoff game. San Antonio has 108. 57 points belong to two players that combined between them 41 of age, 41 years old, which is LeBron James's actual age. LeBron, who had himself a big night tonight as well. And Luke Cornett just scored, giving San Antonio their biggest lead of the night now. They're up 13 with 4:40 to go. So if Portland loses this game, that's the series, right? It would be San Antonio up 2-1. But if you don't win your first home game when Wemby isn't out on the court, that's your shot. And you blew it! That's the best Sandler impression I got. It's either that or, would you like a piece of pie?
You'd be proud of me that I knew you were doing Sandler. Movie
See, I'm
guy
glad.
right here.
See, there it is. Do you have any impressions? Like, is there an impression that you're proud of?
I don't
Even
have
if
a lot
it's
of range.
limited. No?
No. Unless you want to, unless it's a deep voice guy, and then I might have that one.
I have a very limited Jay-Z. You want to hear it?
I'm terrified, but sure.
Shia.
I'll give it a 6 out of 10.
Greatest rapper in the whole world. That's
Hold
it.
on, can I get world like Jay-Z again one more time?
Greatest rapper in the whole world.
I think you're saying what?
Oh! T-Pain. Very limited T-Pain. You ready? Yay!
Surely you have a Lil Jon one in there too.
Yeah.
Look, I got one.
Yeah! I saw Little John perform once, and he was rocking the full dad fit. He was wearing an orange polo shirt with white stripes across it. Like dad attire with cargo shorts. Little John.
He was doing that in his prime, though. Like, he is loyal to the dad fit soil.
He is. Trying to think if I have anything else. Limited Kanye, not cancelable edition. Huh?
Wait, that's your Kanye impression?
Huh?
When did he do that?
That's like early Kanye. Like, he'd do that in songs. Huh? No?
Nah,
See,
you know,
some of them
I'll
hit-
give you the Jay-Z. I'll give you the T-Pain. I don't know about
Okay.
the Kanye one.
Got it? You know, just this is
I mean,
valuable information.
66% of the plate is still going to get you a lot of money.
Got it? Yeah, you know, I'm not asking you to placate me at all. No, I just need, this is valuable information. What works, what doesn't, and sometimes we throw things against the wall. I don't think this is going to make it in a YouTube short. Don't think it's going to make the cut.
when the day comes where your local theater's like, we really need someone that can do Kanye, you'll have practiced.
In that situation, I'll simply respond, I don't have the answer, Sway. Coming up, my hottest take of the night, and I waited hours into the show for us to get there, meaning I might be bad at this. Keep it here on Westwood One Sports Night.
Westwood One, baby! Fernando Mendoza is the Raiders' new centerpiece. Will he prove to be a franchise quarterback or another Vegas roll of the dice? Westwood One Sports.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000